Ready to call the meeting to order? Thank you, everyone. Happy Wednesday, and the sun is shining. Good morning and welcome to the March 23rd, 2022 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to the lands of the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world. We continue to be welcomed here and call Regina our home. Some members of the committee and city administration are attending the meeting virtually by video conference. I would like to remind you of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphones are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes are conducted with a recorded vote. Delegates will be attending the meeting today in person and through teleconferencing to address the committee and the different items on the agenda. Reports will be considered for City Council at the next meeting scheduled on March 30th, and the deadline for registration for the delegates for City Council meeting is 1 p.m. on Thursday, March 24th. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair after adding the communication from Cheryl Viala representing the EX 22-38 update to implications of 9th Avenue North truck route removal as item EX 22-45. Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I will call the question. Anyone opposed? No? Carried. Thank you. Minutes approved. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meetings from the meeting held on March 9th, 2022? Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Any errors or omissions? I see none. I will call the question. Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll now consider EX 22-35, the Economic Development Opportunity of Viterra Memorandum of Understanding and the related agreements. I will call Mr. Lacey from administration. Can you please introduce the report?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So by way of background, committee members might recall that last April of 2021, Council approved a report authorizing the City of Regina to enter into a land purchase option agreement with Viterra for city land in North Regina, where Viterra intends to build a canola crush plant. And Viterra has publicly stated that this plant would be one of the largest of its kind in the world. Since entering into that agreement, Viterra has invested significant resources in its due diligence and site evaluation process in preparation of seeking final approval from their board to proceed with the construction of the facility. The plant and the development of associated agribusiness is expected to have a significant impact in the Regina area. The plant will create approximately 1,000 construction jobs and 100 permanent jobs upon completion. And pursuant to an economic analysis performed by Economic Development Regina, the plant would add approximately $500 million, or equivalent to 3% increase in the gross domestic product of the Regina region annually. And that economic analysis also indicated increased economic activity would indirectly support up to 1,500 jobs. In selecting a site for its plant, Viterra was looking at a number of site locations for its plant. So in other words, it was not a given that Viterra would locate its plant in Regina, and they were actively looking at a number of other locations outside the province. Pursuant to the report last April, Council approved the sale of that land at less than market value to support the economic opportunity Viterra presented and to encourage its construction in Regina. The report also noted that Viterra and the city would need to come to an agreement on a number of other related matters related to the development that would be subject to future council approvals. The report before you today speaks to a number of those matters, and seeks council approval for the City of Regina to enter into a memorandum of understanding and subsequent agreements with Viterra, whereby as landowner of that land, the city would provide infrastructure for water and wastewater servicing to the site and pay the development charges to develop that area. And the city would provide support for a 5-year property tax exemption to Viterra for the years 2025 to 2029, and that the city invest in rail construction that leverages Viterra's rail investment to reduce future costs of the city's Ring Road Rail Relocation Project by working with Viterra to ensure their spur line aligns with the rail relocation project and would be transferred to CP when the rail relocation project proceeds. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions of committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone read this report? Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. Any questions from members for this report? None? Councillor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. The report before us speaks to where we're sourcing the revenue internally to finance the development. I identified the asset revitalization and land development reserves. Are there other reserves, first off, that we'll be drawing from? And secondly, how do we replenish these reserves in the long term?
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So it is in the report is recommending that to fund these investments, that 12.6 be drawn from the land development reserve and 6 million be drawn from the asset revitalization reserve. And then as that plant is put into production and property taxes are collected, that in the future we would replenish those withdrawals from that future property tax draw. So the land, maybe I'll speak to a couple of pieces in the report, expand upon my answer. So the land development reserve currently is in a negative balance of $18 million. And that's in part for the purpose and reason of the land development reserve. So the land development reserve is really an accounting tracking mechanism with respect to the city's land development activities, purchase of land, selling of land, developing of land, cost to develop land, that in turn we would sell and realize a return on. So, major withdrawals from that reserve have related to the Towns project, which we're currently projecting a return of about 18% on those funds, as well as the Yards initiative, to name two of the larger ones. And so it is expected over time that while the reserve is in a negative position, how land development works is you got to make that upfront investment. Once you make that investment, putting roads, sidewalks in, water infrastructure, development occurs, you sell that land then at a higher value. And as you sell that land, probably the first 80 or 90% of the land you sell is just recouping your initial investment. And in that last 10 or 20% of sales is where you realize that profit that bumps you back up. So that's a long way of saying, while the reserve's in a negative position currently, we do expect it will return to a positive position as we realize the returns on that land development activity. And as part of our annual reporting to council, we have to bring our annual reserve report forward. And part of the expectations is when a reserve is out of balance, we need to talk about and explain to council what our intent is to bring it back into balance. And so I think there's an opportunity to delve into that further at that point in time. With respect to the draw on the asset revitalization reserve is $6 million. So currently that reserve's sitting around approximately $9.6 million in uncommitted funds. And so that it is in a positive balance, so that would bring that balance down. But as the report notes, we had tentatively tagged any surplus funding that we had sitting in that reserve for the future indoor aquatics facility. So we had tentatively tagged it to help fund that infrastructure investment, knowing full well that that investment is going to require a lot more funding than the $9.6 million in that reserve. And we would have to come back with a broader funding strategy to council to lay out a plan and how we could fund that investment. Given the opportunity before us here, we believe that there's a more immediate need to invest this in this rail infrastructure piece.
Pat Yacob
is now joining.
And that the plan continues to be, when we bring back the indoor aquatics facility preliminary the feasibility study, that we will have to have a broader plan in place for council's consideration about how we move forward with financing that facility.
Thank you very much for that response. Covers a couple other questions. In the report, it suggests a roughly 31-year payback period if we're thinking about our investment, the tax forgiveness for a period of time, et cetera. That's been described to us as just the cost of business and the cost of this investment. We've also heard an economic impact assessment. Can you comment on how consistent this might be with, say, a private developer, whether it's industrial or commercial land, in terms of the payback period and the return? Are we basically following a model that is one of generating revenue in the long term? And would that be something that we would see in the private sector as well?
So through you, Madam Chair, so I may make a couple of comments related to that. So, the report speaks to a payback period of 31 years. Really, it's 26 years, but because of the 5-year property tax exemption that we're recommending, it pushes out to 31. I would say first off that that's a pretty conservative number that we put in the report. And really, the number we put in the report are the numbers that we kind of have the highest assurance levels around, i.e. we know we're going to get property taxes on that property, and so that was why we used that number. We do believe that investment, though, overall could very well likely be less as a net investment. And then secondly, it will create other economic, similar to the economic spin-offs, it will create additional economic benefits from a revenue perspective to the city. And so maybe I'll just speak about those in two buckets. So the first bucket relates to, potentially that net investment could be less. And it could be less for a number of reasons. One, just like any land developer, private land developer, when you're first in developing the land, you're the one that has to put the water lines in and the wastewater lines in. And then if there's other developers in the area or other developments that occur in the area, when they tie into those lands, there's an expectation that they'll contribute to that initial capital cost. So in the private land development world, those are called endeavor to assist agreements. And as we move forward with this project, we're going to look at a similar mechanism whereby if other land developments benefit by us putting those water infrastructure in, that would recover part of that upfront investment that we've made. Secondly, part of the overall recommended investment here relates to rail. And in part why we're making this recommendation is we have worked very cooperatively with Viterra to get them to realign their spur line to be consistent with where we believe, consistent with the recommended and approved option approved by council some time ago with respect to the rail relocation project and where that line would go north of the city. And so that provides us an opportunity to leverage Viterra's investment that they would have made otherwise in a spur line that would have taken a different direction. Which potentially could be up to another $6 million overall savings that we would otherwise had to have spent. So those are kind of the direct piece where potentially that investment could be lower at the end of the day. Like I say, we've taken a conservative approach. Then there's the broader indirect pieces. So we do own additional land in that area as a city. So when you bring the water lines in, that becomes more developable. And so that increases the value of the land. And so, we have an expectation that land value should go up and we should see greater returns as those lands get developed and we sell them. Secondly, overall, kind of associated with the economic spin-offs that EDR has calculated, talked about the 1,500 kind of indirect job impacts. They've also done an assessment of what they believe it will result in overall with respect to indirect municipal revenue coming in. And that's about $23 million annually. that they expect to come in and indirect things. Now, those are harder to measure directly to the Viterra piece because, for example, that relates to the 100 jobs that are created, the 1,500 spin-off jobs, and those, and many, hopefully, of those people buying houses, and when they buy houses, are renting condos, pay property taxes. So those are kind of indirect benefits we expect to see from it. But so overall, I do think our return period is going to be much shorter, but we wanted to be conservative and upfront here with council about those direct line of sight pieces. And so that's what you have in your report.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, the report also speaks to a $76 million investment that's required in our wastewater treatment capacity. Would that investment simply be for this new proposed industrial park, or would that service broader needs either for residents in Regina or even neighboring communities if we actually start processing waste from, say, the RMs that surround us?
So through this process, we've identified that not only with the Viterra plant, but with some of the additional economic activity occurring around Regina, that will have an increased load, so to speak, on our wastewater treatment plant. And so we do believe that at some point a wastewater treatment plant expansion will be required, and it's due to growth, Viterra being just one of them. We are currently in the process of conducting that analysis about exactly what we believe the impacts will be and how soon we will have to go to expansion. But this expansion, yes, would accommodate growth. That growth includes Viterra, but it includes other growth throughout the city as well, just not Viterra. And down the road, even if Viterra didn't happen, at some point here, we're going to have to do a planned expansion anyhow because of growth. So we are currently working, Mr. Doney and his folks are currently working on the analysis of how quickly we may need to do an expansion. And we expect that work will be done over the next month or two. And at that point, we believe we'll be in a better position to come back with a report to council, if necessary, seeking approval to begin work on plant expansion and any necessary funding associated with it.
Thank you. Through the chair, the Viterra project specifically, among other canola crushing and biodiesel projects, have been heralded as provincial success stories. Can you comment on whether other levels of government, notably the provincial government or the federal government, have also contributed by way of infrastructure, financial support, tax relief? Are we flying alone, or is there other levels of government that are involved in making this project happen?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, I guess some of this I don't believe is public yet, so I will couch my language around this piece. But it would be fair to say it's our understanding that there has been active discussion and involvement of the provincial government. As I mentioned before, Regina was not the only location that Viterra was looking at. We needed to be competitive, and that includes discussions with the province about pieces that belong to the province, what the province could do to help make it competitive. And so the short answer is yes. I just don't think I'm in a position to disclose any of those details today.
Thank you. My last question, and I understand this also involves a boundary alteration discussion and negotiation with the RM of Sherwood. I won't ask you to disclose the details of that negotiation. But if you were to make an elevator pitch as to why this project benefits both the city of Regina as well as the RM of Sherwood, and why this boundary alteration is our net benefit, what would that pitch be?
So, Regina is not an island where you draw a line around the city boundaries, and that's where economic development activity begins and ends. And so, when we've done the economic analysis that I've described, I do expect most of that will be in the Regina city, but there will be positive impacts in the broader Regina Capital Region with respect to, where people may choose to reside, house, where related businesses, because we do see this very much being a catalyst industrial development that will result in other ag, food, value, and related business spin-offs. And I would note that Sherwood Industrial Park, as an example, which is an industrial park in the RM of Sherwood, is directly north of the Viterra facility. And so I think that they are prime location with respect to capturing some of that spin-off economic activity.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Brusciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. So my questions are, Councillor Stevens had asked a couple regarding the water and wastewater. I guess the question that I'd like to kind of form is around the leverage on page 7, the leverage Viterra rail investment. And it's around, I understand the city has hired a rail consultant, and yet in the proposal we see already a rail design. Can I ask why we've now hired a rail consultant, and what is the goal? Through the chair.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, maybe I'll back up a little bit on this piece. So a number of years ago, City Council had directed the city to do some work around a possible relocation of the rail lines that run across Ring Road. And at that time, a high-level conceptual design had been developed that ran, the northern portion of that rail relocation ran north of the city, essentially where the Viterra plant is currently proposed to be located. Subsequent to that, Council has directed administration to do more work on a preliminary design, so to get a little bit deeper, and work with the rail companies and do appropriate consultations with respect to doing a little bit more of a detailed design, getting the parties in alignment and agreement with respect to what a preliminary design of a rail relocation would look like, working towards the preferred and recommended option that Council had approved a couple of years ago. So that work is ongoing, and it's ongoing parallel to the discussions that we're having with Viterra rail access, and what that looks like. And our interest as a city from the very beginning has been to protect, because where that preliminary concept is where the Viterra plant is looking to go. Our interest as a city has been to protect as best we can the overall preferred route that takes that rail north of the city away from residential areas where that CP mainline, Lanigan mainline currently resides. So to that end, when Viterra approached us with this opportunity and the interest in purchasing the land up there, they had proposed, because as a business, you know, the shortest route to connect with the rail lines would be their preferred approach. They had provided us with schematic designs that would show the CP rail connection in particular, hooking up to the CP Lanigan main line to the southwest of their property. In our negotiations with them, we had asked them if they would be willing to work with us to realign that spur line they had planned on building to be more consistent with, or I should say to be consistent with, where we wanted to take the Ring Road rail relocation north of the city. And that if we could work together, could we leverage that rail investment that they were going to make regardless to help build that line? And when Ring Road rail relocation proceeded, and that rail would become a main line for CP, that they would be willing to hand over that investment, that spur line, to CP, so that it would become the northern portion of the CP main line. So they agreed to work with us on that piece. Through that work, you know, the rail line is significantly longer than what it would have been under the initially proposed piece of work. And we've asked them to build it to mainline standards, as opposed to spur line standards, knowing that eventually this would become a main line. And so they've agreed to work with us to do that. And in exchange for agreeing to work for us to do that, they've asked us to make a commitment with respect to the extra length that's being added, as well as costs of bringing it to mainline standards. So that's essentially what the 6 million relates to. As part of that discussion we've had with them, we wanted to cap our exposure to that piece. So basically any construction cost, escalation costs, any risks of construction unknowns would be borne by Viterra. As a secondary piece, I would note that where Viterra had initially proposed to take their spur line running southwest, would have cut through the lands that are southwest of Viterra, their city lands, southwest of Viterra, and would have made those lands much harder to develop just because of the nature of where they wanted to take their spur line. And in fact, those lands now, because we were able to move that spur line further north, have now been optioned to FCL. And so those lands, you couldn't go back, I guess is what I'm saying, and saying, well, rebuild your spur line going southwest shorter, because, in good faith conversations with them, we've aligned it with our rail relocation project. And those lands now are more developable, and we've optioned them to FCL in a previous report approved by council. I hope that answers the question. Be happy for any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Barry, for that. So I guess the further question is regarding, so the city then had asked Viterra to do the rail alignment, so that would then kind of work with the city. But we also knew that Federated Co-op has also announced that they want to be at this space as well. You've indicated that we have hired a rail consultant to look at the rail line. So I guess my question is that why wouldn't we include all of the parties that are going to be used, and it could be more than that, it could be other users out there as well, to not only to ask, kind of where they want them and how it's going to benefit them or what they need, also to contribute. Because again, we know that there will be another development coming forth that will need a rail line. So for the question, I just need clarity as to, we know that there's going to be other businesses out there that are going to need this rail line. What are we going to do to ensure that those rail lines are going to work with those other companies, and FCL being one of them? Through the chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, thanks for the question. So a couple of comments I would have there. This is a Viterra spur line. They had originally intended to build it in a different direction. As I've explained, that I don't think would have been most optimal for us as a city. And so it still is a Viterra spur line, just going in a different direction that they will hand over to CP at a future point in time. Rail relocation goes ahead, and it'll be CP's decision about who links into that rail line. So the city still would not necessarily have a direct role in that. It'd become a CP matter, because CP will control who would link into rail lines. We have had conversations through this process with the various parties. We thought it was important early on to try and get FCL engaged in that conversation. Early on, FCL, for whatever reason, wasn't positioned to come to the table. But that does not preclude, in my view, with Viterra owning and operating this line, for at a future point in time, for there continue to be discussions, does not preclude us from working with FCL if that opportunity doesn't present itself with respect to the opportunity to work with Viterra. And they find, I will note that the current FCL property has access to CP and CN. They already do. But with respect to their proposed plans, maybe there's a possibility that different access points might be required. So we're happy to continue those conversations and be open to that engagement with them. I will tell committee here, as we've had conversations with Viterra more broadly about the management of that line. We as a city should not have an interest, I think, in being rail operators. and taking on the liability of that and the operation of that. So Viterra will be taking and owning that solely. And through that process, Viterra has been very clear to us in a number of conversations we've had with them that it's their company policy and direction that they solely own and operate their lines. And through those conversations, I think that is an important element to respect, I guess, to help secure this opportunity that's before us.
Okay. I'm going to just come back to the opportunity that's before us. When we look at the opportunity, we have in the report, it has indicated that we've granted ownership and operating to Viterra when we know that other users are going to be on that line. That's our hope. So I guess with Viterra owning and operating the line, are we not concerned at all that this could prohibit other future development out there, especially competition, if they are the ones that are controlling the line and owning the line, through the chair?
So through you, Madam Chair, I would come back to, as a city, and I think as administration, we're always open and willing to try and get the parties to work together, to talk about opportunities where there's joint opportunities. To be honest with you, it takes two people to dance, and if one of the people aren't willing to dance, that can become very challenging. But secondly, I would add, so I would come back to first, I think as a city, we still are very interested in trying to make sure the right connections are happening, the right conversations are happening with parties interested in developing in that area. But barring that, we are still very much interested in working with any development opportunity in that area of the city. And if they require rail access, what are the opportunities outside of this one to continue to access both CP and CN lines in that part of the city?
So how then can we ensure that any future development that needs to use this line, if Viterra owns this line and they operate it, how can we, I guess, ensure that future development that needs to use this line will get fair and adequate access? If they control it, and if they, what is the city, can the city do anything once they own it and operate it? I'm looking at future development. So
yeah, no, so it is a Viterra spur line. So Viterra would control, operate, take all the operating expenses, maintenance expenses, but also control decisions around the operation of that line, which includes other access to that line. Viterra has been very clear in our discussions with them. They've been very open to discussion and very flexible with us on many things. This is one thing that they've been pretty firm on. So that's for the period of time that it's a Viterra spur line. We have secured commitment from them that with Ring Road rail relocation, that line will be transferred to CP. And at that point in time, that's a CP decision with respect to who might access that line, etc. Just like any CP main line, where the city has no involvement in those discussions with respect to access, other than perhaps trying to facilitate discussions between the parties where we see an opportunity exists to try and bring parties together to work together to mutual benefit.
To the chair, when do we think that is going to happen, when that would be changed over to CP? How many years out?
Yeah. So I think that's, at this stage and point in time, I think that's challenging to predict because of the discussions that have to occur with the two rail lines, the preliminary design work, etc. I do know that I believe the intent is, you had referenced us engaging a consultant to do some preliminary design work, do some consulting work with the rail companies and come back with some preliminary design and findings. That will not occur I understand, until the end of 2023 is when they're projecting to bring a report back. But then actual detailed design and construction, if everything's positive at that point in time and there's funding in place at that point in time, I would not be surprised. You're probably looking at 2026, 2027 at the earliest before you actually see physical activity occurring.
Okay, so because it's so far out, again, this consultant you said is going to be consulting with the rail companies. Will they be also engaging with other businesses who will be around there, like FCL and other businesses?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I very much expect that to be the case, but maybe I'll ask Mr. Brown if he maybe wishes to expand on the work that will be occurring over the next 2 years.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so there will be consultations, of course, with the key stakeholders as part of the rail relocation preliminary design. So that includes, of course, CPC and certainly the refinery, who are immediately adjacent to the locations, and continuing, of course, conversations with Viterra, as well as there are a number of other current rail customers within that kind of project area that will be engaging either individually or as kind of a specific targeted group kind of thing, along with public engagement and other stakeholder engagements.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just gonna, we're gonna hire the rail consultants. We've already got a plan because Viterra has got their plan of what they want to see forward with the city. But I guess the concern or the worry is that we're going to put all this together. We know we've got other companies coming forward that want to have rail access. And then does that mean that we would have to go back and readjust the rail if it doesn't work with other economic, if it doesn't work that they can't access the rail? Then is that going to be something we're going to have to go back and do? And would that not be more costly? Like, I guess I'm a little confused as to why we wouldn't look at this holistically right now. We sit down with everybody and say, we know we got patches of land here. This is going to be the line, and it's going to be a shared line. Like, I'm a little bit concerned that, we're going to give of all of the other things we're going to be giving. And this is a great opportunity, but so is all the other opportunities that we're going to be seeing here. And we want to ensure that we're not just going to be looking at one opportunity. As a city, we want to ensure this. I look at this rail line as actually a roadway that we're doing. It's a road, but it's a line that is going to carry goods to market. But I think we have to be so careful if we're going to be allowing Viterra to have full control and the access. And so I guess the last question is, in this MOU, Mr. Lacey, can I just ask, is there going to be a condition that Viterra cannot restrict access if say, for example, to the rail that will if they own and operate it, or is there going to be something that there's a condition that they cannot restrict access to if it be competitors?
So through you, Madam Chair, thanks for the question. I think it provides me an opportunity to maybe clarify a few things as well. So first off, with respect to the rail, spur line rail alignment, which is in an appendix to the report, in working with Viterra to design the line and that location, we did work with that original consultant that we had done work with 2 years ago to ensure that how that was being aligned was still consistent with the original Ring Road Rail Relocation Project. We've had some consultation with them as well about mainline standards and curvatures. We've been very clear to Viterra, and that'll be in the MOU as well, that it must be built to mainline standards. And as detailed design occurs, we will continue to be involved in that piece. And we know as well that we've been in some discussions with Viterra and CP to make sure that there is alignment, and CP is okay with that being a mainline piece. And Viterra has been working hard to get sign off from CP on those pieces as well. So from a design perspective, I think to the extent that we can, we've ensured, working with the previous consultant, that it aligns with the original intent of the rail relocation project. And then secondly, as the new consultants brought on board, we'll continue to engage and involve them to make sure that our interests are being protected with respect to ensuring that this can become a main line. With respect to the question around, would we make it a condition that Viterra must allow others access to their spur line? And the answer to that, as I've indicated previously, Viterra has been clear on that. They expect to own and operate it, take on all the responsibility and risk associated with that, but that includes being the decision maker about who accesses that spur line that they will own and operate. In the future, rail relocation, that becomes part of the main line, that would be CP. That would be solely responsible for those decisions. I would come back and maybe reiterate a couple of points I made earlier. That does not preclude us as a city to try and work with all the parties involved, and where opportunities present themselves, do our best to facilitate a good outcome. Failing that, we do own substantial land up there, and that we would continue to work with those other proponents if they require a different point of access. And it requires, for example, going over existing city land that currently is still owned by the city. I think we would be more than open and engaging in those conversations, particularly if it results in additional economic development in the area.
Thank you. So just, I guess, I don't want to belabor this, but it is important. And I'm just going to say that, the example that I think we as a council want to ensure is that when we're developing this land, this is tax dollars going into infrastructure. And I want to ensure that, we hear from the city that we want to work with all parties. And I understand that Viterra was the first one to come to the table, which is fine. But when we put in roads and we have a developer, because they've developed first, doesn't mean that they have access to that road only and they can determine who's going to use that road. I guess that's where I'm a little concerned. I think it's a great opportunity for Viterra to control that, because they can tell any competition they can't use that rail line. And that's what concerns me. So as a city, we should be ensuring that doesn't matter who it is, anybody that wants to use this rail line, that should be something that the city should ensure that there's protection there. So in this MOU, when we say, Mr. Lacey, and I just want to be clear, you've indicated that there's nothing in the MOU that insists that Viterra cannot restrict access. So really we're saying that anybody else out there that goes out there, if you want to use the rail line and you're in competition with what Viterra is doing, you're probably not going to build out there. Would that be accurate?
So through you, Madam Chair, maybe I just make a couple of points, because there's been a parallel made to roads. So CP owns rail. They're the owner of that rail. They're owner of their land. That's not a road. They determine who accesses their rail and how that access will occur. Maybe I would paint that private spur, that spur line, as just like an owner that decides to build their own private road on their property, and they determine and control who has access to that road, who drives on that road, because it's on their private land. They're responsible for the repair and maintenance and any other matters associated with that road. So I don't think that parallel is direct. And so from that perspective, I believe that's why Viterra has taken that position and has taken that position quite strongly. that is their spur line, and as a result, they own, operate, and make determinations about who has access to it until such a point in time as it's turned over to CP.
So would we know the investment? What is the investment that the city is putting in? These are tax dollars that we are through incentives and when we look at that those are tax dollars that are going into this, but yet we're saying that they can operate it, own it, with all of the infrastructure we're also putting in as a city.
So through you, Madam Chair, so in total, the recommendation is up to 6 million, and anything beyond that, so up to 6 million, we believe Ontario's investment currently is going to be around 6 million as well. And as I mentioned before, our investment is capped at 6 million, and any construction overruns, unforeseen things that come up, Viterra is responsible for that. I would, I had another, it'll probably come back to me, but I was going to address another point, but perhaps I'll leave it because it's escaped me.
Okay, and just to be clear for the record, it was the overall infrastructure we're putting in, not just the rail. It's like the 20.9 million that's going to be going in for the total amount, not just for the piece for the rail that was through the incentives, which is on page 4.
Yes.
But I guess I'll just make a comment if I can. And, you know, I think this is an investment of the taxpayer dollars that we need to ensure that we're going to be fair, we're consistent, and we're transparent with all users. I think the city's contribution, being over the 20 million incentives, we want to ensure, I think, that all businesses that we want and the users of this line can access the rail in infrastructure. And we want to ensure that this design works for everyone. And if I was in this position with Viterra, I would want to control it too, absolutely. Because any competition that comes my way, I'm sorry, you know what, then they would not be able to use it. I think we as a council, we need to ensure that this rail line is going to be prosper for all economic piece. So my worry is that if the rail line, if the control is there and they can say no, I guess the worry I have, and administration has indicated that they're going to work with other users, I think will be could be more costly in the long run. I would like to see us work collectively right now with all the users so we can have a planned out rail line, which would be consistent and fair to all users. I will leave it there for now, and I will let others speak. Thank you.
Mr. Lacey, do you have any comment to add to that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, maybe just a couple of things. So yes, the 6 million is part of the 20.9, so it's included in the 20.9 million that the councillor referred to. You know, and I appreciate the councillor's comments around you know, taxpayer dollars being invested here, and I'd come back to a couple of pieces. One is this has allowed us to align the rail with the future rail alignment project that will allow us to leverage other dollars, other than taxpayer dollars, for the construction of that line. Secondly, it's allowed the lands southwest of the Viterra property to be more usable, and has allowed us now to option those lands to FCL that hopefully result in another significant economic opportunity to the city that otherwise may not have presented themselves because the spur line would have gone through those lands. And then the third piece is that, you know, we're making this overall investment to attract Viterra. One of the reasons they wanted this location is they need access to both main rail lines. This provides them that access. Viterra is a significant economic opportunity, as I described in my opening comments. And so as administration, that's another reason why we're advancing the recommendation to make this investment, appreciating the perspective and comments that have been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Councillor Sikiniak, go ahead, please.
I just have a few questions. So I'm just wondering if there's anything, you've touched on this a bit in terms of drawing from our reserves. And I'm just wondering if you have anything to add in relation to what impact that might have in moving forward with future opportunities.
Lucy?
So, through you, Madam Chair, you know, I don't know if I have much more to add than the comments I made to Councillor Stevens. You know, this is a conversation about priorities, immediate needs. You know, I mentioned, I think the biggest, the related impact relates to the indoor aquatics facility, but as I mentioned before, that's a much bigger project that's going to require a financing discussion, or a funding discussion, I should say, regardless of the reallocation of some of these funds that we had in the Asset Revitalization Reserve take to the indoor aquatics at a future point in time. And as I mentioned previously, you know, the land development reserve, yes, it's in a negative position, primarily in a negative position because we've been making investments into land development where we will see a return. So, you know, I don't see this preventing council from future decisions and investments. And as I had mentioned previously, you know, we will be replenishing these two reserves through future property tax revenue that comes in from this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And then can you provide some clarity in relation to the water needs for this new, this investment opportunity, and who's responsible for ensuring that that there is adequate water supply for our community, not just now, but moving forward in the future? Who's in charge of ensuring that we have an adequate water supply, and how do we know that that's being considered?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I think there's kind of two layers or perspectives to that question. The one is generally potable water that's produced by the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant. And as council knows, we're going through a plant renewal and upgrade with that plant. And there is more than sufficient capacity through that upgrade to provide potable water to these projects, as well as future growth in the city. So we have no concerns from that perspective. I think a kind of a second level question to that is, well, what's the source of all this water? Obviously being the Buffalo Pound water treatment, the Buffalo Pound Lake is where the water source is. And well, I guess I would respond to that by previous questions in the past that council members have asked Ryan Johnson, the CEO of Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, with respect to water supply. And his response to council members has been, overall, that's the purview of the Water Security Agency of Saskatchewan with respect to, you know, modeling out what future water supply will be in our lakes and streams, and that he has gotten assurance from the Water Security Agency that there is no issues with respect to supply into the foreseeable future with respect to the plant's ability to draw from that lake.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, and then I'll have a brief comment, is I wonder if administration could briefly touch on the incentives, some of the possible incentives that we could have offered that we determined not to, just for because in the sense where, like, one could think that, okay, we just offered anything. It's like, take whatever you want. So what are some incentives that we determined not to offer, if you could touch on that?
Yeah, no, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I've never had that question asked of me before, but I think that's a good question. So I think the one I would go to is our water rates and our wastewater rates. And they are generally higher than other locations just because of the nature of where our water supply is. We've had those conversations before. And in conversations with Viterra back a year ago, when they were looking at sites, had asked us and had made it well known that our water rates, both on wastewater and potable water, were higher, in some cases significantly higher than other locations they were looking at. They had alluded to the fact that one of the locations they're looking at was right next to a river, as an example. So they had asked, would we look as an incentive to lower our water rates? And so on that particular one, that would be an example of where we said no. We have a user pay system. Everybody pays, both residents, and we do have a few large water suppliers as well, FCL being one, that pay full city rates. And so that was something that we have not provided as an incentive, even though that was an area that Viterra explored with us.
Okay, so I just wanted to note that I really appreciate all the answers. I've certainly had lots of questions throughout since this proposed development has come forward. And I would say that the responses to all of the answers have given me confidence in the work. Not just of course I have general confidence in the work that administration does, but in relation to this project, I think that the due diligence has been done, and it's taken me a while to get there. But at this point, I don't have the same concerns I did with this project, and I am prepared to support it. So I thank you for all the hard work that went into figuring out everything that has been done to get us to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Skiniak. We have Councillor Mole. He'll be joining us by phone. Yeah, so we can go to Councillor Mole. Councillor Mole, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Lacey for answering pretty much all of my questions. And I agree with the concern that Councillor Bresciani brought forward. That makes sense. We need to make sure the rail line is accessible to all. But I just want to point out, reiterate actually a couple things that Mr. Lacey said. This is going to get us 3% GDP growth, 100 permanent jobs, and 1,000 good paying construction jobs. Okay, I work in the construction industry. I know many people right now that are unemployed and would love to have those jobs. Keep in mind that we competed with other municipalities and provinces for this project. That was a big deal a year ago. And we succeeded to get it to this point. So I urge all our fellow councillors here, my colleagues, to support this wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just listening to some of the questions. Mr. Lacey, would it be normal to open up negotiations with one party to insert a third party into them?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's very challenging when we're negotiating with Viterra. We've been negotiating with them in good faith from the very beginning. To insert another party in those negotiations that are between two parties, I think is very challenging. And certainly to I don't want to use the word dictate terms, but to significantly influence the outcome of those negotiations, I think that becomes very challenging to have good faith negotiations when you got other interests inserting their perspectives, I guess, and interests into those discussions.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask it more point blank. Is that good faith negotiations?
I think it's hard to have good faith negotiations when you got another party that's not at the table, and so I don't see that as good faith negotiations, I guess is what I would say. Yeah. Direct question, direct answer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The other thing is I wanted to follow up on, and I believe you answered it in response to Councillor Stevens' question. In terms of trying to bring the parties together, how do you feel the city has performed in that regard?
I think we have made every reasonable effort to do that. By my recollection, at least 3 times I've, asked the parties to come together. And because when we couldn't get the parties together, we've certainly tried to meet with them individually. but to make at least some awareness of where discussions were at. So we had some awareness around the opportunity to answer any questions the parties might have, like FCL, to be quite frank. But at the end of the day, I mean, I go back to my earlier comments. I hate to say it, but it takes two to dance. We've tried very hard to get two to dance, and we've not been successful to do that. That's not to say we won't continue to try. And I think this is an opportunity, that we had before us over a year ago, a significant opportunity. I think it is significantly further ahead than other opportunities up in that area, and not to proceed with this significantly jeopardizes us seeing that opportunity come to realization.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Ms. Wiltshire.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stanishuk, go ahead, please. Sorry.
We were thinking of switching our nameplates to see if that would confuse you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm going to come back to the economic benefits of this development and ask some questions, because I am concerned that even though it's a conservative estimate, as you have told us, Mr. Lacey, that it's 31 years to recoup the costs. The only thing, like if we were looking at a ledger of the costs going out and the income coming in, the only income coming in that's going towards that recouping our costs is the estimated $800,000 of property tax annually. However, it's been stated that this development has overall benefits, different economic benefits for the city, and can spur other economic developments. Is there, and in fact, in the construction phase, it's going to be estimated $23 million in municipal government revenue during the construction phase. Is there any other revenues that are going to be coming to the city that could be seen to come to cover some of those costs, to help us recoup some of those costs a little bit faster in terms of our investment? Because I guess, and the question is, because I'm worried about us having cash flow problems or whatever it would be, that we don't have to then be looking at debt options for other projects.
Yeah. So, through you, Madam Chair, I'd come back to some remarks I'd made previously. So, with respect to, for example, just the construction itself, there's going to be economic spin-offs with respect to that that have been articulated, and so I do expect the city is going to see increased revenues as a result of those economic spin-offs. But because of the nature of economic spin-offs, you can't specifically identify a hard number, and so that's why we've taken the conservative approach of the property tax base. But you have 1,000 construction jobs where a significant development is occurring that's going to span a number of years. That's going to result in economic activity here in the city. Whether that is, you think of the bypass and the impact the bypass construction had, right? You had construction workers coming in, staying in hotels, going to restaurants, new people moving to the city as a result of those jobs that the bypass created. All of those create economic spin-offs. Those people buy homes, they pay property taxes. Buy homes which result in property taxes. They go to restaurants, they go to businesses expand, result in property taxes as an example. They visit our recreational facilities. We collect fees on visits to our recreational facilities. So there will be economic spin-off related to this development that will directly benefit the city in a revenue stream perspective that we will see sooner than later. So the reality is that, payback, if we could track all of that and track exactly, that house was bought and that house wouldn't have been bought, or a new house wouldn't have been built if that project didn't go ahead, so we're going to count that property tax, certainly the payoff will be a lot sooner to the city than the 31 years we've articulated in the report. We just can't track that. And we can't say with certainty, for example, that house would never have been bought if this development didn't occur. So I don't know if I've answered your question. I would say the straightforward and simple question is yes, most certainly. The payback will be earlier, but it would be very challenging for us to track it, and we would have to make assumptions that I think, would open us. Their assumptions, it would open us up to whether we were too conservative or too optimistic.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair, how long is there an estimate how long Viterra will operate this plant?
So, I can't recall. Through you, Madam Chair, I believe the plant life is in excess of 25 years, but perhaps I'll ask Mr. Jedlak if he has any specific information. I just can't recall offhand.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have any specific information on that, but one of the considerations in this incentive is the capital cost of the plant, which is significant. And I think when we look at any incentives as it relates to job growth, one of the considerations is what sort of investment is being made in the plant and facilities, and how easy would it be for a company to walk away from that investment. The size of this investment is significant and I believe remains confidential, which in my opinion would be very, very difficult for a company to close down or walk away from in the short term. So.
Okay. Would it be fair to say through the chair that they will be there longer than 31 years?
That would certainly be or through you, Madam Chair, that would certainly be the hope or expectation.
Okay, thank you. And my last question through the chair is there's going to be economic benefit for Regina. There's also going to be people paying more income tax. There's going to be more sales tax. So the province is going to be benefiting. Is there any estimate in terms of what the kind of economic spin-off for the province will be from this project?
So through you, Mayor Masters, we did not ask EDR to undertake that analysis. So we do not have information of that nature. I will just note again that we are aware the province will be making some significant investments as well that are at this point in time remain confidential.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. And thank you, Councillor Statichuk. Councillor Hawkins, you're up next. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and through you. This is the best commercial investment opportunity that I've seen in my 10 years on council, and it's probably the best commercial investment opportunity that this city has seen in the last quarter century. I want to congratulate, as others have done, Mr. Lacey and his team on the way in which they have negotiated this opportunity. The term due diligence has been mentioned, and I believe that due diligence has been done to perfection here, and I congratulate them on that. In terms of this opportunity, we've heard about the jobs, we've heard about the $800 million in construction, we've heard about the 1,500 related jobs that will come along during the life of this plant. These are all families that will live in this city, buy houses, pay taxes, go to restaurants, and educate their children here. It's a tremendous opportunity. More than that, Mr. Lacey has been very clear with us this morning. This, because of the opportunity it gives us to upgrade our wastewater facilities, upgrade our rail. This will make lands that the city owns more valuable. It will invite more opportunity, not restrict it. I want to make a final, but I think an important point here. Time is of the essence. Viterra is here with a project that is in the final planning stages. There's nothing speculative about this. There's nothing of a hope and a prayer about this. This is real. If we get this job done today, shovel will be in the ground this spring. This is a mature plan. This is a plan that
our citizens will never forgive us if we let slip away. This is a golden opportunity that will benefit this city and its inhabitants for years and years and years to come. I urge your support for this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I see no further questions from anyone. Oh, sorry, Councillor Panura, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of conversation, so I'm listening. This is a good place to be. One question, I'm not sure if it was answered or not, or maybe Ms. Lacey can or cannot answer, is the private land acquisition that we're going to need from going Winnipeg west to connect. In the report, it speaks of the land acquisition railway and water access, that you have to buy a private land. So the follow-up question is, you would buy that or need to purchase that regardless of Viterra going there. Am I correct?
Through you, Madam Chair. So that's correct. The Ring Road rail relocation to go north of the city to take the tracks away from the residential area uplands that they're currently beside would require the city to acquire private land regardless in a rail relocation project, regardless of whether or not Viterra goes ahead.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, just a quick comment. Everyone spoke. Like Councillor Hawkins said, this is a one-time opportunity even for us here. We've done a lot of good projects, even the time I've been on council. And this is one of the biggest one again. We need to do this. I mean, our grandchildren will talk about that. Great work, Mr. Lacey and the team, city. We need to, the conversation always goes, you build it and they'll come. If we don't build it, we're just going to be left behind. It's just simple as that. You can't speak any different about this. We need to invest. To make money, you have to invest something. First and goal, investment. So when you talk about other jurisdictions who are buying for this project, I do recall one jurisdiction said, whatever you need, we'll give you. Just move here. How do you take that? When a jurisdiction out there that's buying to get this project into their neighborhood, saying to the people, just move here. We'll give you whatever land you need, whatever discount you need, whatever. So how do you not give incentives to get that here? I mean, we're losing a lot of things to other cities. This is very important. Definitely supporting this all the way through. We need this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Panura. Mayor Mouse, oh, sorry. Councillor Masnelli, go ahead.
Thank you. All the good questions have been asked already. I was going to reserve my comments, but it's official. Everyone else on council spoke except for me, and this is such an important project. I just figure I shouldn't fall silent. I'd like to thank the administration for all the work they put into this. I know this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and it's something that really had to be worked hard at to get to the point where it is. I appreciate your push for the timeliness coming out of a pandemic and this company being the first up to bat to get this project going. I can't think of anything I would want to do to slow this down. And really, that's all I have to say. The questions were very well founded that I heard today, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor Masnelli. Just my final comment. The Aquatic Centre, it would be really nice to see that up and going for these new people coming to Regina, and especially with that wheelchair accessible water slide that we're going to have. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sorry, my hand is not working. Councillor Shaw, can I speak?
Absolutely. Sorry, Councillor Brasciani.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I want to be clear. I don't think, and maybe it's misinterpreted, that this is not good for our city. This is great for our city. And I think it's important that, administration has worked. Yes, I agree. I don't think that's my contentious issue. My contentious issue with this is that we absolutely have to move forward with this, but we want to ensure that we have economic growth with many other players as well. And I guess time will see. We'll see what comes up with conversations. We've heard from Mr. Lacey that they are going to continue to entertain conversations with FCL and any other partner that comes forward, so we can support that to ensure that happens. But I think the future will tell where the controlling of this spur line, we'll see where this goes for other competition or any other business that we want to come forward. So we absolutely want to support this, but we also want to ensure that we are supporting other opportunities for businesses to come forward here as well. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risciani. Councillor Massandler, would you like to close the? No, you're good? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is Councillor Moule. I'm in favor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Moule.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to call upon delegation Councillor Conrad Medicine Rope in person here. Thank you. Just one. Sorry, I didn't realize that you're all attending as one. And Pat Fiacco, you're on telephone? Is that correct?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you're representing, if any? You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, in which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaw. My name is Pat Fiacco. I am with Carry the Kettle First Nations, and with me, attending the meeting at City Hall is Councillor Conrad Medicine Rope. Unfortunately, Chief Brady Watch is in meetings in Calgary. Was hoping to be back in time, but is unable to. Good morning, Mayor Masters and members of the Executive Committee and City Administration. On behalf of Chief Radio Watch and all of Council from the Carry the Kettle Dakota Nation, we would like to thank the City of Regina Administration for their cooperation and partnership in helping us complete the Municipal Services and Equality Agreement that we are looking for the Executive Committee to approve today. The Carry the Kettle leadership of the day purchased the North Regina lands in the late 90s that this MSCA is intended for. Their vision was that these lands would be developed so that there would be wealth created for the CTK members, and that CTK would be full participants in the Regina and Saskatchewan economy. That vision is very close to becoming a reality with the Municipal Services Compatibility Agreement being approved today. First Nations land development is very complicated, with several bureaucratic steps that must be taken. And over the past year, the City of Regina Administration, Mayor Masters, and members of City Council worked together to develop the MSCA. At the beginning of 2021, City Council and Carry the Kettle signed a memorandum of understanding that would help guide us to the development of the Municipal Services Compatibility Agreement. We are very happy that this has been achieved. Once the MSCA is approved by City Council, we will then take the next steps for urban reserve development. The MSCA is required in order for Indigenous Services Canada to proceed with urban reserve development. Our expectation is that approval for the urban reserve status will be completed this fall. Over the past year, we have worked with several partners like the Regina Regional Home Builders Association that Carry the Kettle are members of, KGS Group Engineers, and several other developers that have provided us with some great guidance and advice. We still have a lot of heavy lifting ahead of us, but the Municipal Service and Compatibility Agreement is critical to the economic development success of Carry the Kettle. Carry the Kettle is looking forward to developing a green, sustainable development that will benefit all of Regina, all of Saskatchewan, and all First Nations. We look forward to continuing to work with the City of Regina as partners in the development of the North Regina lands and ensuring that Carry the Kettle and all First Nations are full participants in the Regina and Saskatchewan and Canadian economy. And we are more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fiacco. Do you have anything further to add?
Good morning. And, I'd like to thank each and every one of you around the table here for allowing us, Carry the Kettle, Chigakin Nakota Nation, to come this far and coming to an understanding and hopefully a better future for not only Regina and the surrounding area, but Carry the Kettle First Nation. With this agreement here that we're going to be discussing here today. Under the Treaty Land Entitlement Framework Agreement, this is the major piece that TLE First Nation requires for its lands to go into reserve status. And it was with the intention that one day that Carry the Kettle, as Pat explained, that we wanted to be a part of the economy. As you probably aren't all aware of today, the City of Regina sits in the heart of Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation territory. The treaties were signed within Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation Assiniboine territory. It's sad to see that my First Nation is coming to a dream, coming to the wish that our members have to be a part of the economy, to take them out of our, like, we have third world conditions back home, and we are trying our best to create that revenue for our people. And for myself, I'm very proud that this opportunity is in front of us today. Moving forward, I think the benefit is not only for our nation, but for the City of Regina as well. We've looked at the number of jobs, opportunities that are there for other small businesses to take part on our lands. I'd say more, but I have this, I'm long-winded once I get going, so I want to cut myself off here. But I'd like to thank you guys for allowing us this time to sit with you today.
Thank you, and I definitely hear your concern with the long-winded. Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentations. Does any members have questions for the delegations? Oh, Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have to declare a conflict of interest on this matter, and given that I'm attending by Teams, I'd ask your permission that I stay on the call just for efficiency, but just not speak or vote on this matter, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Our city clerk said that she'll make sure she'll just to let you know that she'll call you if it happens to be the call dropped or anything like that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have? Councillor Stephen, or sorry, Mayor Masters, go ahead, please. Sorry. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. I note this is an agreement all about cooperation, and I so appreciate that because I feel it's promising for the future. And with that in mind, we're talking about a sustainability plan tomorrow. Everything that we're talking about you developing in this plan is based on agreement to follow our codes or match the codes. Is there any pause or consideration for how that sustainability plan might affect things, and has that been considered through the chair, and any reflections on it?
Mr. Bianco, you want to
thank you for the question, Councillor Mancinelli. Through the chair, you know, as the Municipal Services Compatibility Agreement states, obviously all of our development will be compatible with the city guidelines that are in place, and frankly, we're very supportive of the sustainability plan that is coming forward. It makes sense, and it is very much part of the values that First Nations have.
That was the kind of information I was hoping to hear. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Attached to the agreement in this report is also a high-level overview of the kind of neighborhood you propose building. I was wondering if you could speak to how this agreement and this plan addresses economic reconciliation and what this community will look like once it's built.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevens. Through the chair, our first step, of course, is the Municipal Services Compatibility Agreement. There will be several phases to the development, and Chief and Council will be putting together a more detailed plan, obviously with some of our experts that will be coming forward to City Council, as well as open houses, so that everyone understands what the development will look like. As the initial vision is that we would be looking at a residential component and a commercial and light industrial component. But again, more details will follow.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I'm not mistaken, the development plan, which is just a concept plan, was already updated once. Was that due to community feedback and in that spirit of cooperation? Through the chair.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Mancinelli. Yes, of course, you and I have spoken and listened to some of the feedback. We understand that the Maple Ridge community is very, very important, and we want to be good neighbors. And our thought was indeed moving the entertainment piece a bit closer to north of, on the other side of Armour Road, just made more sense. And again, once we have more detailed plans in place, we will have open houses so that we can be totally transparent with the development and listen to exactly what not only our Maple Ridge neighbors have to say, but we also have to take into consideration Coopertown that will be across from us. We have Callisis lands across from us as well, Rosewood. So all of that obviously is taken into consideration. But there's no question, Councillor Mancinelli, that over the past year, when we announced the development, we received some feedback, and that, again, in the spirit of cooperation, we want to make sure that we're going to be successful on all fronts.
Appreciate that. I received quite a bit of feedback myself, and I'm asking such basic questions just to show people what that spirit of cooperation looked like. Another question, in the updated plan, I noticed that you have the phase one, which is the gas station, car wash, etc. aligning with Diefenbaker, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the first part that you want to get developed. I'm wondering how that coincides with the development of Diefenbaker and what your intentions are, if you have anything you can share in that way.
At this stage, well, it's a travel center. North Regina and does not currently have a travel center, and with the Global Transportation Hub, with the Loblaws Distribution Center, there's a lack of service for those users. So it made sense for us. The alignment isn't so much with Diefenbaker. The alignment is more on the south side of Armour Road. So that's basically where that comes in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Masnelli. We have a mandatory break at 10:30, but I'm asking if it's okay. We have one more councillor that would like to ask some questions. Would everybody be okay with that? And then we'll go to break. Okay, Councillor Fundera, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. Don't want to interfere with the break, but it's important. Just want to you, Madam Chair, the question would be through Councillor Medicine Rope. But I want to say thank you to Mr. Fiacco for working hard with Carry the Kettle to bring this to this point. Councillor Medicine Rope, your comments were more of a human nature of what this means to your community. You spoke from your heart, talking about the Nakota Nation and what this means about the economic future of the community. And I understand the importance. I just want to hear one more time from you, the deep importance of what this means going forward.
Excuse me, and I apologize. I don't know your way you adjust the chair, but this has been something that has been of great importance to our elders that passed on when this land was purchased. This was something that they expressed to the leadership of that day, that they wanted our nation to prosper alongside the city of Regina, what they called Huhujubin Otoatung. They called it the pile of bones. The big city of the pile of bones is what they called it. When they wanted this to happen, this was a dream that uneducated elders in the way of the society, through university, it was something that they envisioned would happen one day. It was passed on down to my generation now today, that need for us to move alongside our treaty partners, to where we benefit alongside each other. My grandchildren today, this morning, when I was sending them off to school, I was telling my wife, the meeting today is going to be for those grandchildren that we have today here. So moving forward in the economic side of our world, our children won't have to have the needs and wants that we in our generation have to fight for every day. We're trying to make a better and more opportunity for those children that are educating themselves in the society today.
Right on. So thank you very much. I need to hear that. It's always bolts and mortars and all, and tend to forget about the personal, what counts the most. So thank you for that. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions. I'm just going to make a comment. In your beginning of when you spoke to us, you said you're thankful that you were allowed for this project to go forward. And I would just like to say on behalf of council, and I do believe I'm speaking on behalf of council and myself, we're honored for this to go forward, and we're welcoming this, and we're excited about this. So thank you very much. Thank you for addressing the executive committee. Councillor Conrad, microphone. Sorry, my microphone's off. Sorry, Medicine Robe, you may leave the gallery, and Mr. Fiacco, you can leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have somebody move a motion to receive and file the following communications with respect to EX 22-34, City of Regina and Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation Municipal Services and Capability Agreement? Councillor Hawkins? Pardon me? Anyone opposed? No. Carried. Thank you. We'll now consider EX 22-34, City of Regina and Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation Municipal Service and Capacity Agreement. Sorry. I'll ask Deborah Bryden from Administration to please introduce the report.
Thank you, through the chair. Over a year ago, Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation, referred to as CTK, approached the city indicating that they would like to transition their land, 260 acres of land located in the city's northwest, from city jurisdiction to urban reserve and prepare for land development. At that time, in February of 2021, the city and CTK entered into a memorandum of understanding to work towards that end. Since that time, administration has been working with CTK to develop a municipal services and compatibility agreement, which is required for the First Nation to pursue urban reserve designation with the federal government. Upon reserve status being obtained, the lands would no longer be subject to the city's official community plan policies or zoning bylaw regulations. As such, an MSCA provides a framework for ensuring compatibility of land use, growth policies, bylaws, and procedures between the First Nation and the city to enable us to operate together as separate jurisdictions, but together and aligned. The agreement also outlines the fees to be paid for services from the municipality, as well as tools for fostering the relationship between the partners and for dispute resolution. During this process, we reached out to other prairie municipalities, the province's Ministry of Government Relations, and the federal government's Department of Indigenous Services. And when comparing this agreement to others, we found that this is potentially one of the most complex and broad in scale in Western Canada and perhaps the country. The proposed development is a very large site, and a phased approach for its development following urban reserve designation is defined in the agreement. Establishing this agreement is a step in the process that will guide future efforts for development of CTK lands and foster a prosperous relationship between the First Nation and the city. The terms within it have been negotiated in good faith and are agreeable to both administration and the First Nation. Administration recommends its approval for signature, and the team is more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Can I have someone move the report and include the revised Schedule A1 lands in the report that be forwarded to the City Council for approval? Councillor Hawkins? Any questions from members on this report? Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Fully behind it. Thank you very much for entering and concluding negotiations on both sides. Because my question is really about the growth plan here and the extent to which the project as it's envisioned, not the details of the agreement per se, how does it fit into our overall growth strategy as a city and specifically the official community plan?
So I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So currently majority of the lands are in our 500K growth area. There is a portion of the lands just adjacent to, or on the south boundary of the property that are within near phases of growth. But essentially, this compatibility agreement is required so that the CTK folks can go to the federal government and apply for urban reserve. Once they achieve that urban reserve status, the lands are taken out of city jurisdiction and no longer subject to our OCP or zoning bylaw, and actually no longer subject to provincial planning legislation. So the compatibility agreement somewhat replicates some of the policies that we have so that we can ensure that there's compatible growth and services between the two jurisdictions.
Okay, just a follow-up for clarification. So this goes ahead. We won't need to amend the OCP. That'll never come before us when we're talking about the construction of this project. That would be subject to a federal oversight body of some kind. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, there would be map changes just to identify that this isn't within our jurisdiction anymore and identify that it would be within urban reserve and CTK's jurisdiction. They become their own approving authority. I don't think they have oversight. They would plan their own growth policies and their own, their own development, urban development, for lack of a better word. The compatibility agreement ensures that there's some framework for us to be a partner in those types of decisions.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions. Can I have someone move the report? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hawkins, you did already. Questions? That's no more questions from anyone? We're good? Kate?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just want to comment on one thing. The delegation in his powerful presentation mentioned his grandchildren, but he also said that this was an opportunity for Carry the Kettle to be part of the economy and to take us out of third world conditions. I think I can say on behalf of all of Council that we're anxious to be a partner in that with you and to welcome you into our economy and to help with you to build this economy for your grandchildren and for ours. So I'd like to thank the delegation and urge Council to support this agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Madam Clerk, can you please start the vote? Councillor Mole, we'll have to ask for your vote, please. For a vote.
Yeah, in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the vote carries unanimously with 10 members all voting in favor. And of course, Councillor LeBlanc is temporarily away from the meeting as he had declared a conflict on this item.
Thank you. We'll now consider EX 22-36, Clean Communities. I'll ask Curtis Downey from administration. Can you please introduce the report?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. So before you is Clean Communities Report. Administration brings forward this report to address the Clean Communities Motion 21-3, items number 1 to 4. This motion directed administration to bring back a report providing recommendations on the enforcement of litter and garbage on public and private property, as well as service level options related to garbage and recycling services. This report was tabled at the November OCS committee meeting and is brought forward today. The administration conducted a jurisdictional scan and review of waste services and enforcement policies to develop the recommendations outlined in the report. Our priority is providing waste service to the community and offering options for residents that have waste needs in excess of the average resident. Service levels are set based on cart set-out rates and percentage full. Later in the agenda, we'll talk about Waste Plan Regina and how our plan is working towards residential diversion. The administration recommends continuing to offer the same level of waste service to all areas of the city, including a new food and yard waste service in 2023. Based on the service requests and the alley pickup requests, data shows there are a limited number of alleys that experience a high incident of litter and debris, but not in full neighborhoods. The administration will continue to perform cleanups and education to reduce the amount of litter and debris in these areas. In addition, the administration is recommending we introduce a notice of violation tickets for actions in the waste management bylaw that result in high incidents of litter and overfilled carts or material left outside of carts, carts left in the alley after collection, and carts not secured on private property. We believe these infractions are the major cause of litter in these neighborhoods. The administration is also recommending that we reduce enforcement times for untidy and unsightly violations and ticketing for repeat offenders under the Community Standards Bylaw. So joining me today from administration is Byron Weary, City Solicitor, Andrea McNeil-Wilson, Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, Janet Aird, Manager of Program Development and Delivery, and Faisal Kaleem, Manager of Solid Waste Operations. We are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Can I have someone move this report with a friendly amendment to approve these recommendations at the March 30th, 2022 meeting of City Council? Councillor Stevens? Any members have any questions for this report? Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Advanced the motion was that I wanted to include a new point 5. And I'll read it out. If the committee wishes this to be a substantive issue and have a vote, that's fine. But I was hoping I could just advance the motion with this procedural amendment. And that would be that administration report to council 1 year after the implementation of the changes proposed in the Clean Community Report, outlining the number of service requests, community impact, number of tickets issued, rate of voluntary compliance, and general effectiveness of the respective policies and bylaws. I sent that to the clerk. Again, if it's the wish of committee to have a vote on it, we can certainly do that. But the idea here is simply that in 1 year's time, administration would report back on the outcome of these, whatever changes we approve. And again, I was just hoping to do that as the mover of the report.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Will this go to a vote? This included it, okay. Councillor LeBlanc, did you wish to speak on this?
No, not on this proposed motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevens, do you have anything else to add to this right now?
To the report, I have some questions for the report in its entirety, yes.
Would
but
you
not
like-
to not to this.
Not
Other
to-
than it's
Yeah,
pretty
we'll just be
consistent.
speaking on this as included. So would you like to speak now, or would you like?
About this particular change?
Yeah.
No.
No, not the
Oh.
change, but
The report, yes.
yeah, the report itself. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Sorry,
apologies.
go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Chair. Maybe, so we have one recommendation here ultimately. Can you walk me through how this substantively changes how we deal with this particular problem? And I want you to answer it from the standpoint of a resident that just wants garbage cleaned up and they're kind of tired of the routine messes. Walk me through how the change you've proposed here will address that concern.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So currently in the waste management bylaw, there's two options for enforcement. One is to take service away or to do prosecution. Historically, the city has not done either of those because they are quite extreme situations and typically don't result in changing the behavior of those that are offending. So what we're proposing today is to have a enforcement practice that is educational to a point, and then we are going to go into enforcement. So residents would receive, or property owners would receive tags saying that they are breaking the bylaw through a number of different actions, whether the cart being left out or the cart is overfilled. And then we will move to notice of violations or ticketing. So residents would receive that, property owners would receive that with a hope to change behavior. So the average resident that is seeing that, they may not know that this is occurring, but we will communicate to the larger group and community associations that we now have enforcement in place, and property owners would be receiving tickets, and if those tickets don't work, then we would move to prosecution. So we do expect that this will change behavior, which is ultimately what we're looking to achieve.
Thank you. The motion that brought us this report asked if an operator of the garbage truck could function as an enforcement agent since they're already there. Otherwise, it becomes a very reactive bylaw enforcement process. Resources are dispatched, it's complaints-based, et cetera. Can you comment on how that is addressed? What role would the operator of those vehicles play in this new model, if anything?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the operators of our garbage trucks are really the eyes out in the field, and so they will have the ability to tag when they see carts that are overfilled or that are left out when they shouldn't be. So they're going to be the main point of contact as educating the residents. If bylaw enforcement is out in an area dealing with an untidy yard, they will also have the ability to tag carts if they see them when they're out, when they really shouldn't be out. As that escalates, then the department will take those tags and move towards an enforcement process to ensure that we ultimately change some behavior.
Thank you. The report speaks to the process of keeping track of many of these complaints. As I read it, it seems like a fairly dated process where we would use an Excel file and track it accordingly. Is there any way of updating this process, and could this technical issue be addressed with some of the customer management software that we've talked about at Council?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll ask Byron Weary, City Solicitor, just to give an overview of potentially what will change in the future with regards to bylaw infraction tracking.
Madam Deputy Mayor, the new software, as we understand it, will not directly impact this particular type of data gathering and processing. I am advised by our operating area that the plan is for a ticketing software to be purchased within the next year or two that will be that can be used for all types of ticketing that we do. Outside of parking tickets, which has its own separate software because of the volume of tickets that are issued. So to answer the question, it's not part of that customer relationship initiative, but there is planning in the works to purchase a solution that can be applied corporation-wide.
Thank you. The report also mentions that despite some of the advances you're proposing in terms of process, that ultimately this doesn't involve a new investment of resources. So there are no budget implications. It's just changing the way we're addressing these concerns. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So currently that is correct. As we mentioned, there are some alleys in the city that have litter concerns, but it is not widespread. So right now what we're proposing is we will address it through our education with our operators, and the escalating enforcement will be handled by existing resources. And it will be largely complaint-based if it's something that is beyond what the operators see. If the resources do not allow us to meet the expectations of residents, then we would come back in 2023 or 2024 budget request.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure I'm interpreting the data in here correctly. So to go back to the weekly pickup schedule, which is not an intention citywide, would be about $250,000. And just for the most effective neighborhoods, namely North Central and Heritage, that would be a $50,000 request. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor. So that is correct. What we expect the cost to go back to a citywide weekly garbage pickup. However, as we move to food and yard waste and permanently move to bi-weekly garbage pickup, we're expecting a savings of about 1.5 million because we would actually get rid of some of the garbage trucks. So currently where we flip back and forth, that's the cost to go back to weekly service for either the entire city or the small neighborhoods. But if we were to maintain that long term, we would not see the approximate 1.5 million savings from reducing our garbage fleet.
Okay, thank you. The report also speaks to particular service, the spring melt cleanup. Can you talk a little bit more about this program and what the implications would be if we extended it throughout the spring, summer, and fall?
Oh, you didn't put it, leave it. Okay, good.
Okay. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and I'll ask Mr. Kleem to add some more details. So as the snow starts to melt, like we're seeing right now, the debris from the winter is starting to show up and be in back alleys, in private properties, and areas like that. So we do have a systematic review, and I'll ask Mr. Kleem just to walk through how that works.
Through you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Doney indicated, we do have the program especially when the snow starts to melt, where we're systematic in these areas and actually go through and run through with a crew of people to actually clean up the alleys. We're also reactive in terms of the service requests that we come in. So we generally prioritize any alleys that we're getting calls are first and do those ones and then are systematic on the back end. In terms of throughout the year, any sort of debris service requests that are on public property, we attend to accordingly. And our operators obviously are in these alleys, every 2 weeks or every week. So we also take feedback from them. So it's not just our service request process, it's reactive in the sense that our operators will also dictate when some of those cleanups are necessary or needed.
Just a follow-up, if you were to extend it throughout the actual proactive cleanups throughout the summer, what would be the estimated cost?
I'll ask Mr. Kleem to give some estimates of that. And so like we said, right now we do that on a complaint basis, or any kind of concerns that come forward, we will address them. But I'll ask Mr. Kleem if he has any estimate of what it would take to do this on a regular basis throughout the summer.
Through you, Madam Chair. The costs in 2022 would be reasonably insignificant. We already have the trucks and the personnel. Going forward, as we start to look at our service policy and what we're servicing, there may be some cost implications in terms of actually extending this program. We're not necessarily systematic, but we still have the proactive basis through our operators, and then we respond to any debris requests that we get. So if there was a request of committee for something specific that, like in terms of making sure that we're going out to these, every month or something like that, that would have cost implications. But right now we're generally, systematic based on the service requests or the debris that are in these alleys.
Through the chair, as a matter of undertaking, if I were to ask for just some data on that cost, could you have it prepared for council next week so I could make a decision about this?
Yeah. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, we can look at the general cost to have some staff and equipment available to do that service, and we can provide that to council.
Great, thank you. Service option 3 in the report. I have to say, this was before my time in Regina, but there seemed to be some golden era of giant metal bins that people speak of for some reason. I don't get it, but it seemed to be some wonderful age of no garbage. When you identify that service option, it's $2 million. Is that citywide or just for the areas that are most affected by this issue?
Through Deputy Mayor. So that number was really based on investing in new equipment, so trucks and bins for the area. When we invest in trucks, that's a significant cost. And so rough estimates, it's around 500,000 plus for a garbage truck of that nature.
Through the chair, community associations often partner with the city and bigger companies like Loris to help with community cleanups. There's a program, the Renew program, that we fund through grants for the North Central. They do a lot of this stuff. And so they'll contract to position these bins in high need areas. Was that ever part of your assessment in terms of just replicating, but on the city's dime rather than community associations, that kind of program?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'll start and ask Mr. Kleem just to add. So it was something that we looked at to see if that'd be a service that we want to provide on a temporary basis or on a short-term basis. That may make sense. If we're moving towards having a permanent service, we would expect long-term that we would be able to provide that service at same cost or cheaper. But I'll ask Mr. Kleem just to provide a bit of detail of what we looked at from a contracting perspective.
Through you, Madam Chair. So as Mr. Doney said, we did review like what I would characterize as more of a convenience station within a community. The main issue is basically is just staffing and cost. So it wasn't something that was like, if somebody has the ability to take something to a convenience station, they would also have the ability to take it to the landfill, theoretically. So having these types of convenience stations within the communities wouldn't necessarily help unless it was more unless it was ubiquitous, which is what that cost analysis for the $2 million was. One of the things we also get with convenience stations within communities is just illegal dumping. And something like our former year, and this is before my time, but the former Leaf and Yard Depot on Arcola Avenue. Every spring we have a truck that goes through there just to check and see if there's been any illegal dumping, despite having the permanent site at the landfill. So that was part of the reason why the option was not recommended by administration.
Thank you. To that point, just a comment. North Central, sadly, actually becomes a dumping ground for a lot of people in the city, and I think it's quite offensive. And one of the problems that the community association faced is when they promoted these bins, everybody would rush there and dump. And I think one of the most painful parts of this is North Central residents are often accused of this problem. In many cases, it's people coming to that community and dumping. And I think it needs to be a reflection of our service options as well as the fines. So I guess I'll leave it at that, but this might be a tentative notice that I might bring up at council, and that is kind of an exploration of a mixed option here. Problem in North Central and Heritage is quite astounding, as staff know. I'm not convinced that just the behavioral modification by itself, the fines, et cetera, is going to do it. Just a thought. So I'm just kind of serving notice that next week I might bring a motion forward that looks at a hybrid of some of these second and third options. And I might be in touch with staff in that time frame to craft something. Mr. Onray has something.
Mr. Onray, go ahead.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair, and I'll maybe just add comment about the bylaw software. So that is an item that we will take away. We can have a discussion with Ms. Folk to see if it fits into some of the work being done in the CRM. I'm not sure that it aligns with that, but we can definitely have a discussion about that.
Great, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc, would you like to go ahead, please?
Thank you. I just want to pick up on Councillor Stevens' the response to his questions about these convenience stations. And as I understood the answer, the $2 million capital cost for these stations was on the assumption that sort of the city would provide it directly rather than replicating the community associations model that they use on an annual basis. Given that and the lack of information in the report on that point, I'd like to request whether staff would be willing to give an undertaking to provide an estimated cost of providing these community-style bins on sort of an ad hoc basis before a council meeting next week. So I'd be seeking that undertaking.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So yes, we can provide an estimated cost to provide this service, I'll say on a weekend basis, and then obviously council can scale it up as much as possible. Finances is one piece of the puzzle. Obviously diversion rate is the other piece that we'll talk about during Waste Plan Regina to ensure that we don't encourage residents to use these stations for all different waste streams. So we'll definitely bring some cost numbers for council next week.
Thank you. With respect to service option 2, which is not being recommended, so service option 2 would relate to increased frequency of garbage pickup, particularly in Heritage and North Central, and there's costing for that. My question for staff is, am I right in assuming that the costing for Heritage and North Central is provided because those are the areas where this problem of garbage accumulation is most acute? And if I'm right, can you just elaborate a little bit on the scope of the problem in those neighborhoods?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then ask Mr. Kleem to add. So yes, we did include those neighborhoods as a option to go back to weekly service because that is where we see the high amounts of litter and garbage in alleys. The other thing just to be aware of is that the set-out rates and the amount of garbage in the garbage bins in those areas are not very high. And so generally we find that weekly service probably wouldn't solve the problem because the garbage bins are not being set out regularly and are not full to start with. But I'll ask Mr. Kleem just to provide a bit more context on what the operators see in those areas.
Through you, Madam Chair. All the systematic that I spoke of for the spring melt cleanup are in the North Central and Heritage areas, as well as the majority of the debris pickups, specifically around spring. If I was to put a number of alleys, it's approximately 5 to 10% of the alleys that are in those neighborhoods where we would have a service request for them. So it's not 100% of the alleys.
Thank you. And I want to just pick up on what you said, Mr. Doney, which is, as I heard you to say, the bins being set out in Heritage and North Central are often less full than bins in other neighborhoods, and also those bins are set out less frequently. Did I hear you right on that point?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And I saw in the report the data that was suggested seemed like citywide bins are about 78% full when picked up and 84% of bins are set out. Do we have that parallel data for Heritage and North Central just to get a sense of the divergence?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I do have that information, and it's based on a sample size, so I'm not going to say it's representative of the entire area. But we did find that the garbage for this sample was set out about 40% of the time and was about 30% full. And the recycling was set out about 25% of the time and about 25% full. So substantially less than citywide service utilization.
Thank you. I just want to speak a bit about this service option 3, the community style bins. And I think there's been some points made about setting out community style bins leads to an increased risk of illegal dumping, essentially. I want to just explore a little bit the possible positives of a community style bin. So my understanding is that some low income people have a hard time getting to the dump for things like mattresses, couches, and so on. And so those items end up in back alleys. I want to ask administration, are we familiar with this problem on sort of a city level, and is there anything that having access to these community style bins might do to assist that problem?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Kleem just to elaborate a bit on what they see in the back alleys when they pick items up. I'll start with that.
Through you, Madam Chair, we certainly do see those like items that will show up in these alleys, as well as other. We'll see them on the side of the ring road and the like as well. The city does have programs to make sure that, especially if it's on public property, we would attend to those appropriately. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess maybe the pointed question is, are staff familiar, do staff agree that it occurs that some couches, mattresses, etc., end up on the side of streets in low-income neighborhoods because people are financially unable to get that to the dump on their own?
Mr. Joni?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I can confirm we do see that kind of debris in public alleys. I'm just not going to elaborate on why it shows up there.
Thank you. Point 5 of the motion, which led to this report, asked staff to consider essentially the effect of providing support, either financial or service in kind, to these existing community cleanup annual events that occur mostly in Heritage and North Central. I don't see this sort of partnership model explored much within the report. I wonder if staff can just let me know whether that was considered and whether there are opportunities for partnership with these existing programs.
Mr. Joni?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Kleem in a minute just to provide a very high-level overview of what's happening with the community associations, as some of his staff are involved. Depending on what is approved by council, what we do see happening is a communication plan with the neighborhood community association. So working with them directly to make sure they know the changes to the bylaw and any suggestions that they may have. Also part of that does align to what Councillor Stevens and Councillor LeBlanc have mentioned, which is item 5 in that pilot program that we're doing right now, that provides funding to community associations to provide some of those cleanup situations. So I'll just ask Mr. Kleem to provide a very high-level overview of where that's at right now.
Through you, Madam Chair. The point 5 specifically went to committee and council in a separate report. I believe it was in September of 2021. And through that program, an in-kind service model was approved for basically community cleanup associations. So the reason why it had to go last year, separate from this report, was so it could be put as a part of the community association applications that they go through. And funding was approved for phase 1 and phase 2 community associations through that program. So my team is currently working with the Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services team for the first year of it, and the pilot, we haven't had one of these cleanups yet. But we're currently working through what that looks like, working with the community association to arrange these community cleanups this year.
Thank you. With respect to enforcement options, and here's where you're recommending some enhancements, that section of the report notes that we've historically focused on education rather than enforcement of the rules, and that approach hasn't worked. I wonder if you can tell me whether this main thrust in bylaw and focusing on education rather than enforcement is common throughout our bylaw enforcement department, and why it hasn't worked fully here. Thank you.
I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Weary to provide a bit more context on bylaws across the city. So what we found with our waste management bylaw, the education approach has worked in many areas of the city. And so we're starting, obviously our diversion rate is at 20%, and we have a plan to get that closer to our 65% with the food and yard waste program. We had excellent support from the pilot program. However, we have seen in certain areas where that diversion rate is lower, and there are more infractions with waste management bylaw. And so now, as you see, we're recommending a more of an enforcement approach to try to improve compliance in those areas. And I'll ask Mr. Weary just to provide an overview of our bylaws in general and how the education and enforcement has worked.
Mr. Weary?
Thank you. Yes, the decisions around waste management bylaw are made by the operating area, so we are support to them in their enforcement efforts. To answer the question as it relates to other bylaws, typically education is the first step in many violations that we encounter. So if it's a first time, typically we will warn someone, remind them of what the rules are, or in the instance that we just have experienced with sidewalk snow clearing with the new program this winter, when we're launching a new enforcement program, giving a lead time for the community to adjust to the new rules. So that's the first step. It's to raise awareness of the existence of some of these rules. And then from there, it's an escalating enforcement. So we don't continue to educate, re-educate. The escalating plan would be as we encounter ongoing violations, we assume that the resident is aware of what the rules are and then willfully not following them. So in the instance here, in the context of waste management, what's being proposed here is a kind of an escalating scale of enforcement if there are continuous or ongoing violations that I think will be a bit more rigorous than has been the case in the past. And certainly that's the method we use with bylaw enforcement as well. So there's especially the areas where we have frequent violations or violations might occur for certain types of offenses across the community.
Thank you. And Mr. Wu, just following up with respect to this point, on these particular bylaws, it seems to me you're coming to Executive Committee for endorsement of moving from this education to this enforcement focus. But am I correct in understanding that the move from education to enforcement with respect to a particular bad actor could typically just be done by administration as part of your normal process?
That's correct. Council sets the policies, passes the bylaws, and then delegates authority to administration to administer and enforce. And certainly we're happy, and we are in the process of reporting back on a number of these initiatives. But I certainly recommend that we can alert you to some changes in our enforcement approach, but don't recommend that Council get directive in terms of how we enforce the bylaws that are approved.
Thank you. I want to ask about two elements, two logistical elements related to enforcement. The first is essentially who is doing the enforcing. So first, just a clarifying question. My understanding is that with respect to, say, garbage bags outside of a back alley, the first step if we see a violation would be for a frontline truck driver type individual to essentially tag that bin, say you're offside, and then if that's not remedied, a bylaw enforcement officer would later say, we warned you, you didn't do it, and now we're moving into enforcement proceedings. Do I have that about right?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll just clarify a little bit. So the garbage truck drivers will be the first point to issue those tags to make sure that residents are aware that they're not doing what is appropriate. We would provide a few tags, and then at that point, we would continue the escalation, and still the operating team would go down that process of issuing tickets. And so the bylaw enforcement officers may be on site dealing with on-site or untidy yards, and so they also have the ability to issue tags or tickets, but the primary responsibility will be with the operating area.
Thank you. So I appreciate, so either sort of a garbage truck driver or staff or a bylaw enforcement officer could issue the initial tag. And then am I correct in understanding that either could also issue the ticket for non-compliance with that tag, or would that solely be the purview of the bylaw enforcement officer?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So close, we wouldn't have our garbage truck drivers issuing tickets. That would be turned over to another area that's led by Ms. Aird in our program and development area, just because there's a bit more rigorous before we actually issue the ticket. And so the garbage truck drivers, of course, they can issue the tag and move on, but we wouldn't have them issuing tickets.
Thank you. And then just with respect to the quantum of the fines that might come in, so as I see it, you're suggesting fines, first offense is $200, second is $250, and third, and apparently all subsequent is $300. First, do I have those numbers correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So The notice of violation tickets start at $100 for the first violation, then $150, and then $200. And of course, if they are not paid in a period of time, then those would escalate to the numbers that you had outlined, Councillor Blanc.
Yeah, thank you. That's an important clarification. So the notice of violation numbers you stated earlier, that's essentially the voluntary payment of a lesser amount option. Is that right?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. And so I take it we don't need money from these fines to balance our budget. Rather, the purpose of the fines is to deter the behavior or dissuade the behavior we're finding. Is that right? Is that the role of fines in this regulatory regime?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's absolutely correct.
Thank you. And so my sort of broad question is, are the amount of fines you're proposing here with a $300 max, are those going to be sufficient to deter the behavior we're looking to dissuade here?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we did a jurisdictional scan and tried to base it on kind of what we've seen across the different municipalities. If we find that the notice of violations or ultimately fines are not changing behavior, and we think that an increased cost would change behavior, then we would come back to council and recommend that to you based on some pretty hard data.
Thank you. And maybe just in terms of something like an undertaking, with respect to Councillor Stevens' proposed 0.5, that there be a report back within a year, is that the sort of data that might be included within that report of whether the existing fine quantums are dissuading behavior in the way that we'd like?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll just take this opportunity. I think, as was talked about earlier, I think bringing that information back along with Waste Plan Regina that we bring back every year is a good tie-in, and so we would bring it back as part of one report. And yes, we can obviously provide data on how many fines were issued, how many repeated offenses we've seen, and our indication of if that has changed behavior or not.
Thank you. And just a comment on that point, which is, from my perspective at a policy level, we need to make the cost of non-compliance more expensive than the cost of compliance, including for property owners who use these properties as revenue generation, essentially. And so I know there's a balance to be struck within it of what the appropriate amount of fine is, but for me, that's the target we ought to be aiming at, is the cost of non-compliance is higher financially and resource-wise than the cost of compliance. Finally, Madam Chair, I'd just like to move what I take as a procedural point, which is to suggest that we vote on point 1 of the recommendation separately from the remaining points.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Yeah, we can do that. That's not a problem at all. Thank you. Do you have any further questions, Councillor LeBlanc?
I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. If I understand this correctly, the recommended service option within the report is balancing community waste needs over individual area needs.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you. Not knowing the answer to this question, is there any other issue or service that we provide that focuses on an individual area versus community-wide?
I will give you my opinion, and then I'll ask maybe Mr. Onright or others to see if they have any other thoughts. But I'm not aware of any service that we provide that tailors to an individual over the community.
To an individual area?
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Onright?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't believe there is.
Thank you. So in terms of service requests, through you, Madam Chair, if I factor out the last couple months of the year, and we're just to look at some of the data that I have, since 2019, there's been a 187% increase in litter service requests. Does the administration have any explanation for that or understanding of it?
We'd like to take that one.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I'm also looking at information that aligns generally to that, as far as there is definitely an increase in the number of litter complaints, particularly in areas of the city that we've talked about. When it comes to why, I don't think I have information on why we're seeing that. Obviously, not 2019, but in 2020 and 2021, we had more residents at home that would be seeing this on a regular basis. I'll ask Mr. Clean if he has any indication of why we might be seeing more service requests in the past year or two.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would be speculating similar to Mr. Doney. I would, and this is purely speculation, not based on data, that it was related to people being at home during the pandemic, but that's not based on anything definitive.
Thank you. I suppose if people are going back to work or some hybrid model, we could expect that number to go down this year. Through you, Madam Chair. So back in the fall, there was a pilot project done with Prairie Robotics in which they were doing cart audits with a camera on one of our garbage trucks. I understand they had a 2,000% increase in cart audits. They sent out 10,200 mail cards with only 0.43% of households responding back in kind of any negative fashion. Where I'm going with this is we had one camera built with an algorithm, a web portal built for the city for real-time data on contamination in carts. Has there been any consideration to touching base with Prairie Robotics about whether or not, to Councillor Stevens' point, we could have a camera on these trucks that are going to all households within the city, which could possibly be positioned to look for litter in alleys and backyards?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we have had lots of conversation with the company as mentioned, and had great success, as the Mayor has mentioned, with our automated Cart Smart program. We also are in a procurement phase right now to extend the collections for for food and yard waste and recycling, and we'll be looking to have that service. Just ask Ms. Ayer to provide a bit more information on what we're looking for and kind of more details of what some conversations have had. But I think the Mayor brings up a good opportunity in the future that we could consider.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Cart Smart program was looking at the recycling carts specifically in terms of whether the contents in there was recyclable or not, to help educate residents. We have asked Prairie Robotics for expanding it to like the organics program. They do get a GIS map of the area. I don't know specifically if they pick up litter, like how far they just get the cart in front of the house. I don't know that the camera shows specifically the condition in front, but we can follow up with them on that.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, just for council's information, there's a 41.5% improvement in terms of contamination in recycling bins. But I believe, not to steal Councillor Mancinelli's mantra of innovation, I would suspect if they can build an algorithm to look inside of waste bins, they could get us real-time information about litter, creating heat maps for us. Going back to the data, Mr. Stoney, do we have a heat map of where those complaints come from?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we don't have a heat map, but we have a good indication of the alleys that Mr. Kleem had mentioned, where those complaints come from.
Thank you. Through the chair, do we have the capacity to build a heat map on data in an easy fashion?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm looking at Mr. Kleem and answering. I believe we have that capacity in general, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, do you see value in that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So just a bit of context and information, which is a little bit tangential. We build heat maps for our water main breaks. And so we do that regularly so we can see where they're happening and to address things in the future. So we use that to make decisions. And so I do see there could be value in heat maps in this situation to see where there is litter occurring and if that's changing based on the season or based on the years.
Thank you. Council, I'll just, to be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about the enforcement measures. I would like there to be enforcement, but we also know that folks are dumping. I'm having some personal difficulty that we allow boarded, burnt up houses to stand, but we're going to ticket people for litter and aren't doing things. Basically, from a broken windows policy, we know that littered, unclean neighborhoods because of litter, non-enforcement of building codes creates strife in neighborhoods. And so I'll just bring it to council's attention that within the community safety and wellbeing plan, there is a section on safety. Community safety involves a little bit of the bylaw enforcement for how we get clean neighborhoods, because folks who live in clean neighborhoods without a whole bunch of abandoned buildings, boarded up buildings, pride in neighborhood rises. And there's just proven, I believe, throughout North America that it works in terms of improving neighborhood standards. So regardless of how the vote goes today, I would suggest that in the community safety and wellbeing plan, when it comes to the safety community action table, you're probably going to be seeing something come out of them relative to clean neighborhoods as well, knowing it's important for safety and wellbeing within the community. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Secunia, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I'm just going to ask two of my questions today. So they're kind of specific. So on page 10 of this report, I'm just trying to understand a comment on the report. And so it says, given the complexity and follow-up associated with untidy and unsightly violations under the community standards bylaw, it's not practical to have solid waste officers enforce these violations. The operational areas will improve communications. Okay, so what I'm wondering here is, does this mean, like that's that part, that there will be additional follow-up after enforcement by whomever, by law officers, to ensure that areas that may be subject to ongoing complaints are addressed more proactively? Is that part of the changes contemplated here, that there's some additional level of proactive enforcement on our end?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then ask Mr. Weir just to add a bit more information. So this is referring to unsightly yards with regards to the community standards bylaw. So what we were trying to say there is that our garbage truck operators are not really in a place to issue tickets and violations for that. And so that would be handled by the bylaw enforcement team. And Mr. Weir, you can mention how maybe we're going to move forward a little bit differently in that regards.
Go ahead, Mr. Weir.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, we have been working collaboratively with the Waste Management Group over time, and so we see opportunities for this to improve. As we've discussed, the enforcement for garbage or untidy yards on private property is within the authority and responsibility of the bylaw enforcement group to manage. And as Mr. Doney has said, the broader issue of managing the waste management program falls within their area. So it's important to differentiate those two. We do collaborate in terms of sharing information back and forth. There is a subtle change to the community standards, the waste management bylaw that may assist with improving enforcement of garbage that's dumped on private property. There's a subtle change to the offense provisions that's being recommended here. But we have a system in place for enforcing against untidy or unsightly yards that is kind of well understood and used very frequently by the bylaw enforcement department. And so that will still be the primary form of enforcement, but there is also an opportunity for ongoing non-compliant properties to be enforced differently through issuing of tickets and/or formal charges or prosecutions that would go to bylaw court.
Okay, thanks. And this is another clarification question for me, and this is on page 12. So an amendment to the community standards bylaw is not required. So is this because we have a bylaw that we're not currently enforcing adequately? Is that like we're saying, you know, in terms of the changes contemplated, we don't actually need to change the bylaw? Are we just saying we need to be better at enforcing that bylaw? I don't know if that's specific enough.
I think I understand the question. What was recommended in this report is some subtle changes to enforcement provisions. We've talked about the challenge of holding people accountable for illegal dumping on city alleys when we don't witness the actual illegal act, that it's difficult to, we can't enforce against the adjoining property owner. So it really then becomes the responsibility of the operating area to decide how to deal with cleaning that up. And it becomes a service question. As I've said before, the community standards bylaw and the clean property provisions, in our view, don't need to be changed. We have a process in place for that. So there's the main substantive change here is to allow ticketing to happen for waste management violations. That's the big substantive change here. There's with the resources we have, we are doing what we can. There's going to be a report coming forward to committee and council in a couple months, which will outline some potential changes that we are looking at implementing administratively that may assist with addressing some of the challenges specific to different neighborhoods within the city. But that work is still ongoing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councillor Sikiniak. Councillor Bresciani, can you go ahead, please?
Thank you very much. Just in regards to the points in regards to the enforcement, I would appreciate, as Councillor Stevens had asked for a report after a year, that will be able to give us a better idea of how this is, if it's working. I also would want to make a point about community dumping. Community dumping does not only happen in North Central and heritage areas, as I've heard. It happens in areas, in new areas where my residents live when developers have bins out that are building, that there's often mattresses and things like that dumped in there as well. So it's kind of happening, I believe, across the city. I've seen them dumped in ditches and things like that as well. But wherever there seems to be an opportunity for someone to dump a mattress or a chair or whatever, that is an option for anybody. So I would like to ask, though, how is this dealt with this clean communities work when we do have debris that does blow around when building is happening, and it's not with all, but with some builders, we do see that their debris does blow and it's kind of messy. How is that addressed in this community? Is it, again, just the same as it always has been, where it's a ticket or a warning, or how does that work?
Mr. Rooney?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So that situation would be on private property, and so I believe that would fall under the community standards bylaw. So I'll ask Mr. Weary just to provide an overview of what that process looks like if it's on private property.
Mr. Doney's correct. It would be problems or issues of that nature are dealt with collaboratively between bylaw enforcement branch and our building branch. If it's active construction, there's overlapping authority. I'm not aware of any specific case along that line that's come to my attention, but I can advise that those two areas of the city do collaborate on regulating the condition of construction sites.
Okay. In regards to individuals not removing their bins, so we've got the two bins that do not move off of their lawn. they just keep it there, they do not pull it back in. What is the process for that? To the chair.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So currently, the waste management bylaw only allows the city to take away service or go to prosecution. But what we're proposing is that there would be fines available if residents are not pulling their carts back in at appropriate times or placing them out at appropriate times. So that would fall under these proposed notice of violation tickets.
Okay, great, thank you. One of the, we talked about community associations being able to partake in community cleanups. Would that be the same for all? Does that include all community associations or just a few? To the chair.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So that information was in that report that we'd mentioned in the fall regarding community associations, and the different community associations are classified at different levels. Just gonna ask Mr. Kleem if he has any background on that. I don't have that with me right
now. Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is the Clean Communities motion, the 0.5, only dealt with phase 1 and phase 2 community associations, not phase 3. I might ask Ms. Shaley if she has anything to add.
Through the chair, so Mr. Kaleem is correct. Council passed a recommendation last fall to create a pilot program for 2022, and it's phase 1 and phase 2 community associations, which are those associations that represent areas of the city with higher socioeconomic needs. So those associations were eligible to apply for a grant for this year. We've had about 10 of those associations apply for a grant, so those community cleanups will be taking place this year. At the end of the year, we are bringing back a report to council to report back on how that program went, and that report will have a discussion as to whether the program should be expanded to the other associations.
Thank you. I guess that's where I have a concern. We've seen in the inner city areas where there's been a service done to help out those communities to remove the garbage, and they do community cleanups. These community associations continue to get support for doing community cleanups. I hosted my own community cleanup last year, asking the city to provide a couple bins, which they did, was great, and it was a huge success. So I'm going to ask, and I understood that that was kind of a pilot to say, okay, how can we look at this holistically as a city? Beautification is a key for our city, and if we have we had I think a blue bin there, and we had a red one, and you ignite the community to come together to gather garbage and then go drop it off. I struggle when, you know, we're not looking at holistically, not looking at the whole area of the city. We're just kind of impact. Everybody has garbage dumped, and everybody wants a clean community. So, you know, our Cole East, and I'll speak to that one, is one where I think, and every neighborhood wants a clean community. So, do we know what? If we were to expand, what the cost would be to have the community cleanup for the other community associations that were not included in this one? What would be the cost? And if that could maybe even be brought forward at the next meeting, I would appreciate that.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So as you mentioned, the desire is to have a similar service across the city, and that is one reason why the recommendations in the report are structured as they are, so that everyone has the same level of service when it comes to residential garbage collection and recycling service. I'll ask Ms. Shealy just to give a bit of context of when that report comes back later this year, what that will entail.
So through the chair, the program that we've designed for this year is based on council's direction from last fall. So it is a pilot project for 2022. And as I said earlier, when we bring back a report in Q4 of this year with the results of the pilot project, we will provide the full implications of whether or not the program should be expanded. So your request will be addressed in the report that we're bringing back in Q4 of this year.
Okay. Can I ask, the City of Calgary, they do a whole city-wide cleanup. I think I saw it in their parks. And this has been something that I've been asking for a while. I did when I hosted mine in my community. It was around Earth Day, which this year is April 22nd. Has there ever been a discussion that we come together as a city and say, okay, you know, we engage our schools and our community associations, and we collectively could do something citywide? Has that ever been thought of through the chair?
Mr. Dorman?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then ask Ms. Shaley just to provide a bit more information. So as we roll out the residential curbside service, we're going to be rolling out food and yard waste in 2023. We've got the opportunity there to really bring the city together to focus on residential diversion, which includes food and yard waste and recycling, and get a real solid waste program for the entire city. That has been the focus of Waste Plan Regina to date, is to try and increase diversion. However, as mentioned, there's an interest to have more of a cleanup. So I'll just ask Ms. Shaley if she's had any more context about kind of a citywide cleanup when it comes to the parks.
Through the chair, regarding parks, our park staff do undertake regular maintenance activities and litter pickups, and so it begins in the spring. Our communications department also works with us to undertake a full campaign around litter pickup that starts again in the spring. Regarding the work we do to support community associations, these cleanups do rely quite significantly on volunteers. And so there's been interest in the associations undertaking these kinds of activities at the neighborhood level, which is why we've designed a program that supports them at the neighborhood level, the community association level. So we've not yet had conversations about a citywide volunteer type effort. We can certainly have discussions about that and include that in the report that we bring back in Q4.
Thank you. I would ask that connecting with cities such as Calgary that does it, they don't provide any other service to any other neighborhoods. It's standard, but they do work on a community cleanup for everyone. And yeah, I think I'll just make my comment that I think it's imperative that we start looking at our city holistically, and that we work together with all community associations on certain issues like garbage, like waste, things like that. We need to ensure that everyone who here is a taxpayer is also getting all of the same services. And I understand that there's a larger issue in inner city, but I also think that we need to ensure that all areas are working together and getting services, and if it's through the community associations or whatever, and through volunteers as well, and engaging our schools, because I know there was an interest, and when I hosted that, people were grateful that someone just took the lead to do it. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rusciani. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, it's 10 after 12. We should probably break for lunch.
I was just going to wait. We have two more, yourself to speak, Councillor Massanelli, and then I was going to break for lunch. But
I think it's probably better that we break for lunch now. This may take a bit of time.
The break, I was told that the break was at 12:15.
I'm happy to go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I have two areas of questioning that have already been discussed to some extent. The first deals with enforcement under option 2, page 12. In this option, a notice of violation ticket would be issued as part of the escalated enforcement that is focused on achieving compliance through education, specifically tagging of bins, followed by a letter to the property owner. If non-compliance continues, the city would use escalated enforcement tools such as notice of violation ticket. I want to track this in terms of time to figure out how much time there is likely to be between the tagging of a ticket by a truck driver and a notice of violation ticket in the hands of the accused violator. So I want to see if we can do that. Tagging of tickets, I'm guessing that the operator tags the bin, comes back to the city. That record of that tag has to get over to enforcement. So there's a silo thing there. How long does it take to get from the tagging over to enforcement?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then ask Mr. Weary to add a little bit. Our intent right now is that the tagging would primarily occur from the solid waste truck operators. And so if we're on a bi-weekly service, they would get a tag and then a tag and then a tag. So we're thinking 3 tags to make sure they're very clear of concerns, and then a letter would be issued after that. Once the letter has been issued and if behavior has not changed, then we'd be looking to go to the enforcement and issuing a ticket. So I don't believe there would need to be a delay between a letter and issuing of ticket. So I'll ask Mr. Weary just to provide a bit of context if there's any kind of gaps that I'm missing regarding the actual issuing of a ticket.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor raises a good point around administrative delay with some of these enforcement processes that we've discussed on other enforcement matters that have been before committee and council. This process that Mr. Doney has described, it won't be in a silo because it will be managed by people within the waste management group. So the escalation will occur within their group. There'll be records kept of which bins were tagged. And once that happens, I believe they will go to escalating enforcement. And then we will look at targeting repeat offenders. Presumably tagging will alert people that they have to be following the rules, and that many people, once given that notice, will fall in line, and there will be a group that won't, and those will be the ones that will be subject to escalation. And if they don't take direction the first time, they likely will be repeat violators. So we need to focus on those as the priority people for escalation of this enforcement. So this, as you've heard, is new for the waste management area, so it will be important for us to keep data to determine how successful they are. From the community standards side, we have, it's noted in the report, we are going to tighten any of our timelines to minimize the administrative delay within the requirements allowed within the Cities Act. And we also will be more focused on going after repeat violators. So that's something that we will be tracking and will report back as part of this one-year analysis. So it's a collaborative effort between the bylaw enforcement group and Mr. Doney's team that are responsible for day-to-day management of the waste management bylaw.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm uncomfortable with this. My question hasn't been answered. I want specifics on this. I want, at the end of the day, an answer that says our driver tagged a bin on April 1, and whatever went on, there was non-compliance, whatever went on, a notice of violation ticket was issued, and the notice of violation was in Hawkins' hand because he didn't deal with his bin properly. How long are we talking?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the plan we've outlined right now would look at 2 to 3 months between the first violation and the ticket in their hand.
Thank you. That's an answer. If I park my car improperly, I'm expected to know what the rules of the road are. And if I disobey them, I get a ticket, which is in my hand when I go back to the car, and then I got 10 days or something to either pay it or indicate I'm going to court. So we break a bylaw with respect to car parking, and it's 10 days and I'm paying money. we break a rule with respect to bin utilization, and it's 2 to 3 months, and I expect more like 3 months, and by the time I get my ticket, because I've been negligent in the way I've handled my bin, I probably can't even remember what I've done. That's not an enforcement system. My question to the administration is this: if I reject this concept of enforcement, if I feel, as unfortunately as a councillor, I have to get involved in the detail of this, what kind of a motion do I bring to this council to make it clear that we're serious about enforcement, that we discuss the bigger problem here, we're not wasting our time, that we have some kind of enforcement? What do I do to make enforcement happen?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and then I'll ask Mr. Weary to add. So the current thought process is that we would deliver 3 tags to residents to make sure they're clear. However, if council believes that that is not required, we can issue 1 tag and move to enforcement after that. But I'll ask Mr. Weary to provide a bit of context on bylaw enforcement and timing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hawkins raises the process that's used for parking, which uses, for anyone who's received a ticket, a voluntary payment amount, which has to be paid within a specific time. If that doesn't happen, then there is a court date that will be set down the road, and we use the municipal court as the way to resolve those. So there's a different process that is used there. If the councillor is concerned about too much process taking too long, there is an ability for us to go straight to a charge. We don't have to follow a voluntary ticket system if we don't want to. But again, councillor's shaking his head that we have the resources to go straight to charge if we want to do that. But what's being recommended here by the operating area is a staged approach. We are aware of the concern around the time to resolve violations of the bylaw, so that can be built into what gets reported back. But again, these are all processes that can be used. What is being recommended here is adding a ticketing for waste management. If council is not comfortable with giving administration that as an enforcement option, you should not approve that process and require administration to use the enforcement provisions that are currently in the waste management bylaw.
Madam Chair, through you, I thought I was very, very clear in my questioning. I was not asking about prosecuting. I was asking about, in my first question, notice of violation tickets. My concern was timeline from tag on the bin to notice of violation ticket in the hands of the alleged offender. And the answer was 2 to 3 months, not talking about courts at all, talking about the process that was set out in this document. It's frustrating for me. This is entirely inadequate. I think anybody in the public would say 2 to 3 months. Are you kidding me? I would like an undertaking from administration to take this point back and to bring back to council next week a process that gets the tag and the notice of violation ticket into the hands of the alleged offender in a very short period of time. For example, do we really need a letter? For example, do we really need 2 or 3 warnings? Because contrary, Madam Chair, to what has been said today, I can say definitively that our idea of enforcing our bylaws through education, and I have nothing against education, I built a lifetime on it, but enforcing our bylaws through education alone simply has not worked in this city or in any other. Education is the right hand, enforcement is the left hand, and unless the two are working seamlessly and quickly together, they won't work. So I'd ask council for that undertaking. Administration for the undertaking.
I'd just like to ask administration, do you believe that this can be done in a timely manner, like Councillor Hawkins would like. Is that possible? Mr. Downey? Oh, Mr. Weary? I don't know. Whoever.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I apologize for not hearing Councillor Hawkins' question correctly, so my apologies to committee. Just in talking with Mr. Doney, we can undertake to provide a more specific timeline that gets at the issue that Councillor Hawkins has raised prior to the council meeting next week.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. My second question is equally, unfortunately, as abrupt. If you go back to page 3, it also involves enforcement. If you go back to page 3, I read the following sentence. Any notice of violation tickets issued under the waste management bylaw, should it be the proposed recommendation be approved, would follow the existing manual process. As it is recommended that notice of violation tickets be issued in instances of continued non-compliance, the administration will monitor the effort in tracking tickets and determine if there are efficiencies by investigating the software system, which would be brought forward as part of the 2023 budget process. I can think back over 3 budget processes at least, and every time we go through the budget process, probably 4, we say, where is a software system that will get you out of the manual Excel writing down of tickets? I don't think the efficiency review looked at bylaw, but I think if they had, this would have probably short-circuited their mind. We don't need any time to know that manual recording of tickets in an Excel spreadsheet is the way to go in 2022. My question to the administration is this, and you should be able to answer it today because I know for 4 years you've been looking into this. How much does the software system reference their cost? How quickly can you get it up and running?
Mr. Doney?
I'll ask Mr. Weary to provide what background he has on that program.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We don't have costing of that. In looking at, we're still developing the requirements for it. I understand the councillor's frustration with this. It's not been formally approved in any budget that's been submitted to council. So we're working on determining whether there's something that can be used in combination with existing software that we currently own. For instance, CityView, we're looking at different options administratively. If it's council's wish, we can bring forward a formal ask to submit through the budget process for this year that specifically gets at that requirement.
That's not my wish, with respect. I've wished that for 3 or 4 years. I don't know how long I've got on this council in terms of time. The electorate may, or my maker may have something to say about that, but I can't wait. And I am asking for an undertaking on this. You must be able to phone up a couple of software providers this week and get some kind of an answer. And when I get that answer, I want to know whether the enforcement budget can be adjusted this year now to accommodate the answer to that request. Can I get that undertaking from the administration?
Yes.
Mr. Doney, Mr. Weir, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Those are right, and I'd like that for council next week. And I'm looking to bring some amendments to this, depending on what the answers are. I hope the answers are good and they'll be able to make it easy for myself and council to deal with this long-standing enforcement problem. Madam Deputy Mayor, those are my questions.
Councillor Bandura, I do believe you're up next. Thank you. Sorry for this.
No, it's good. Mindy goes quick. It can be done in no time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let's go back into the enforcement side of things. Just want to ask a question on the bylaw or the enforcement itself. So, Mr. Weary, you mentioned about how do you deal with someone coming in and dropping things behind someone's garage and who's responsible for that? That's one of it. Maybe I can get you to answer that one first, or someone, through Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If we're dealing with dumping that involves a vehicle, we have some opportunity to follow up with it if we're able to get a license plate on the vehicle. But in the absence of any ability to identify, to be able to confirm the identity of the illegal dumper, then our ability to enforce is pretty limited.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'll follow up if I may on that one. Just going to give you an example. So I'm not sure if I'm reading the bylaw correctly or not now, that the person that is coming into the anywhere to even throw it into a garbage can, that person has to be caught red-handed or whatever you want to call it, or can anyone report that? The reason I'm asking the question is that when we dealt with few issues, I was told that the person has to be caught red-handed before any prosecution. Police will not get involved. So comparing that to this option, how is that going to work?
Mr. Doney, Mr. Weary?
I'll start and then ask Mr. Weary to add. So the recommendation before you is really focused around the residential properties, and so tied to the cart placement or overfilling a cart, and it would be the enforcement would be back to the property owner of that cart. Mr. Weary can maybe mention or can talk about if something is done, if a resident does something in the act and if we don't see them doing it, what options exist, if any, there.
Okay, and then I think the conversation before, and then the appeals. So you were talking about, Councillor Hawkins asked about, it'll be 3 months before anything gets done. How does the appeal process in this instance will work if residents say, well, that's not my fault. This garbage can was completely full to the rim and is overflowing. I didn't do that. Obviously, the resident or the owner of that garbage can, you want to call it, or receptacle, has an opportunity to appeal, correct? So how is that going to work?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Weary to provide an overview of the appeal process.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Findura is probably reflecting back to his days on the Regina Appeal Board. These types of offenses wouldn't go through the appeal board. They would follow our normal path through to issuing of notices of violation tickets. And then if that wasn't complied with, a charge would be laid and that would go to our bylaw court for prosecution. There would be appeals if they're convicted in bylaw court, but as you've heard, we don't do these types of prosecutions very often through bylaw court, but that would be the process.
Okay.
No appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to ask one more question, or maybe I'm just going to direct it in this, because I'm trying to look at the option with enforcement of that. In previous, maybe I'm wrong, is that there were plates given, description given, yet no action was taken on an individual coming in and filling a garbage can. So is that, am I correct? Am I wrong on that assumption that you have to be, that's what I'm saying, you have to be caught in the act to do this, because you were not there was not enough information to prosecute by someone's half a plate or maybe a red truck or whatever. Is that going to improve within enforcement as we going forward? That if someone just takes a plate down or a description of a person or a car. I mean, I know it's a loaded question. It's a lot of moving parts, right? You mentioned that you can't really, if someone just drives in at night and dumps it or throws it in a garbage can, you can. But what strength or what power would be in, again, the neighborhood to protect themselves of the illegal, because it becomes a community, correct? So how is this new enforcement going to kind of look at that process?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, so I'll start and ask Mr. Weary to add in more information. So what we're really encouraging residents through the enforcement here is to be in control of their carts, so to bring it in to their property and put it back out in the appropriate times. If carts are not left in the alley, then there's less chance of a random individual coming by and filling them up if they're secured on your property. there's less probability of that occurring. So that's kind of what this is focused on here. And Mr. Weir can provide a bit more information perhaps on the other situation where someone is just driving by and dumping material.
Yes, some offenses that involve use of a motor vehicle, we can make the owner of the vehicle liable for a charge. But in this instance, in our view, the legislation doesn't allow us to just simply rely on having the license plate as sufficient evidence to form the basis of a charge. So to answer your question, nothing really changes with what's being presented here. There's a small change to the offense section in the waste management bylaw that makes it the obligation of the property owner, if there's things that are dumped on their property, to clean it up. That's the one change substantively that's different.
Okay. Okay. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pandura. Councillor Massanelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I understand this isn't the focus of what we're reading in front of us, but I hope you all allow the question because it's been touched on in both the report and the conversation. I noticed in situations where there's a witness and photographic evidence, there is some steps the city can take. I was just wondering if you could educate me as to how that works out or what the steps are and what residents need for the type of proof you would need to be successful in stopping people from dumping from vehicles throughout our city and its outskirts.
Mr. Doney?
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Weary to provide information on that.
Any evidence that residents of the city have that will photographs, certainly a reliable license plate number is at least something that allows us to follow up with the owner of the vehicle to let them know that we've observed the vehicle committing an offense under the waste management bylaw and can follow up that way. Whether we can actually gather enough information to charge someone for that offense, it would be case by case. But just having the license plate alone, as I've said before, would not be enough, but might form the basis of an excellent lead to follow up. But I'm not aware that we've charged anyone based on just the license plate information, and we would be unsuccessful if we tried to prosecute on that alone.
Just to follow up, with the prevalence of cameras on both phones, vehicles, and households nowadays, monitoring and recording, could we aggressively start to charge people with that evidence? And if so, what are the types of outcomes those charges would bear?
Mr. Doney? Mr. Lacey?
I'll just ask Mr. Weary to provide some more information.
That type of an offense likely would just go straight to a charge, and there would be a charge that would be laid, and then individual would be brought to bylaw court if we had sufficient evidence to initiate a charge. But as I said before, without some change to the Cities Act legislation to make the owner of a vehicle specifically liable for committing a dumping offense, we don't view that we have sufficient evidence to charge. So, but we do follow up, as I said before, with vehicle owners to confirm that we've observed that, and then that is some level of enforcement that we do follow up with if we have the license plate. But as I said before, it's tough. It's tough to have enough information to charge someone unless you actually catch them in the act. So,
yeah. And just to fill the gap through the chair, many residents have reached out on this matter with video proof, wanting action. It's something that wasn't available a decade ago. So I hope that message is taken, that people expect movement on this matter, and it's very unpopular. And I think a lot of people would like to put the boots to someone dumping a mattress off the back of the truck. So I hope we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor LeBlanc, you have further questions? Am I correct?
I do, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to follow up on this assertion I heard some of my colleagues make in response to point 1 on the service level. And the assertion I heard is that the city does not provide targeted service based on targeted high needs in certain areas. So I just want to ask a few questions about that. So, for example, if a particular area of the city had a higher than usual prevalence of the foxtail weed invasive species. Am I correct that we would focus our mitigation efforts on those areas?
Mr. Doney?
I'll ask Mr. Weary to provide some thoughts on that.
Deputy Mayor, certainly we can exercise discretion and set enforcement priorities based on priorities that we might choose to identify. So as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we are preparing a report that will deal with the housing condition in certain areas of the city and whether there needs to be targeted enforcement, dedicated enforcement to some of those types of issues, which are perhaps more common in certain areas of the city and are not things that you would need to worry about in new developments. So yes, we can identify enforcement priorities and direct the resources that we have towards some of those if we choose to do that.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Blanc. I see no further questions. I'd just like to make a comment. We talked a lot about how, you know, the enforcement from where it comes from and educating the people and so on and so forth. And I'm going to compare this with our sidewalk bylaw that we brought in. That was a new bylaw that we brought in. We've never done it before. So it was something that we allowed that grace period. Putting your garbage in your garbage can, everybody knows that. I don't think anyone needs to be educated on that. So I'd like to just make that statement to say that I just want this to move forward quicker and faster. So I see no further questions from committee. Now we're voting on the two.
Yep.
Oh, Councillor Stevens, do you have anything that you'd like to close off debate? You're good. Okay. Right, so we're going to vote on item number 1. Madam Clerk, can you call the vote? Thank you.
And Councillor Moore, we need this for a roll vote. Oh, you don't have your
Sorry, it's Councillor Mole in favor.
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone. Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion to vote on number 1 separately carries 6-3. Mayor Masters has left the meeting. Those councillors voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, and Mancinelli, as well as Councillor Zakidniak, and those voting against are Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, and LeBlanc.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll call a vote for the rest. Is that it? Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you.
This is Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor. Or sorry, that was 10-0 because Councillor Mole had submitted his vote verbally, so that was carried 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now call upon Connie Buchan. Buchan, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm terrible at that. Thank you.
Oh, should I sit where the mic is on?
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can put any light on.
Okay.
Okay, there, we'll put that light on. Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you live? You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, and after that, you'll have the opportunity for us to ask you questions. Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name's Connie Buchan. I live in Regina in the Regent Park subdivision, and I represent the Off-Leash Dog Park User Group. Old PUG is our acronym. And a few of you will recognize me from presenting at council before. So hello again, and hello to the new people. Our Old PUG group has a Facebook page, and that's where we do most of our communication, all of our communication pretty much. And we're now at 1,600 members. And some people are not on social media, but they still use the dog parks, or they haven't yet joined our page. So we are a large group and growing. I rise in support of administration's proposal today. Dog parks are people parks, people with dogs. They create community, provide both people and dogs with safe exercise and appropriate spaces. Having a dog park or off-leash area in a neighborhood brings more eyes to that neighborhood, which can deter crime and increase safety. If you have ever visited a dog park, you will know that the vast majority of people bring their dogs during daylight hours. Any concern that there will be tons of people there at all hours of the night is not, in fact, what happens. People do not typically walk their dogs in the dark anywhere. Most people work outside the home during the day. Therefore, there is a much smaller percentage of people who are available to take their dogs during hours outside of, or the hours of 9 to 5. That is when I take my dogs, so I know that's to be true. Therefore, a concern of lots of cars being around all the time is not supported by actual evidence. Also, being the new dog park location suggested for A.E. Wilson Park, being that it is in a park with many nice walking paths, there will be dog owners that will walk to the park with their dogs. I organize cleanup days in all dog parks once or twice a year, and for picking up debris and orphaned poops. These activities are well attended, and we have a few people that actually just randomly do pickups throughout the year, every day that they go to the park. Odors from dogs has never been an issue. I've never experienced excessive barking at a dog park. A dog might be excited while on the way to the park and bark occasionally, but that's not the norm. Most dogs bark at home protecting their house, and every person that goes down the street is got to have some peep made at it. But that doesn't happen in dog parks. They have no territory to protect. They're busy playing, sniffing, and exploring. A U.S. study in 2015 found dog parks to be growing faster than any other kind of urban park. Here are a few numbers from 2020 for a comparison. Boise, Idaho has 6.3 dog parks per 100,000 people. Henderson, Nevada has 5.8 dog parks for 100,000 people. Regina has 1.2 for 100,000 people. Calgary, which is the city that is held up as the jewel of dog parks in North America and perhaps the whole world, has 157 off-leash multi-use parks and areas. Edmonton has 40, which includes trails and open areas. Closer to home, Saskatoon has 11, and I think 3 more opened last year, making it 14. Winnipeg has 17, and Brandon, with a population of 54,000 people, has 3. Regina has approximately 263,000 people, and we have 3 year-round dog parks. The city's plan for more dog parks and off-leash areas of various kinds in Regina will help with any congestion and overuse of the few dog parks we have. It will help lessen the wear and tear on the turf and give dog owners options closer to their own homes in a style of park that will suit their dogs and their family. I've worked with city administration on the development and improvement of dog parks in Regina. We've established a good working relationship over the years. On behalf of the members of Old Pug, I would like to thank them for their hard work and look forward to continue to improve dog park situations in Regina. Thank you for your time today, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mrs. Buckham. Any questions from committee for Mrs. Buckham? I see none. Okay, I think that was very clear. I just like to, is there anything that you'd like to add to what you said today?
I touched mostly on the new park that is opening in A. Wilson, but as a few points on the other locations that are going to be discussed in the proposal today. The Litzenberger Park is a boarded rink, and there may be concerns with alley access by some of the residents that live there, but there is a parking lot that is attached to that boarded rink. And I was there the other day and had a look, and there's a gate that goes across, but if the gate were kept open during the summer when that boarded rink is a dog park or an off-leash area, that could easily be used for anybody going to that area. Any people that I saw there, young people, soon left the area when I drove in. So not sure what they were doing, but they left when an adult came. The Towns area, that dog park, I went to see it this summer, or this past winter, and it's a cute park, very creative, very good thought went into developing that by the developers. So kudos to them and kudos to the city for encouraging that type of development. I have a little bit, the dog park users have a bit of a concern about the 4-foot fence that goes in a neighborhood level park, but we're just going to be experiencing those in this upcoming year with Regent Park. So we'll see how that goes, but kind of little bit of a let's watch that sort of attitude. Because in the summer, in the winter when we get snow, like this year, the 4-foot fence becomes a 2-foot fence. So a little bit of a heads up to watch. And in the new dog park that they're proposing in A. Wilson, that's going to have a paved pathway, I understand, which I really look forward to that. And I understand there, and maybe someone can answer that, the cleaning of that walkway happens when it's a paved area. So that would be very beneficial to anyone with mobility issues. And the various styles of parks in Regina, they're limited to fenced, which is what we wanted. If one day we happen to come across a wilderness area where we could have an off-leash wilderness area, that would be another option for some other people. So I think there is a lot of options available in the plan that city administration is working on.
Thank you very much. I just have a question myself too. We talk about the gate around the park. Can you speak from your experience, and I know from my experience with the dog park on 13th Avenue with the water that's in there, is this something that moving forward and more parks that we're having, is this something that's a hindrance or a good thing for dog owners?
Having water in a park?
Having the water in the park, yeah.
There's mixed opinions on that, but the vast majority, I would say now, they did a survey years and years ago, like almost 20 years ago now, and it was about a 50-50 split of who liked the creek running through there and who didn't. At that time, the creek was not the same as the creek is now. Now the creek is got carp in it, and they're dead in the spring, and it is awful. So, and it moves quite slow, especially in drought years. So it's been slower the last few years, and the algae grows, and then it's unusable. The dogs get sick, and it gets really stinky. So when Mount Pleasant opened and there was no running creek through there, everyone was thrilled. The land being flat in Regina makes it hard to drain sometimes, so sometimes water pools, and even just water pooling in Mount Pleasant right now, we're getting a lot of people commenting on how that's a problem. So I would say dog parks without, if there's going to be a dog park with water in it, it needs to be fresh, flowing water, healthy. And that's not really available to us.
Thank you very much. No further questions from the committee? I'll ask you to please leave the meeting or sit back in the gallery, and we'll open this up to questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello?
Do we have another? Oh, we have another delegate.
Hello?
Just 1 second, Shelley.
Okay.
I'd like to call upon Shelley Carlson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you live, where you're calling from, and I'll ask you that you have 5 minutes to speak today. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Masters and City of Regina Council. My name is Shelley Carlson. I'm a longtime dog owner that's resided for 35 years on the west side of McCarthy Boulevard here in Regina. My backyard faces the A.E. Wilson Park fields. I'm not in favor of the location of the proposed A.E. Wilson Dog Park due to the following reasons. Traffic, parking, and speed on McCarthy Boulevard. McCarthy Boulevard is the first major paved north-south route on the west side of Regina. It's used extensively. According to my visual estimate, there's an average of 10 vehicles a minute driving McCarthy Boulevard from Mickelson Drive to Dudney Avenue, which results in 14,400 vehicles a day. When you add that figure to the up to 200 vehicles that this proposed dog park will bring in this area, that's according to an email I received from Chris Sale, that is close to 14,600 vehicles on our McCarthy Boulevard. Traffic will also increase on McCarthy when Pinkey Road is closed later this year when the new bridge is constructed. McCarthy Boulevard still has semi-trucks and trailers on it that are using their GPS to take a shortcut to the global transportation hub. Most of the vehicles that drive this stretch of McCarthy Boulevard do not adhere to the speed limit of 50 kilometers. Crossing McCarthy Boulevard is taking your life in your own hands as vehicles do not stop for pedestrians. In December of 2019, I was almost struck crossing at 4th Avenue to McCarthy when I got off the bus. If this proposed dog park takes place, the City of Regina will need to monitor the traffic noise increase. I would like Council to consider changing the opening times to 7 to 10 p.m. to correspond with quiet time in our neighborhood if this takes place. There will also need to be a pedestrian crossing light installed on McCarthy Boulevard and Brunskill Place, as this area is dangerous for people crossing McCarthy Boulevard to get to Rick Hansen Playground and A.E. Wilson Park. Our area also deals with back alley traffic from the massage therapy school, the City of Regina Maintenance Department, the sewage lifting station, the SaskTel Tower, the Jack Hamilton Arena traffic, and cross-cutting traffic down our alley through the street. Right now, I feel like I'm living between two roads and dealing with the noise pollution for both these roads. Adding the proposed dog park behind Jack Hamilton Arena with its 22 parking spots is just going to cause added traffic, noise, congestion to an already overcrowded area in the winter hockey and summer tennis and pickleball. These activities already spill over to the short street of 4th Avenue to our alleyway and down our alleyway. The next thing is the material in the fields. There's broken glass, ceramics, cement that is all through these fields that is left over from an old city dump that was in this area. It's only been the last few years that I've seen these materials appear as the Regina clay soil is redistributing this material to the surface. This material will have to be covered with many loads of topsoil in order to prevent the dogs using the proposed dog park not to wear or dig it up. This will be an ongoing issue for the city, which will result in extra costs needed in the long term. I believe this is why these fields were left as natural spaces and not developed. Transparency. The city failed to provide feedback letters to the 13 East Side McCarthy Boulevard to Brunskill Place residents that are located right across from the proposed dog park. I delivered the second letter to these residents before the end of the survey. In fact, all of the east side of McCarthy Boulevard from Mickelson Drive to Brunskill Place should have received both these letters. We're all going to be impacted with the increase of vehicle traffic. I feel that the city was not transparent in this whole process to the McCarthy Boulevard residents, and the city needs to do a better job in future consultations. Thank you for listening to my concerns, and I hope you consider two things before you make your decision to approve the A.E. Wilson Dog Park. I invite you all to drive to McCarthy Boulevard and park beside the Jack Hamilton Arena and observe for yourself the traffic that McCarthy Boulevard residents deal with on a daily basis. Please put yourselves in our shoes for a minute and see that the increased traffic of up to 200 extra vehicles a day on this street will make a huge impact to our lives on a daily basis. We are facing almost 15,000 vehicles a day. And Albert Edward Wilson, A.E. Wilson, former city councillor and namesake of A.E. Wilson Park, wanted this park to remain in its natural state so residents, wildlife could enjoy the solitude this park provides. Right now, A.E. Wilson Park provides this to the many walkers, joggers, bicyclists, dog owners that I've spoken to over this past year. By adding the proposed dog park to this area, it will disturb the little peace and tranquility our area has at the present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carlson, for your presentation. Does any members have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Stanishek, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I didn't completely catch what you said you were proposing would be appropriate times that you would want the dog park to be open. Could you repeat that, please?
Well, right now it's open. The other dog parks are open 6 a.m. to 11. Because our neighborhood is a little closer to the dog park, I would, if this is to go through, I would hope to consider that you would change the times from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. to correspond with the quiet times that are in neighborhoods right now. Because I don't think anybody really should be in a dog park by themselves at 11 o'clock at night in the city of Regina.
Okay, thank you. And my second question through the chair, the delegation that spoke just before you indicated that a lot of people would, because it's close to a lot of walking paths, that a lot of people might just walk with their dogs to that park. That might reduce some of the traffic. Sorry, my question is, do you feel that that might be the case, that there would be a lot of owners walking with their dogs to the park?
That might be the case, but the ones that they would have to park in the Dieppe side or come from Dieppe to cross, as I said before, to cross McCarthy Boulevard, you're taking your lives in your hands. These vehicles do not stop for you. That's why I'm asking that maybe the city could consider a pedestrian crossing light at McCarthy and Brunskill. Because they don't. Like, I was almost hit in December of 2019, and I've lived here for 35 years, and this traffic has gotten worse since the northwest area has built up with the Hawkstone, the Skyview, the Edgewater, and Wisteria. These vehicles do not go 50 kilometers an hour. They speed. And I've spoken to the police, and the police got their hands full with everything else. So they do the best they can whenever they can, but we still have speeding going on the street, and especially the stretch of McCarthy Boulevard. They hit the lights at Mickelson, and then they just go down to Dewdney. They don't. They're speeding. Okay. And we still have, as I said, semi-trucks going down that use their GPS to take a shortcut to the global transportation hub. And a lot of them will try to sneak through, and they do not keep to the 50 kilometers either.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. There's no further questions from the committee. I'll ask you to please leave the meeting, and thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye now.
We will now consider EX 22-40 off-leash dog park program update, and I'll call Mrs. Bryden from administration. Can you please introduce the report? Thank you.
Afternoon. So administration has been working to establish 3 new off-leash dog parks and is now seeking council approval. The first of the 3 parks is a municipal scale off-leash area in A.E. Wilson Park. Administration sought feedback from residents adjacent to the park in the spring of 2021. Residents expressed concern over the proposed size of the area and the distance between it and their homes. Based on the feedback received, the design was modified to decrease the size and increase setbacks from nearby homes. To achieve these reductions, the proposed separate small dog area was eliminated from the project, but could be restated at a later date. A revised design was then released on Be Heard Regina along with a survey in January of 2022. 83% of the 1,367 respondents to the survey support establishment of the proposed off-leash dog park at this site. If approved, this development will include a 1.6 hectare fully fenced off-leash area with with asphalt pathways, some irrigated turf, trees, benches, garbage cans, and 22 parking stalls. Outside of the fenced area, the project will also include a multi-use pathway, traffic calming measures in the adjacent laneway, and the planting of up to 65 additional trees. A number of years ago, Council requested administration work with developers to include dog parks in new developments. As part of these discussions, the second off-leash area we're talking about today has been established. So the neighborhood level off-leash park that Council previously approved as part of a plan for Horizon Station Park is in the town's neighborhood. To allow use of the off-leash facility once it's turned over to the city in the summer of 2022, administration is seeking approval from Council to amend the animal bylaw to include the Horizon Station off-leash dog park, effective July 1st, 2022. Finally, in response to community requests, administration engaged the residents who live adjacent to Litzenberger Park to get their feedback on whether the existing boarded rink in that park should be designated as a seasonal off-leash site. Administration surveyed the 36 homes adjacent to the park and based on the feedback is recommending designation of this rink as a seasonal off-leash area. To do so, administration is seeking approval from Council to amend the animal bylaw to include the Litzenberger Park boarded rink as a seasonal off-leash area, effective May 1st, 2022. We would be happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bradden. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Sikimiak. Stanich. Sorry, I did that one to be funny. Go ahead. Do you have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The report talks about the goal of the number of dog parks per people. If these three are approved, would we reach that goal or would we still be below that goal?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we are still working to establish one more dog park in Southeast Regina. Administration is actively looking for a proper location.
Okay. The other question, I guess my question is regarding the more dog parks, off-leash dog parks we have, there would be less of a chance of people driving to it. So it would reduce traffic. People would maybe walk with their dog if they had a dog park nearby. So the goal is it static? Just because the numbers that were given for Saskatoon were so much higher than what our goal would be. So are we static with that goal in terms of the number of dog parks per population? Or is that a moving, I'm just wondering if that's a target that would move.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think that, certainly if residents would prefer to have a dog park in their area, then we would encourage them to come forward and we would work with them and there would be a request go through the budget process. Regarding the actual static question and numbers of parks, I think I'll just refer that to Ms. Shaley to comment on.
Okay.
Through the chair, the plan that council has approved in the past has two types of dog parks, so it's important to distinguish between the two. there's what we call municipal level parks, which are the kinds of parks that people would drive to. So they tend to be bigger, paved pathways, more amenities like benches, those types of amenities. And our goal, the goal that council has approved is 5. And so if we develop this one in A.E. Wilson, we'll have 4. And then as Ms. Bryden relayed, we're trying to create another one in the southeast area to reach that goal. We're also, council has directed us in the past to work with developers to add smaller neighborhood level dog parks in new developments. And those would be the kinds of dog parks that people would typically walk to. They would be smaller, and so they're really intended to serve the people who live within that neighborhood. As we undertake additional park redevelopment efforts, Regent Part 3 redevelopment is an example. We're trying to also incorporate some of these neighborhood level parks, the smaller kinds without parking and the added amenities in those areas as well. Again, to provide them close to home and ultimately reduce the number of people who are driving to the larger dog parks.
Okay, thank you. That was very comprehensive. And I guess my last question is, we heard a number of concerns from the last delegation around traffic, the danger to pedestrians crossing McCarthy Boulevard. And I'm just wondering if, like a lot of the concerns raised by residents about these proposals, looks like it has been addressed by administration. But I didn't see that about traffic and pedestrian safety. So I'm just wondering if you could address, someone from administration could address that concern.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Sale, would you provide comments, please?
Thank you, through the chair. So the estimate that I provided to Ms. Carlson of 200 vehicles a day, it is a conservative, or not conservative, a generous estimate of the amount of traffic that the dog park would generate. We believe that one of the things about a dog park is that it generates a little bit of traffic throughout the day. So the actual impact is spread throughout the day. It's not concentrated at times of PM and AM peak. So we think that it's not really going to be noticeable. I'm sure that someone who lives there may feel that it's noticeable, but this is a very large park and really a small number of additional people who will be coming to use it.
Mr. Onright wants to answer.
Go ahead, Mr. Onright.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. In reference to the general comments about traffic on McCarthy, as council will be aware, there's been major projects done on McCarthy over the last 2 years. So I will ask Mr. Warren and his team to have a look at the general traffic concerns were brought forward by the delegation: trucks, ped crossing, and speed limits. We do have a working group that works with our PS and our legal department, our traffic engineers, so that can be taken as an agenda item to their next meeting.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stavenchuk. Councillor Sikiniak? Okay.
Thank you. So I do have a couple of questions in relation to this report. I'll start with one not specific to the A.E. Wilson Park, which is in my ward, but my first question is in relation to pesticide spraying in boarded rinks. And so I know this is something that we do because I've seen it in the seasonal off-leash dog park by my house last summer. I'm wondering why we would spray for pesticides in boarded rinks that are used as seasonal dog parks. Through the chair, please.
I'm not sure who'd like to take one.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Shaley?
Through the chair, I don't have the answer to that question. It surprises me that we do. However, I would be happy to follow up with our parks maintenance staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then, so in relation to, I don't have comments specific to the other dog parks. I do support them. I also support the proposed A.E. Wilson Dog Park. And I do have a couple of questions though. I do want to thank administration because I've been involved in this process. I was advised when the initial survey went out, advised about the changes that were made to the plans in relation to concerns. I do want to point out that initially, in the initial feedback of the 19 closest residents, 8 folks expressed support, 11 expressed concerns. There was a variety of changes made outlined on table 1 of page 6. And that is thanks to the efforts of folks like Shelley Carlson, who advocated for some of those changes. So I think that was very helpful in creating changes to make a dog park that will suit the needs of the area better. And I think that administration did a great job out of implementing those changes. And the results of the additional feedback show that I think it's 83% now are in favor the second time going forward and doing a broader survey with those initial folks and then broader survey. So I think that speaks to the changes that were made. I do have a question though for administration. Will there be continued monitoring at A.E. Wilson specifically of the implications of the dog park and adjustments as needed to address any traffic safety or concerns that we maybe didn't anticipate that are occurring in the area?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Shelley, would you provide comment?
Through the chair, that's right. We'll continue to monitor the situation, and as issues arise, if they're traffic related, we'll work with our colleagues in our traffic branch to find solutions to resolve those issues.
Great, thank you. And then there was a question that was asked from the previous delegation in relation to the cleaning of the asphalt path. Is that something, so this is a new thing, we don't normally do this in dog parks. Is that something that the city would clean because it's part of our pathway system?
Through the chair.
Ms. Shelley.
Through the chair, that's right. We will include this. I'm assuming that the delegation is referring to winter pathway clearing. And so we do currently clear our pathways in all of our parks, and we would add that to the list.
Great. Okay, and then finally, and this change in the material of the pathway was also due to the community feedback. And so as a result, we now have at A.E. Wilson what's proposed to be Regina's first accessible dog park. And so I also think that's great, and appreciate the community advocating for those changes. And I think this is a great initiative, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kudiak. I just want to add a couple comments to, and I heard this lots from people that they can't take their dogs to the dog park that are in wheelchairs, elderly people, and a lot of elderly people and a lot of people with wheelchairs and accessibility issues have dogs. So kudos to this. Second question I have, the delegate raised the time for the dog park to be open from 7 till 10 is what she suggested. Is that something that we can do just without, I don't know, is there something that we'd have, can we do, is it possible? Is it a big difference considering her concerns with this?
So through the chair, so the hours currently established for the dog park are the same hours that are established for all of our parks. So to be consistent,
I understand, thank you. I just wanted to see if that was addressed or why or whatever. So thank you. Councilor. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Moore, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just put my hand up. I just want to say thank you to administration as well. This is proof in the pudding to me that service requests do work. I had many phone calls from residents in the area of Litzenberger Park, so I'm glad that this is coming to fruition. I'll be voting in favor of this report. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Bandera, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the AU Wilson, the discussion was, or the comments were made at the proposed parking. So when you say proposed parking, because you have many other areas that individual could park and then walk through the pathways to the dog park, how is that going to be managed? Because you have entrance off of Brunskill, you have entrance off of, actually entrance into Jack Hamilton on the south side of the tennis courts. Then you have entrance of 4th Avenue off of McCarthy to the north side of Jack Hamilton Arena, and you have a proposed. Is that going to be a strict propose, or I mean, because I mean, we won't be able to control where people are going to park and then walk the dog, right? So I think the comment made by the delegation saying that crossing McCarthy Boulevard, even at Brunskill or 4th Avenue, would require, I mean, lights. But I mean, I can see on a residential, you won't need to do that. So are you going to be restricting parking? If you look at Jack Hamilton, you got tennis courts and dog park. Are these going to compete with each other, or this is fairly? I mean, I do know the area, but not frequenting that often. How is that going to work? If you just dedicating one, it'll be, or anyone can park anywhere in that area. Madam Chair?
Who would like to answer that one?
Thank you through the chair. Ms. Shaley or Chris, provide comments?
Through the chair. So the project proposes adding 22 new parking stalls accessed from the existing parking lot on that is south of the Jack Hamilton Arena. So there are existing gates at 4th Avenue and the back lane to prevent people from driving into the site off of that back lane. And that was one of the major changes that we made in response to the request for the residents. The original plan was to access off of 4th Avenue, and we moved it because of their concerns about traffic in the back lane. It will be shared parking, so this parking will be shared with the arena and shared with the tennis complex. So at times there may be competition for the parking, but it ultimately it's more parking for everyone.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't hear about the gate controlling that access. That would be the concern if I'm looking at that. Okay, that's thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Stanachuk, would you like to close this today?
I just want to say that I do support this proposal, even though I'm a cat owner, and there's no parks for cats, but we've got to keep our status as a bird-friendly city, so I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Your cats are always welcome at the dog parks I go to. That'll be just fine. I see no further questions. I'll ask the clerk to please start the vote.
Councillor Moll in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Oh, sorry.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 10-0.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to EX 39, 2022 property tax exemption related to 2014 boundary alteration. Mr. Lacey, can I please ask you to introduce the report?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So when the city boundary alteration occurred back in 2014, Council approved a tax mitigation strategy for those affected properties that were coming into the city limits as a result of that boundary change by providing those properties with a period of time that they would continue to be taxed at rates similar to what they were taxed at in the RM before they moved to city tax rates. And so ever since 2014, we've been here on an annual basis seeking approval for a partial tax exemption to make that happen since 2014 for those properties that continue to be eligible under that tax mitigation strategy. So once again, we're here seeking approval for partial tax mitigation for those properties that were brought in 2014 that are still eligible for that mitigation in 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone move this report with the correction of Appendix B under Part B, Southeast Mitigation Area, representing the percentage except set for address 6200E Primrose Green Drive to read as 74.75%. Would anyone? Councilor Mancinelli? Go ahead. Do you have any questions? Should I open up?
One question.
Thank you.
If I remember correctly, there's a long backstory to this tax policy. And I know it partially involves the last land annexation and promises made at the time, commitments. I do notice in this policy that there is a extension going over and beyond 2024 for another 5-year period or suggestion in there. I'm wondering how that aligns and why that's proposed in that way. Once again, walking into a council that already had been subjected to how these deals were put together, I'm a little bit foggy, and I'm wondering if I could just shine a little bit of light on, because others are going to have these questions in 2024 again. So,
Mr. Lacey?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So when the boundary alteration occurred in 2014, properties were put into 3 categories, and depending on what category they were put into, the length of that partial tax exemption was dictated by that category. Those categories were really driven by population growth and economic growth that was expected in those areas that were brought into the city. And the category 3 properties were the ones that by and large, well, not by and large, that whereby future long-term growth was expected not until we hit the 500,000 population. And so that's the category of properties that are still eligible for a partial tax exemption. And at the time in 2014, recognizing that that growth opportunity was so far out, Council at the time devised a strategy that essentially that partial tax exemption would be given over the next 15 years, but it was chunked into kind of 5-year blocks. And so we're currently in that second 5-year block. I think we're in year 4 of that second 5-year block. However, as I understand it, because of how the legislation is, we still do need to come forward to Council and seek that tax exemption as part of our annual process.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. Councilor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Barry, your response sparked another question. We're honoring a previous negotiated agreement. What's your assessment of the state of that agreement now? Do you think it's something that we should advance in the future? Is it a proper agreement? Does it benefit both parties? Yes, it exists. Should we review it?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, so just for clarity purposes, when we talk agreement, it wasn't really an agreement with the RM. This is basically our commitment to the landowners that were brought in. So just clarification to that for any folks listening. I think I guess I'd make a couple of comments. And it's a perspective that I bring to the table because there might be other views. So first off, I think as a city, there was a commitment made to these landowners. And I think it's important for the city to kind of honor commitments where it continues to make sense. And in this particular case, these are properties where, there's not expected to be a lot or any development on these lands for the foreseeable future. And so I think it was seen as kind of a balance of fairness to those property owners, but also a balance of fairness to the city at some point in time that those properties would move to full city tax rates. I would mention that should a development happen, and that happens from occasion, for example, if approval came forward to do a development on these properties, and council approved that when development occurs and that property automatically gets taxed at full tax rates. So really that reduced property tax exemption piece only exists as long as that property essentially remains unchanged from when the time boundary alteration occurred.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. No further questions from anyone? Okay. Good. Yeah, Councillor Mancinelli, do you want to close this report? You're good? Okay. Madam Clerk, can I please ask you to start the vote?
Councillor Moore in favor.
Councillor Moll, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I know you're there, but I just keep forgetting to ask you, so thank you. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 10-0, with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. We'll now consider EX 22-22, a supplemental response to the COVID-19 property tax relief request. Mr. Lacey, can you please introduce the report?
So thank you. So committee members might recall back in February, on February 9th, the committee considered a report discussing the city's response to property tax relief requests for the Regina Hotel Association and the two bids. And related feedback from the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force. At that meeting, the committee had requested administration to prepare a supplemental report containing further information on the property tax penalty rates in Regina and other municipalities, to consult with the hotels, the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, and other non-commercial property owners to determine potential uptake for a property tax arrears payment plan offering a reduced penalty rate to participants. And so this report basically addresses that request of council for additional information. And as a result, it's a receive and file report to help inform the discussion on the main report where recommendations are made with respect to those requests.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. So I'll ask all of committee to just hold their questions till the next report. Can I have someone to receive and file this report for this additional information? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any questions? Oh, sorry. Any questions the members will take next time? Yeah, is anyone opposed? No, thank you. We will move on now to item EX 22-6, response to the COVID-19 property tax relief request. Mr. Lacey, can you please introduce this report? Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you through Madam Chair. So maybe I'll just kind of touch on the highlights, given I know there's been some discussion already at committee on February 9th. So as I mentioned earlier, this report was in response to a request made by the Regina Hotels Association and the Business Improvement Districts to look for assistance through property tax relief with respect to the ongoing impacts of COVID. The report is recommending denial of those requests. However, what it is recommending is that Council consider administration's recommendation to implement an arrears payment plan that would offer a reduced penalty rate of 0.5% for all property owners that enter into a repayment plan arrangement with the city. And just for Council's recollection, the current property tax penalty, which is basically from June 30th to the end of December in the current year, is currently at 1.5% a month. And the property tax penalty after December 31st is 1.75% monthly. And so the proposal is that if a property owner who is in arrears wishes to enter into a formal repayment plan with the city, that the penalty rate would be reduced to 0.75% a month. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone move this report with a friendly amendment to approve these recommendations at the March 30th meeting of City Council? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Go ahead.
To move the recommendation, I'd like to move option 1.
Just continue the status quo. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much. I moved option 1 because I believe that the solution proposed here is a solution in search of a problem. And I say that for the following reasons. It doesn't appear to me that there was much demand in the community, or indeed from anyone, for this proposal. This originated in the proposals of the Regina Hotel Association and others for some kind of relief from COVID strain. This proposal doesn't really appear from their response to address the problem that they were worried about, and indeed the letters with respect to this proposal are tepid in their support, at least, and the survey results are very thin. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's no strong indication in this report that this reduction in tax penalty would have much effect, if any, at all. The third thing is that there is some indication in this report that folks are in fact being able to, despite COVID, to meet their property tax requests. And the fourth thing I want to say, and the administration may help me on this, my read is that it's very difficult to determine the cost to the city, the shortfall in revenue from this reform. I understood it to be something in the order of $875,000, possibly. And if that's the case, I think that the demands on the city for revenue for projects like supportive housing, for environmental projects, for infrastructure projects, such as the pool and other infrastructure projects, are pressing. And for us to give up that revenue source hurts. It hurts, and you might well say, well, if it is necessary to achieve the prosperity in a tough economy of certain businesses, that would be okay, but we're not targeting certain businesses here. And moreover, because of the passage of time, it looks like the Regina economy is improving substantially and quickly. So I'm not sure that this solution meets the original concerns. I'm not sure that the original concerns are still valid. And I think that the city has to be very careful about its revenue base. The demands on us are high. So I prefer the status quo. I don't think we need to make a change at this time. And for that reason, Madam Chair, I'm moving the status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanachek, go ahead. Sorry, thank you.
I'd like to say that I agree with Councillor Hawkins. When I looked at the survey results, I think it's of 18, 19 property owners that were sent a survey or invited to respond to a survey. The response rate was 4.4%. Only 80 responses out of 1,800. So I thought that was quite low. I do have a question, however, is on page, okay, and again, I've got the two reports kind of mixed up. So I think it's in EX 22, the supplemental report 22, that on page 4, it stated that if 40% of property tax arrears paid, I can't read my own handwriting, and that the penalty, would we'd have a reduction of property tax revenues by $892,500. So I do have a question about that, because if the demand does seem to be so low, why would this proposal cost so much? $892,000 with it sounded like very few people would take up that reduction in property tax payments.
So, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So a couple of comments. First, maybe just in follow-up to Councillor Hawkins' comments. I don't think it's very difficult for us to know what that take-up would be. And so, we had to pick a number, and so the number we've picked, just to give a sense of what the implications would be, was 40%. With respect to the response survey, right, you're right. The pickup from the chamber with respect to the survey to their membership was very low, and as well, even with respect to the broader non-commercial individuals that have outstanding property taxes currently was quite low as well. I would note, and I think it's reflected in the report, typically we don't get people engaging with us very often if they owe us taxes and we're trying to follow up with them. So I think that could be a reason, we don't know for sure, around that piece. And so it is very hard for us to know what the actual take-up will be, and the 40% was really to put a number out there that would give council a sense of magnitude if we got significant uptake. And I am aware that where our collection rates and people paying their taxes has been pretty consistent right through the pandemic, with numbers that are similar to prior to the pandemic. So I do appreciate the comments made here, and I think for us it was just responding to the broader COVID environment when this came forward, and were there opportunities to provide people that perhaps are struggling paying their taxes just another opportunity maybe to get into an arrangement where perhaps it is easier for them. That was really the driving force behind the recommendation.
Okay, that's it for me.
That's all I have. Councillor Stanishuk? Councillor Sikiniak, go ahead, please.
So I do support administration's recommendations, and I don't support the status quo. And I would offer that for those on the fence here wondering if this is actually something that's needed, it's not like we haven't received any feedback. We did hear feedback from those who responded indicating that they were supportive of this initiative. And so I'd offer that we could certainly, another option would be to try something like this for a year, and then we would actually have the sense of what sort of uptake there is, and revisit with a commitment to revisit it in a year. I think if we were to try something like this, now is the time to do it, coming out of a pandemic. I have personally spoken with property owners who are in arrears payment plans and are struggling to pay the amounts owed to us, and are struggling with the penalty rates. For those folks and others in that situation, I would like to try this. And I also appreciate the work of administration in what I think is following the direction of council, asking for ways to find ways to make life more affordable for Regina residents who were struggling. And so I think that is what administration was responding to in coming up with this plan and also coming up with something that would be equitable across the whole city for anyone who finds themselves struggling to pay their property taxes. So I would suggest that we could certainly try this and revisit it in a year, and then we would have better information than a survey could provide. I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. The report, both of them are very detailed. I guess my question for administration is, why did you originally recommend the relaxation of the amount that we charge? So what would be your main argument in favor of the option you put before us? I see the technical details, but you sided with a position. I'm just not really sure why.
So through you, Madam Chair, maybe I'll start and I'll ask Ms. Mills if she has additional comment with respect to the recommendation and bringing it forward. So I would say it was twofold. One is that, we do know there's some property owners that have struggled in the pandemic, and so it was an opportunity to potentially provide some relief with respect to reduced penalty rate if they wish to enter into a formal arrangement with us. So part of it was simply just due to the fact that we know that the pandemic has impacted people differently, and for some people it's created more hardships than others. The second piece is that we do often hear, even before COVID, I think, and this is where I'll ask Ms. Mills to maybe touch on a little bit, is when people do phone us looking to talk about their taxes and arrears, what the payment plan options might be, and often ask about, well, is there an opportunity if I get on a payment plan for a reduced penalty rate? And so, does that provide an opportunity for us to see people pay their taxes faster? Because while I do appreciate the penalty revenue as a Chief Financial Officer of the City of Regina with respect to funder services, I'd actually much prefer people to pay their taxes than people pay penalty rates. And so that was a little bit of the driving force behind the recommendation too, which doesn't really relate to COVID. I think that issue is an issue regardless of COVID. Having said that, we don't really know how much a reduced penalty rate will actually drive more people to pay. We just don't. So with that, maybe I'll ask Ms. Mills if she would have any additional comment that she would like to make with respect to our interactions with property owners that are in arrears.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I would echo Barry's comment that we do hear quite often from property owners in arrears that the penalty is, difficult for them to get past the penalty when they're trying to make their payments. I think that was reflected in the supplemental report where we have the phone calls. We had kind of where we had the property tax owners who called in. The majority of them do request either reduced penalty or cancellation of their penalty in order to honor those payment plans. We just don't have that data tracked that we could have reported on it initially.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all the questions you have, Councillor Stevens? That's it. So, no further, sorry, Mr. Bandera, go ahead.
I know I'm way over here, right? Madam Chair, as in the report states that anyone who is on tips or all the properties that are not in areas are not qualifying for this. Question. Number of customers on the tips, so could be residential, commercial. Do we know the percentage of let's say, residential or commercial, a taxpayer? How many are those on tips?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Maybe I'll ask Ms. Mills if she has that information available.
Through the chair, it's approximately, I believe, 53% of our eligible properties are on tips currently.
So to you, Madam Chair, so that is, you're combining them all together, like commercial, residential, all properties?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think I have to support administration's original recommendation. I appreciate the chart provided for the arrears penalty rates as well as the current year penalty. I note that we're second highest in the arrears penalty rate across the jurisdictions you list off. And with that thought and coming through a pandemic, I think that I agree with administration's recommendation for things we might not be in our line of sight right away. Looking at that compounded rate of 23.1% annually for someone falls behind, that could be quite a bit to catch up from. And coming through a pandemic, I think there might be a chance there that I don't want to put anyone under, and that's what the intention of this policy was about. So I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close this, or is there anything you'd like to add?
Well, thank you very much. We're short on data here. We know a couple of things for sure. One thing we know that throughout the pandemic, people paid their property taxes. One of the reasons they might have paid their property taxes is they want to avoid penalties. One of the reasons that they pay their property taxes because they recognize that of all the expenses they have, the city's need is to run the city, and so they view that as a priority. I'm nervous about reducing the penalty rate. I'm nervous about it because I don't know that it's necessary. I don't know that it's targeted. I don't know that it's having any negative effect. Indeed, it may be having a positive effect of inducing people to pay their taxes. There is the TIPS program does provide a method for people to arrange to pay taxes through time if they have to do it, and I think that is a significant advantage. I also want to repeat the argument. We have to be careful of our revenue in this city. Everybody around this circle knows that we're going to have very significant expenses, and we want to make sure that people do continue to pay their property taxes and do treat them as a priority. I also worry that, I don't want to minimize the effect of COVID, but we appear to be coming out of it. The economy certainly is strengthening. So I don't think this is a reform that we need to take on. I don't see there was much demand for it. And if I'm wrong, I'd say we know that in a year and we can make changes. But right now, I think there's no reason, no compelling reason to make this change. I'd ask you to support my motion to put the status quo before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We have no more further questions. Oh, sorry. Councillor Mancinelli.
Councillor Hawkins can be persuasive, but I stopped out to ask another question. Should we follow the recommendation, what would that align us for our arrears penalty? We would still be charging a penalty, but it would be 12% annually. Should that be what went ahead? Is that correct? Or?
Go ahead.
So through you, Madam Chair, as I had mentioned earlier, the penalty rate's 1.5% a month or 1.75% a month currently, depending on whether it's in the current year or whether you've gone beyond the current year without paying your taxes. And so I think maybe just to help people from a compounded perspective, 1.5% is equivalent to about 19.6% annually, and 1.75% is equivalent to about 23.14% annually. And so what the recommendation in the report proposes that if you do enter into a payment plan with the city and stay current with that payment plan, that penalty rate for those individuals or property owners would be reduced to 0.75% a month, which is equivalent to about 9.38% annual rate compounded.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions. We have a mandatory break. We'd like to vote on this before we go. Is everyone okay with that? All right. Madam Clerk, please call the vote. Oh, sorry.
multitude of recommendations here. So with status quo, does that then supersede all 5 recommendations, or would we vote on those separately? And essentially, recommendation 1 is now the opposite. Would we vote on that separate?
Status quo does include the other 4 recommendations in it. In fairness to Councillor Stevens, I think he could ask that they be separated, but the motion that I put as it stands now includes all of the 5 items dealt with.
If I could request that this would just apply to number 1 with the reduction of the penalty, and we could vote on those other ones separately? That's amenable to the mover?
I believe the rules allow for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to get my head around all this, what you just said.
Penalties, which is exclusive to recommendation 1. Recommendation 2, 3, 4, 5 are very separate. So they're responses to requests. So for instance, I might agree that we deny those requests, but I side with the reduced payment, which is why I would ask that we vote on number 1 separately.
Madam Chair, 1 and 2 I think are linked.
Sorry, yes, you're correct. 3, 4, and 5 are separate.
Clear as mud now. We're voting on 1 and 2 separate, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6 separate.
So 1 and 2, we're voting on status quo.
Right.
Councillor Stevens may have something else to add on 3, 4, and 5.
Sorry, just a point of order. It's Councillor Marichiani here. Just because Councillor Hawkins did make a motion, shouldn't we just deal with the motion first? And then we would just come back to the main motion, I guess. Because it makes it a little bit confusing because Councillor Hawkins' motion we didn't vote on it. Shouldn't we do that first?
Madam Clerk, can you please speak to this?
Madam Chair, I've got the motion on the floor. We vote on it. It either is accepted or rejected. If it's rejected, the floor is open to anybody else who wants to move any other motions.
Yeah. So my point is, rather than trying to vote on everything, like let's just deal with the motion at hand right now. That's all I'm saying.
Madam Clerk, can you please speak to this? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, just to provide some clarity to what's going on here. So the main motion on the floor is what Councillor Hawkins moved. So what's going to happen is the request has been that there be 2 separate votes. The first vote will include items 1 and 2. The second vote will include items 3 to 6 when members vote on this motion. Councillor Zakiniak has.
Councillor Brichiani, do you have anything to add to that? With the clarification?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Fine. Councillor Zakiniak.
For clarity, what we're voting on is for 1 and 2 status quo. So if you vote yes, you support status quo. If you vote no, you do not support status quo. Just to make sure we're all clear. Okay, thank you.
You guys are pointing fingers to different ways. Go ahead, whoever wants to point their finger at the wrong person.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll ask Mr. Lacey to comment. I think there's maybe a bit of confusion of what he actually needs out of this in return.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't want to confuse this, but so as I understand it, Councillor Hawkins has brought forward a motion that status quo. Option 1, which is the status quo option, pretty much leaves everything the same the way it is. and the status quo, so the status quo option would make everything the same, which means none of the requests would be honored because status quo option is property taxes continued to be paid. We would not, council then would be denying the hotel's request, would be denying the bid's request, and we wouldn't be implementing a arrears payment program, as that is status quo. Doing any of the other recommendations, 1 through 5, would be something different than status quo.
Madam Chair, Mr. Lacey's correct. However, Councillor Stevens asked that I limit my status quo to 1 and 2. In other words, seeking the normal rule that we can separate things out. And I said, fine, I'm happy to limit it to 1 and 2.
I think, sorry, through Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt. I think as administration, I think we certainly would understand. I think we understand what council is trying to do here, which would be vote on 1 and 2. 1 and 2 would be do not implement a reduced penalty rate arrears program, and outstanding taxes would continue to be charged either at the 1.5 or 1.75%, depending on where it is in the year. And then council can vote on the other ones individually with respect to the specific requests. So that would provide clarity to administration as well.
It almost provided clarity to me. Is that clear, Councillor Hawkins? Ready? We're good? Can I call the vote? Yes. Okay, we'll call the vote on 1 and 2.
This is Councillor Moore in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Moore.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the vote is lost. With the following members voting against: Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli, and the following members voting in favor: Councillors Hawkins and Councillor LeBlanc.
Pardon me? Councillor...
I did state publicly that I was voting in favor of Councillor Hawkins' motion. My vote should have been in favor. I just got confused because I was looking at no to what this said in front of us. So if I could change my vote, it doesn't change the outcome of the vote, but just for the record.
Yeah, just for the record.
Because that's what I said publicly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. That's all right. So now we will vote on the rest of the recommendations. Am I correct in this, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the vote, please. Okay.
This is Councillor Moore again in favor.
Madam Clerk, yeah.
I need a mic. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hawkins is correct. I believe that the assumption being made is that concurrence is on the floor, but there should probably be a new formal motion of concurrence that's put forward.
Yeah. I'll put forth a motion to concur in the recommendation as according to administration.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. Councilor Stevens, would you like to speak? Okay, sorry, there's too many mics on here. There we go. I'm just going to call the vote. If anyone debate on this? Any questions? No? Madam Clerk, please call the vote. Councillor Mole, can we have your revote, please? Sorry, Councillor Mole lost his coverage. Madam Clerk, please go ahead.
There we go. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 7 in favor, 2 against. The following members voting in favor are Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli. And the following members voting against are Councillors Hawkins and LeBlanc. And the following members of council are away from the meeting, Councillor Mole and Mayor Masters.
We're moving on to EX 22-37, Clean Property Bylaw, integration into traffic bylaw. Wow. Curtis Downey, Mr. Downey from the administration, can I please ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Administration is bringing forward this report which recommends various amendments to the traffic bylaw and clean property bylaw. The recommendations are administrative in nature and are intended to move sections of the clean property bylaw that pertain to street use into the traffic bylaw, where street use permits are regulated. The changes brought forward will improve clarity for readers, as well as improve the administration of any future needed changes to the regulations, and it will be administered by a single bylaw rather than 2 separate bylaws.
Sorry, thank you. Would anyone like to please move this report? Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead. Any questions, councillors? No, nothing? Any questions from committee on this report? I see none. Oh, wow. That's it? Yeah. Did you want to close the debate, Councillor Mazadon? Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote? Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now go on to EX 22-38. I would like to call upon Delegation Cheryl Biala, who is on the phone. Can you, is she there? She's there. Okay. Hi, Cheryl. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you are calling from, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee. After that, we will respond with questions that we may have. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Madam Chair and members of Executive Committee, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Biela. I live in West Hill Park and represent myself and my neighbors in West Hill Park and Edgewater. First, I would like to thank members of council for unanimously voting to remove the truck route designation from 9th Avenue North in October 2020 and to change the traffic bylaw that December. I am here today to express support for City Administration's recommendation to not reinstate the truck route designation on 9th Avenue North between Pinkey Road and Pasqua Street. We are pleased that the report affirms that prior to the removal of the truck route, 9th Avenue North was used as a shortcut to access Ross Industrial Area and Highway number 1 East, and that after the truck route removal, most trucks now use the Regina bypass as intended. When the bypass opened, a provincial news release stated that every truck that uses the bypass is a truck that used to go through the City of Regina. Therefore, roads in the city's east end are safer and less congested. However, when the western section of the Regina bypass opened in October 2019, the results were the exact opposite. Heavy and long-haul trucks began using 9th Avenue North as a shortcut through the city to access Ross Industrial Park, the Upgrader, Highway number 6, and Highway number 1 East, rather than continuing on the bypass as intended. By doing so, heavy and long-haul trucks were traveling through the neighborhoods of Edgewater, West Hill Park, Norman View West, Norman View, and Wallshakers. 50 impacted residents submitted letters to City Council expressing the need for the removal of the truck route designation. A significant portion of this roadway is narrow, single lane with no shoulders, and in close proximity to homes. Residents reported near-miss collisions and also expressed concerns regarding constant noise from high-speed traffic and the presence of the Coopertown berm that amplifies the traffic noise. There are some points in the report that are inaccurate that I would like to respectfully address. The report estimates that an average of 70 trucks per day were using 9th Avenue North prior to the removal of the truck route. However, based on our actual counts, on October 28, 2020, there were 675 trucks over a 24-hour period, peaking at 50 trucks per hour at midday. That's 70 trucks versus 675 trucks per day. The report references trucks from the global transportation hub and accessing industrial areas, but does not account for long-haul trucks simply cutting through the city as a shortcut. Under the heading 9th Avenue North from bypass to Pasqua Street North, the report states that any improper truck traffic continuing on 9th Avenue North can be mitigated through continued enforcement and education. We requested enforcement statistics from the Regina Police Service, and the RPS has confirmed that in 2021, no truck route violation enforcement occurred on 9th Avenue North or indeed anywhere in the city. Just let me repeat that there has been no truck route enforcement in the city. The report's modeling narrowly focuses only on the extra distance that northbound trucks must travel on the Regina bypass instead of using 9th Avenue North. The modeling does not reference vehicle speeds or the actual travel times between using the bypass at 110 kilometers per hour versus 9th Avenue North, a narrow single-lane roadway through residential neighborhoods at 70 kilometers per hour, accounting for stop-and-go traffic at several intersections with traffic lights. The modeling also does not account for heavy and long-haul trucks traveling from Highway number 1 and number 11 that exit the bypass and use 9th Avenue North as a shortcut through the city. In closing, thank you again for removing the truck route from 9th Avenue North. Every semi-truck using the Regina bypass is a semi-truck that used to go through the city of Regina, therefore making our roads in the city safer and less congested. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Does any members of the committee have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Massanelli, go ahead.
Thank you very much for appearing today. One question I have through the chair, much of this was brought about due to safety. This winter, turning off a Fairway road right onto 9th Avenue North, how tall was the snowbank blocking vision from actually seeing 9th Avenue North, and how dangerous was the turn? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the turn was very dangerous. I would say the snowbank probably hit at least 10 feet, and it was really, really hard. You had to really, really creep out to see any vehicles heading east off of the bypass down 9th Avenue North when you were exiting West Hill Park at Fairway Road.
Thank you very much for providing that.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Anyone else have any questions? I see none. I thank you for your presentation, and I ask you to please leave the meeting now.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file the communication from Cheryl Viala with respect representing EX 22-28, updates to the implications of the 9th Avenue North truck route removal as item EX 22-45. Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. Anyone opposed? No, I see none. Thank you. We'll now consider item EX 22-38, update to the implications of the 9th Avenue North truck route removal. Can I ask Mr. Downey for the administration to introduce the report? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Downey.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So in response to Council's motion MN 2023, administration has prepared this report with information on the impact of Council's decision to remove the truck route from 9th Avenue North in late 2020. Administration completed data collection in 2021 and carried out a year-over-year analysis of traffic volumes along 9th Avenue North, Ring Road, and Highway 1A. Since removal of 9th Avenue North from heavy truck route, there has been a significant reduction in truck traffic along 9th Avenue North between the bypass and Courtney Street. In addition, there has been no significant increase or decrease in truck traffic along other segments of Ring Road and Highway 1A. Along 9th Avenue North, although 9th Avenue North is identified as part of a strategic goods route as per the city's transportation master plan, administration is not recommending any changes at this time. We will continue to monitor this location and growth and development as growth and development takes place, and will bring forward any recommended changes if they are warranted in the future. We have the following members of administration in attendance and available to answer any questions you may have. Chris Warren, our Director of Roadways and Transportation, and Carolyn Gleam, Manager of Traffic Engineering, are in the gallery with us. We've also got Greg Kuntz, Manager of Energy and Sustainability Solutions, Corporal Gregory Kravetz, Regina Police Service, Kevin Wynn, a Project Engineer in our Traffic Engineer branch, and Karen Gasmore, Director of Sustainable Infrastructure. We're open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli? Any questions from members on this report? Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess through the chair, the first thing I'll start with is the position this report was written from. What stakeholder position was identified when starting to formulate this report? It seems to be slightly industry sided, and I'm just wondering if you guys take a position like that when you're presenting, or although the recommendation is very much appreciated, I'm more referring to the information provided in the report. A lot of effects on industry, but not as many effects on how it might affect the community, I guess, is a little summary of what I'm pointing out.
Sorry, Mr. Downey.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Warren to provide perspective on that.
Thank you. Through the chair. So administration, as part of this work and analysis, had engaged with stakeholders such as the Saskatchewan Trucking Association, with the RM of Sherwood, the Ministry of Highways, through Regina Police Service, and some of the business owners along 9th Avenue North and in that corridor. When it comes to the feedback that we received, for the most part, there was no feedback from the majority of those from those entities, other than the Saskatchewan Trucking Association, which did bring forward concerns around extended travel times, increased cost of fuel and labor when it comes to removing 9th Avenue North from the truck route. But that's been basically the extent of the information provided.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, the calculation of that time and fuel. When I first brought this matter forward, I posed a theory about the effects of stop-and-go traffic and speeds compared to the different routes. I never claimed to be correct. I posed a theory, and it was a well-found theory and many years of experience. At that time, no one seemed to really have a definitive answer or data to back up one method or the other. I noticed in this paper that the calculation, once again, is just a straight line calculation of distance. It doesn't really take into account the type of traffic conditions being encountered. And I think that's a very pertinent discussion, especially in today's language of sustainability, carbon usage, and everything else. I'm wondering, in researching for this paper, if there was anything uncovered, or if maybe that was a false theory, or any type of data that could feed back on that would be appreciated. Through the chair.
Who'd like that one?
Through the chair, I'll turn this question over to Greg Kuntz, who's on the line to have a discussion about the environmental considerations and the analysis.
Through the chair, Councilor Mancinelli, you're absolutely right. Stop and go traffic versus continuous travel does have an impact on fuel consumption. So the calculations used standard emission factors for both stop and go and continuous travel, depending on which route we looked at. And those factors are from the US EPA, National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and other published research from the Institute of Physics. So we did incorporate different factors and then multiply that against the distance. And the stop and go factor is approximately 16% higher for emissions than the continuous travel mode.
Oh, so these are updated numbers with that considered, and it's not as heavy of an impact as I theorized when I brought this forward, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you theorized at first. I wasn't part of those conversations. However, that's correct. It's about a 16% impact based on stop and go traffic based on US EPA research.
Thank you. My next question is the enforcement question. I was wondering if I could get any comment on why there isn't any enforcement on the trucking bylaws in our city, or claim that there's no enforcement, if I could.
Who'd like to answer that one? Mr. Donny?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll just let Director Warren address that, and I expect he'll reach out to RPS.
Thank you, through the chair. So the city administration has been working closely with Regina Police Service on the language in the traffic bylaw and the ability to enforce trucks on non-truck routes. So I will actually ask Corporal Crowetz to speak a little bit more on the enforcement aspect of 9th Avenue North.
Yes, through the chair. The enforcement on 9th Avenue North that it isn't happening is incorrect. The Regina Police Service, when the trucking route was first changed, we monitored 9th Avenue North daily for heavy truck traffic, and we did what was called soft enforcement when this first came into play, which is pulling the drivers over, educating them on the new law, where they're allowed to drive, where they're not allowed to drive. Once the soft enforcement period was done, we continued to monitor 9th Avenue North, but in reality, the amount of trucks that were up there was very minimal for us to enforce on. A lot of the truck traffic that was in the area, similar to a dump truck or a Loris garbage truck or something along those lines, has every right to be up there because they're picking up garbage or they were heading to housing that was being constructed in the area. So there was nothing to enforce on them. We did write a total of 5 tickets for driving off truck routes in the city of Regina in 2021, and one of them was on 9th Avenue North for someone that basically was using it to cut across to somewhere that he didn't need to be going. So enforcement is happening and it continues to happen. We just don't dedicate specific hours like we did in the early part of 2021 to just monitoring for truck traffic. We spend more time on 9th Avenue North probably than any other street in the city right now enforcing speed issues. And while our traffic members are up there enforcing the speed issues, they are watching for trucks. And to be quite honest, there isn't very many up there to enforce anything on.
Appreciate the accurate feedback and the information. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I remember when this came forward in regards to, seeing the impacts and how this works out. The similar situation, and then I have asked for staff, it would be very similar, and it's in the report on Arcola Avenue, where we see a lot of trucks coming off of 33. There is a diagram, and I just want to see it, where it shows an increase from Arcola. It's on page 5. Oh no, sorry, page 6. Apologies. Yeah, page 6. Percentage of truck traffic on Highway 1A. So Arcola Avenue to Wascana Parkway in 2020 it was 2.9%. In 2021, it's 3.39%. It's an increase there. So would that be accurate? That would tell us that truckers are coming through on Arcola Avenue, taking a shortcut, and then going on to Wascana Parkway. Through the chair.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Through the chair. So the graphs represented in the report are demonstrating, based on our feedback with the Saskatchewan Trucking Association, that the majority of the truck traffic that was using 9th Avenue North was coming from the Global Transportation Hub and accessing either the north area or Ross Industrial Area Park of the city, or further out onto Victoria Avenue East. So that was the basis of a lot of the data that we collected. So what that graph represents in figure 3 is it's showing in that particular section on Ring Road / Highway 1A, again, Ring Road turns into, in terms of the naming convention, to Highway 1A from Victoria Avenue down south all the way around to Albert Street South. So just in that particular case, the section of Ring Road / 1A between Arcola Avenue and Wascana Parkway did have a slight increase in truck traffic. And then if you look at the various other sections, there was some decreases, like for example, from Victoria Avenue to Arcola Avenue, a decrease from Wascana Parkway to Albert Street South. And then if you're looking in figure 2, the northern half of Ring Road, it does show a different, between the various cross sections, either slight increases or slight decreases. So basically what that data is telling us is that, when we eliminated the truck route from the 9th Avenue North from the truck route network, that we're just seeing slight increases or decreases on Ring Road or Highway 1A, and that there's really no negligible effect to handling that additional truck traffic. So that's kind of what we were trying to demonstrate with that graph.
Okay, I guess the concern I have is the increase on the Ring Road coming from Arcola Avenue. And when we look at that, I guess I want to ask, and I had the Minister of Highways, I've also met with SAS Trucking, how do we actually do the count for trucks? Because it's quite a variant from the delegation who spoke today. Their count was 675 compared to the city's count. So again, I know, I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear from administration.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll pass it over to Ms. Kaleem. So regarding the delegation's comments, and we do appreciate on page 9 where it does reference 70 trucks. That was a typo on the part of administration. That was referencing trucks going in one direction. When we looked again at our data, the actual numbers and these are the numbers that are reflected in the percentages the percentages of overall vehicle traffic on page 5. The truck counting was approximately 131 trucks per day on 9th Avenue North in 2020. And that represented about 1.59% of all of the vehicles using 9th Avenue North at that time. The other part around that is we took another look at the data, and there is in fact smaller trucks, as Corporal Crowetz had mentioned, single axle units with maybe a large box on top that are actually permitted on 9th Avenue North and other roadways throughout the city. And when we looked at that data, some of those smaller trucks represented approximately 331 vehicles on that same day. So when you take a combination of those smaller trucks and the larger heavy long trucks, which aren't permitted, we're looking into the neighborhood of 500 that we had counted on that day. So, and that also does not include any heavy or long trucks that actually would be permitted on 9th Avenue North, because there are businesses adjacent to 9th Avenue North where the only access into those businesses is on 9th Avenue North. So that would be part of the pickup and delivery route where, a large truck would be able to take that road because it is the only way that they, can get to some of the businesses on that road. So that kind of speaks to what we had seen in some of the traffic counting. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Colleen just to talk about the process in which we do that.
Thank you, through the chair. So for truck data collection, we have several methods that we can use. Our standard method of collection is using tubes filled with air, which count the number of axles and the spacing of the axles that drive over the tubes. That allows us to then classify the vehicles that are driving over the tubes into different vehicle classifications. We use classification scheme F, which is consistent in North America, and it breaks it down from motorcycles as class 1, passenger vehicles as class 2, and then going up through the various levels of trucks. We then have to compare that in this context to the bylaw, which looks at heavy and long combination vehicles being vehicles with 8.6 meters of length or longer and 4+ axles or more, and of course 9,000 kilograms or higher. On occasion, we also do use video counts to collect traffic data for trucks, and we do have the ability through a third party to then subclassify that. The classifications are a little bit more, less granular, I would say, when we do it through that methodology. So it depends on the available data that we have to us and what our opportunities are. But for standard truck collection, as we look at our roads, we stick with the tube collection. It allows us to collect a lot of data and then compare road segments to each other and store larger amounts of data for future use.
Thank you. So the truck counts are not in the report in comparison. And I'm wondering when we look at data that's collected, kind of what Councillor Mancinelli was asking for, is there can I ask why that was not in the report?
Would like to answer that. Go ahead, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through the chair. So we had chosen to demonstrate the number of trucks compared to the number of total number of vehicles on 9th Avenue North in the report. So when we look at the actual data, and this is something that we can provide to council after the meeting, if in writing, is in 2020 through our traffic counting, on average 131 trucks per day on 9th Avenue North, over a total of 12,529 vehicles. So that would include trucks and light vehicles and cars, representing about 1.59% of all of the traffic. In 2021, when we did the counting after the removal of 9th Avenue North, we had traffic counting of 22 trucks per day, or representing 0.1% of all vehicles on that road, which was 12,458. So the total vehicles stayed almost identical in terms of number of vehicles per day when it came to all vehicles, but we saw a significant reduction. So 131 trucks per day reduced down to 22 per day after the removal of 9th Avenue North from the truck route network. So did demonstrate a significant reduction in the number of trucks. And again, that just because we saw 22 trucks does not mean they were all illegal. They could have been accessing the businesses directly adjacent to 9th Avenue North.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess the one question is regarding Arcola Avenue, and we've spoken about this is very similar to 9th Avenue North. When we look at coming off the 33, we have the bypass, the new bypass on the north and the south side. And what I continually hear from residents is very similar to up north. That vibration of the homes, the idling, the increase, of course, of noise. They've had, I'm always in conversation with RPS, retarder brakes, those kinds of things. So I guess the question I want to ask is that when we've seen what we've learned here from 9th Avenue North, what is the city's job next to move into, I guess, as Arcola? It's a short stretch. You've got the bypass, and that was, as we've heard from the delegation, I've heard from many residents, that was the whole intent was when the new bypass is built these trucks will no longer have to come in to the city. They'll be able to go around. So can I just get a response on that?
Thank you through the chair. So when we looked at Arcola Avenue as part of some of the overall network, we found that Arcola Avenue, depending on the section of Arcola Avenue, represented around between 5 and 10% trucks of all of the traffic volumes of Arcola Avenue. And then we took a look further at accident ratings or statistics and found that that accidents involving trucks represented less than 5% of all accidents on Arcola Avenue. And then further, we did some speed studies and found that there were no speeding issues found on Arcola Avenue through some of that analysis. So, we do know that Arcola Avenue is an existing truck route, and it's listed in our traffic bylaw as well as in the transportation master plan in terms of a strategic route into Regina and through Regina to have the distribution of goods. And it's also part of the UHCP Urban Highway Connector program that we have with the Ministry of Highways as a strategic access in and out of Regina for the movement of goods throughout the province. That is also something that we're in negotiations with the ministry at this very moment to continue to talk about how does that Urban Highway Connector program function in and out of Regina, and which should be part of the strategic good network. Further, I guess, going forward, next steps, so that the Transportation Master Plan does identify that there should be several upgrades in the southeast corridor in the southeast Regina to help improve traffic flow and improve safety for all modes of travel and transportation. And some of those upgrades are currently under review as part of the Arcola Avenue functional study, and that work is to take place over the coming months and with the consultant, and have some of those findings come forward at a later date. So there is work happening on that, as well as the review of the Transportation Master Plan in general. That's something that is to begin this fall with a consultant, and then work its way into 2023 as part of the 5-year review of the Transportation Master Plan as a whole. So there's work underway, and more information will be coming further at a later date.
Thank you. So just to be clear, you'd indicated that part of the functional study that is coming back, will that include looking at an option of taking the truck traffic off of Arcola Avenue?
Through the chair, I would ask Ms. Karen Gazel, I believe, is on the line. If Ms. Gazel could speak to the scope of the functional study on Arcola Avenue.
Through the chair, I don't believe an evaluation of removing the truck route is part of the scope of the work for the Arcola functional study. It is more looking at how to make improvements to just traffic patterns and different ways to get in and out of the southeast through that functional study. And we'll provide recommendations in that regards. As far as that work, it is on track to be presented to council in Q2 of this year.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess I would ask that since it's not going to be included in the study, I'm wondering if I could make a motion that.
Councilor Brasciani, I've been advised that we're speaking on the 9th Avenue, and I'd really like it to be directed back to the 9th Avenue, please.
Okay, so I guess when we looked at that, are you saying, I guess for administration, when I read through the report and looking at the increased traffic coming from Arcola going off onto Wascana Parkway, it tells me that there is an increase in that. Would that be accurate?
Councilor Brasciani, I'm sorry, but we really need to come back to 9th Avenue and the implications.
That's in the report, Councilor Shaw. It's in the report. That's in the diagram. So I'm trying to, that is in the report.
I'm sorry, I was just being directed by administration to zone back and. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. The question about is this demonstrating increased truck traffic on Arcola Avenue? The answer to that is no. The figure 3 in the report is demonstrating a slight increase in truck traffic on Highway 1A as it is moving throughout the city. So the truck traffic is a slight increase on Highway 1A. And again, the figures go on to represent the increases and decreases in truck traffic all along Ring Road and 1A, not Arcola Avenue.
But just in that figure, they're coming off of Arcola and going onto Ring Road. Is that not accurate?
Through the chair, no. So if you look at the appendixes in the back, they're basically demonstrating that the trucks that would typically come from the Global Transportation Hub that would normally use 9th Avenue North and then access Ring Road to go to the northwest or the Ross Industrial Park or East Victoria Avenue commercial district areas of the city are now being rerouted and redirected along the bypass up north to Highway 11 and then coming back into the city on either Pasco Street and then accessing Ring Road or Highway 6 and then accessing Ring Road. And then again, going to the destination routes of the Ross Industrial or East Victoria Avenue Commercial District. So that's what the data is representing in those graphs and in the appendixes.
Okay, but on page 6 where it says the percentage of truck traffic on Highway 1A, figure 3, says Arcola Avenue to Wascana Parkway is up 3.39% from 2.97. So it's showing increased to Arcola. It's showing an increase from truck traffic on Arcola compared to other years from 2020 up to 2021. That's accurate?
Through the chair, apologies, but no. The figure 3 is percentage of truck traffic on Highway 1A, and the Arcola to Wascana Parkway is a segment on Highway 1A. In between those two intersections, basically, is what it's representing. It's not representing vehicles going on to Arcola or off of Arcola. It's just representing vehicles that have traveled basically southbound past Arcola through onto Wascana Parkway.
Okay. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Sikiniak? Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple questions. So the report mentions road capacity improvements that are planned to transition 9th Avenue North into an expressway road. I was wondering if administration could give more details on what is being planned.
Oh, Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through the chair. So with the growth in the Northwest Corridor and the development of Coopertown, the 9th Avenue North has been identified as a corridor that would have a substantial increase in traffic volume. So with the current plan for in the OCP to get the city of Regina to 300,000 population, there would be, as well as the Coopertown development, expected traffic volumes approaching 10,000 vehicles per day. Basically, we would be looking at widening that road, twinning that road, as well as enhancing the lighting. So basically, the plan would be as the growth of the city and the growth of Coopertown takes place, the traffic volumes would significantly increase and the city would need to enhance that roadway.
Okay, and so, excuse me, when those road capacity improvements occur, is the current thought from administration that there may be then the desire to reopen it to heavy truck traffic at that time?
Through the chair, I mean, there's a possibility. The thought process from administration would be that if we see a substantial increase in truck traffic coming into and leaving the city or accessing various points of the city where existing truck routes are unable to handle the volumes or unable to, or that may require significant safety improvements, that the administration may come back with a recommendation to bring 9th Avenue North back on the truck route, but that would be dependent on, a lot of those circumstances taking place.
Okay, thank you. And so regarding the traffic from 9th Avenue North, the truck traffic, I'm wondering if it has, if it's thought that it's been redirected to other roads where heavy truck traffic is prohibited. I'm specifically wondering about Dudney Avenue. Like, do we have any data, or does admin have any thoughts about potential implications on Dudney Avenue to not having heavy trucks on 9th Avenue?
Through the chair. So I know that in the past, obviously several years ago, Dudney Avenue, I believe from Louvain out to Courtney Street was removed from the heavy truck route because of some of the increased truck traffic out to the Global Transportation Hub. So that did take place several years ago. As part of this study and our engagement with the Saskatchewan Trucking Association, that the majority of the feedback that we received, the majority of the use of 9th Avenue North was directly attributed to the Global Transportation Hub and the accessing to those north areas of the city and the Ross Industrial Park and East Victoria Avenue. So again, in consultation and feedback from that industry, our analysis is more focused on that corridor, trucks being redirected to the north of the city and accessing on Pasqua and Highway number 6, I guess, / Albert Street. So we didn't take a specific look at Dudney Avenue in terms of increased truck traffic, but I know that we work closely with our partners in Regina Police Service, and I know that's one of the locations that's on their radar in terms of enforcement.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
I see no further questions. Councillor Massanelli, would you like to close the debate?
I felt I was kind of quick with my original questions on this matter. I really do appreciate administration's recommendation and their attention to the safety for the residents that are in that corner, and I just thought I should vocalize that a bit more clearly, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote? Start the vote.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving right along. We'll now consider EX 22-24, 2021 Lead Service Connection Management Program Update Report. Mr. Downey, can you please introduce the report to us?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. So administration brings forward this report as an annual update to the City of Regina's Lead Service Connection Management Program. The city's Lead Service Connection Management Program provides residents living at properties with lead service connections with educational material, water testing services, a continuous supply of water filters, and replacement options to provide support and education to residents. Each year, the administration brings forward a report detailing the different aspects of the program, as well as any enhancements and additions to the Lead Service Connection Management Program that the city has implemented. Some highlights for 2021 include improvements in our communication regarding the Lead Service Connection Management Program. In 2021, this included updates to our website to allow for online application of free water filters or a rebate, and a searchable database with all known city-owned lead service connections. We also hosted numerous filter days where staff attended community events to provide education on the program and provide a free filter to eligible residents. The objective here is to talk openly about the Lead Service Connection Management Program and encourage residents to either come and learn more or at least to think about their water connection. We also replaced 193 city-owned lead service connections, which is more than has been done in the past years. With the changes to the mandatory private side lead service connection replacement that Council approved last week, we are now in alignment with best practices across the city to reduce lead at the tap. The administration continues to work with the Water Security Agency and the Saskatchewan Health Authority to ensure information is available to residents regarding any health-related concerns regarding lead in drinking water, and residents fully understand the options and ways that they can reduce that risk. The administration is recommending that Executive Committee receive and file this report, and we are available to answer any questions you might have. Joining me today is Janet Aird, Manager of Program Development and Delivery, Lane Freilich, Coordinator of Program Development and Delivery, and Jill Swenson, Director of Communication and Engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Can I have someone move, receive, and file this report? Councillor Stevens? Any questions from members on this report? Councillor Stanishek, go ahead.
I thought Councillor Stevens had his first. Nope, doesn't. Okay, thank you. Through the chair. There's a lot of really great information in here, and I do want to acknowledge and thank administration for some of the improvements that were made, such as the searchable database and the online application, et cetera, improved communication, the filter days. What I'm not completely clear of is how many city-owned lead service connections do we still have? The report talks about 7,000 to 8,000 private owned ones. And I know there was a reference to letters going to 4,062 residents. Was that how many city-owned lead service connections we still have?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we have an estimated 3,400 lead service connections. The reason why approximately 4,000 letters were sent out is that they are sent out to property owners and residents. So there's a bit more letters than the current number of city-owned lead service connections.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair, my main concern and question is regarding the low uptake of filters still, even though there's been improved communication and these filter days. There were 257 city-provided filters and 45 rebates. So if there's 3,400, that's a pretty low uptake. Is there anything else that you think that we can be doing to make sure that more people have filters and they're not consuming lead?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then ask Ms. Swenson to give a bit of an overview of the communications that are planned. And so what we've done, and as we are getting to a mature lead service connection management program with the changes that Council has recently approved with the mandatory replacement, we've got the opportunity to continue to educate and to explain the full program. And also working with community associations is the next real big step that we expect will improve that uptake, or at least let residents make an informed choice if they want to receive a lead service connection. So we've had some conversations with them. We've also had conversations with community groups that have the same goals we do, which is to reduce lead at the tap, and leveraging their expertise to see how we can get to some of the different residents that aren't coming out to ask for a lead filter right now. So with that, I'll also ask Ms. Swenson if she has any more information on some of the communication tactics that we can consider trying in 2022.
Thank you. Through the chair. No, I don't have anything to add. I think you covered it quite well there, Mr. Doney.
Okay, thank you. I guess the last question is through the chair. I have had some concerns from residents who are elderly who do not like the mandatory replacement of their side because of the cost that's going to be involved. Can you explain how doing both the city side and the private side will cost less than if just half, like if they were done two separate times? So could you kind of explain a little bit more how that will work, and what kind of cost people might be looking at if they're having to pay for their side of the lead service replacement.
Absolutely, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the plan as we move forward into the 2022 construction season and beyond is to really integrate our road projects and our underground projects, our lead service connection replacements. And part of that will be the replacement of both the private side and the public side of the lead service connection. So instead of doing multiple digs at different times, we're looking to have that done in one project. And so we are expecting to reduce the cost for both the city and the residents, because we won't be mobilizing 2 or 3 times, and we'll be able to do it at one time. So the estimated cost for residents, we're expecting somewhere in that kind of, I'll say $5,000 to $10,000 per lead service connection, and it's quite a range because it depends on the length of that lead service connection. And that cost can be spread out over taxes over 5 years for residents or over 10 years for eligible residents. And it's also, as I mentioned before, best practice and very important to replace both the public and the private lead service connection to reduce the lead at the tap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steinchuk. Councillor Stevens, sorry, I should have went to you first, but I missed the cue on that one.
No problem.
Go ahead.
We spend about $28,000 in 2021 on filters. My understanding through the chair is that we still have a lot of slack in that budget. Can you comment on you might not have this data, but what's the average request for a reimbursement? Are people submitting bills for $150, $300, $1,000 for filters, and we are only able to satisfy $100 of that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't think I've got the details, but what I do know is, just let me flip to the right page here, where we talk about how many rebates we've got. So 45 rebates at a total cost of $4,216. So in general, the majority of people are getting a full rebate back because it's less than $100 per rebate. There are some that come forward that are much more elaborate systems that you're getting $100 on maybe a $1,000 invoice that you've submitted, but that is not common.
Okay. Through the chair, based on your expertise, if our mission here is to get as many filters onto taps and in homes as possible, what's the best way to spend that money? Should we increase the compensation for more elaborate filters? Should we kind of just waive that in its entirety so people can come out throughout the year to get filters to replace, say, a Brita system? Really desperate to figure out how we can spend more of the money we've allocated for this important initiative.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think there's 2 ways that we can allocate more money and spend what we've asked in order to reduce the lead at the tap. One we're doing informally, and I'll talk about it publicly here, is that when residents come forward wanting more cartridges for their filters, we provide it to them. So initially we provide enough cartridges to last a year, but sometimes that doesn't work for whatever reason. Maybe there's many people in the home, or their water usage is high, or something is broken. So we never want to say no when somebody comes forward to ask for a filter. So we'll continue to do that and to promote that, assuming there's not obviously being abused. The other aspect is targeted communication. And so what we're looking to do this fall, once the program stabilizes with the mandatory private side replacement, is send letters to residents that either have a city-owned lead service connection or a private-owned lead service connection. So there'll be a lot more letters out in the community in these neighborhoods, and that will just cause community discussion, neighborhood conversations, talking with your neighbors, and we're working with the community associations to get it into newsletters and just being a very common and open discussion of, if you have a lead service connection, best option is to replace it. Second best option is to use a filter.
Okay. I'm putting together a newsletter right now. It'll be going out to some of the most effective areas. So if communications wants to reach out and we can talk about the best way of messaging, so we can double up on our communication efforts, let me know. But thank you for this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I see no further questions. Councillor Pandura, you're always late on it, and I miss you.
Because last minute things come to mind here. To Madam Chair, do we have ability, or let's say if I want to check on an address, would that tell me if that particular address has lead connections? Is there ability to do that?
through you, Deputy Mayor. So currently on our regina.ca website, you can go on there and search if an address has a city-owned lead service connection. Yeah.
But I will tell to you, Madam Chair, but I will tell you if the city, if you look at the diagram picture of the house where the property goes from private to public, then that, assumption would be that there'll be a lead going past the public then to private as well. Am I correct on that, Madam Chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So yes, if you go to the website and you see that there is a public lead service connection, there would have been at one time also a private lead service connection. And so whether or not that was changed by the private resident is unknown, but we do have a video on our website that shows kind of a 4 or 5 step process to determine if your lead service connection is lead or another material.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not sure how many people are actually doing that, reaching out to going under regina.ca and then having a look for sure. Because I did have some questions saying, well, if I'm living in this area, I don't know, right? So if a house is 64 or some houses are 70s, I still might have some, right? So, okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Stevens, would you like to close off the debate? You have nothing further? Madam Clerk, can I ask you to please start the vote?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 8 members voting in favor. The following members are away from the meeting: Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Moll, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Now moving on to our last item of the day. I think we're going to do this before 5, possibly. We'll now consider EX 22-35, the Waste Plan Regina 2021 update. Can I ask Mr. Doney to please introduce the report to us?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. I'm excited to introduce the last report of the day. This is the Waste Plan Regina report that provides direction to the City of Regina's solid waste management program and services for both residential and non-residential sector. It showcases the waste management hierarchy as a guiding tool to help Regina's long-term waste management plan. The hierarchy prioritizes waste reduction and diversion over disposal. You'll see that throughout the report and throughout the glossy. The update to Waste Plan Regina in 2021 summarizes the solid waste hierarchy and outlines the upcoming initiatives and the city's accomplishments in 2021. So number 1, waste reduction. Regina residents generate a large amount of waste. The average Regina resident produces 25% more waste than the average resident in Canada or the United States. The city is continuing to focus on education efforts on encouraging waste reduction and reuse. I'm making a point of that because the waste generation is very high in Regina. We need to work as a community to reduce that over the long term. Waste diversion. Residential recycling and composting. So the city has set a residential diversion target of 65%. This means that all of the residential waste generated, the city wants to keep 65% of that out of the landfill through diversion. There is more work to be done as our residential waste diverted from the landfill in 2021 remained at about 20%. The implementation of the city food and yard waste curbside collection service in 2023, combined with proper recycling and food and yard waste sorting practices, has the potential to significantly increase that diversion rate up to 58%. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, the CartSmart education program shifted to an automated format in 2021 with the use of camera and GPS technology on recycling and collection trucks. Residents with an unacceptable item in their blue cart received an OOPS mailer to let them know which items were not recyclable. And we've seen a great improvement on that program. Non-residential waste diversion. So the city is leading by example. The city expanded its multi-stream waste system for collection of mixed recycling, compost, and garbage, known as the green routine, that you see in all city communities, in all city operated facilities now. The city facilities are now diverting 42% of their waste. To make sorting easier for all, the green routine accepts the same material in the recycling and compost streams that are accepted in the blue cart and the upcoming green cart at your home. Information gathered from the green routine and regulations in other municipalities and stakeholder engagement will form the development of waste policies for the industrial, commercial, and institutional sector. Regulations are expected to go to council for decision in late 2022 or early 2023, with an anticipated implementation date in 2024. Some of the other upcoming changes in 2022 include curbside waste funding policy. So we will bring to council a funding policy of how we will fund garbage, recycling, and the food and yard waste program. We also plan to launch an education room in our waste management center, which talks about waste management and water conservation, and invite the public there when the time is right in 2022. We're also working to establish a permanent household hazardous waste depot. The demand for household hazardous waste is growing, and we know there's a need to establish a permanent site. So joining me today from administration is Janet Aird, the Manager of Program Development and Delivery, Faisal Kaleem, Manager of Solid Waste Operations, Garrett Reuters, Senior Engineer from Environmental Services, and Jill Swenson, the Director of Communication and Engagement. We are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. I'd ask questions from committee. Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead. No, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. Can I have somebody move this report? Councillor Sukiniak. Do you have any questions? Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want folks to know that I love talking about waste diversion and I could do it all day. I reined myself in and I'm only asking the most pressing question that I have. You're welcome. And so my first question is, so in terms of the expected waste, residential waste diversion of 58% is what we're projecting. And then we still have our target of 65%. Do we have thoughts, does administration at this time, of how we might bridge that gap? I recognize that's in the future. So just curious if we already know what we will continue to do to reach that target.
Mr. Doney?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. So as we roll out a stable solid waste service, we'll have recycling and food and yard waste for the entire city and looking to achieve almost 60% waste diversion through that consistent communication across the entire city. Beyond that, we have a few more steps to take. Obviously, waste reduction is the priority, as we talked about. But in order to get to the 65% waste diversion, there's an opportunity through the household hazardous waste days. So instead of having a few days throughout the year at weekends, we're looking to move to a permanent household hazardous waste day. The other thing to consider is that the 65% diversion rate is based on weight. And so recycling is becoming lighter and lighter. So our plastic bottles, of course, are now crumpling as we finish the water. So as we get a very stable solid waste service, we'll look at what diversion rate we're getting and see how we can achieve that 65%. But there's also a conversation to be had about making sure that it is achievable in the long term.
Okay. Okay, and another question is on page 6, we talk about in 2021, waste haulers, there was, we noted that waste haulers are disposing of their material in surrounding landfills. So I'm just wondering if there could be some additional information about why we think that's happening, if that's something we can think is going to continue happening, just some additional information about that point. Do you need?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I will start and then ask Mr. Kaleem if he has any more information. So in 2021, the amount of waste that came into the landfill was lower than past years. However, the amount of residential waste did not drop. And so we know that it's going in other locations. So we also know that there's been some smaller landfills that have been opened up around the city. We don't expect that they will be operating long-term because they're not the size of the City of Regina's landfill, and it's not the objective of the province to support small landfills, but it is occurring, and it did occur in 2021. So I'll ask Mr. Kleem just to provide a bit more detail on that and any thoughts on maybe why.
Through you, Madam Chair. I actually don't have anything to add. I think Mr. Doney covered everything there.
Okay, thanks. And then the education room, I understand that, it's going to be open soon and it'll be open to the public. Can you give some more information about how that will be utilized with the public?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and I'll ask Ms. Aird to add a bit more information. Assuming COVID does not return or derail these plans, the objective right now is to do a public launch, and so we would have invite councillors and others to come out along with the media to showcase the room. We're really excited about it. It's really built around kids. When you go there, you'll see things are lower, so there's a lot of touch buttons, and we hope to be able to get into the school system and work with them to invite them out to the education room. So that'll include having buses of kids come out, enjoy the room. Teachers can use that room for a period of time and really educate the residents and the schools. I'll ask Ms. Aird to provide any more details on what that room layout or what the room may entail.
Through you, Madam Chair, the goal of the education room is to target it towards school groups. So we do have an education program directed at schools currently, and in place of the current presentations, we would invite them out to the waste education room. We'll combine tours with the landfill, and we haven't explored entirely, but there might be some option for just public to bring family in on certain days as well. So we're looking at those things.
Okay. Love that. If you need a counselor to volunteer in the waste in the education room, I know someone who might be interested. The last thing is in relation to the last points on this report. So it talks about future plans for industrial, commercial, and institutional sector, construction and demolition sector regulations, and additional landfill diversion. So those last 3 points have dates starting in, between sometime in 2022, like at the end of 2022 to 2028. So what I'm wondering just broadly is if we wish to speed up those timelines at all, is that possible for administration to consider? Does that require a motion from council? What is the process to consider? And maybe why is it currently within these timelines?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the timelines that are outlined there, those last 3 items, are following the plan that was outlined in Waste Plan Regina. The other thing to consider is that those 3 items will have significant impact and change impact to the IC&I sector and construction and demolition sector. And so in 2022, in May or June here, we do expect to start stakeholder engagement with the IC&I sector and to hear from them, understand what concerns they might have with regulations, and then to bring that forward to council in late 2022 or 2023.
Okay.
Based on what we hear there, it can also influence our next step, which is the construction and demolition sector. They're different, but they're also related, of course. So we have not engaged with anybody in this sector yet, so we're not exactly sure the impact that there's going to be. Other municipalities have gone down this path, so we'll be working with them to see what they've learned and then bring those recommendations forward to council. So basically, right now, I would recommend that there's 2 impacts. One is the amount of change that business will feel over the period of time. And if we were to accelerate this plan, we need to look at additional internal resources.
Okay. So I guess what I would say is when we're doing this consultation, if both could be considered, I certainly can't speak for others on council, but I am definitely interested. And of course, the consultation or reaching out to industry is important, but I would like to, we're off this 65% waste diversion target for residential was 2020, we've missed it. And our waste diversion, my understanding across the country, is quite low. So this is something that we do need to prioritize, and I do want to make movement on it without, I understand we can't go too fast, but I just wanted to signal that I would like us to speed it up if possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also very excited about waste diversion, just for the record. But I am curious why our waste diversion was so low, only 20%. So 2 questions as part of that. Is this lower than it was than what it was in previous years? And is there possibly the impact of COVID, where people were doing more takeout with a lot more, non-recyclable kinds of containers that they might have been throwing in the garbage? So sort of a 2-part question. What's the historical trend? Is this lower than what had been before? And why?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So in the appendix in the glossy, there's a chart that shows the city program diversion, and it started at 18% in 2017 and has grown to 20% in 2021. So we are making small improvements on that diversion, but we still have a long ways to go. If you compare our diversion to other cities that have a much higher diversion have a food and yard waste program in place. And so, of course, Council has approved that. We're working towards that in 2023. And with that program, we expect that diversion to increase significantly.
Okay, thank you. On page 5, the pilot food and yard waste project, it had on average a 51 waste diversion. So that's much better than 20%, but it's still below our goal of 65. Is there any thoughts in terms of because if that gets spread across the city, and that average maintains itself at 51%, we'd still be below the 65%. So has there been some analysis in terms of that pilot of the next steps that we need to be taking?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and then I'll ask Ms. Swenson just to provide a bit of information on the communication tactics. So the food and yard waste pilot program was a pilot program for 2,800 residents. We had great success with it. As you have indicated, the diversion rate increased substantially to 51%. Once we get to a citywide program, we'll be able to provide that communication to the entire city. So instead of having a targeted approach, we expect to be able to generate more excitement, more energy in the city to be able to move that forward and to get a stable program in place. We'll have recycling and food and yard waste in place and to have targeted communication. So with that, we believe that we'll be able to do even more than the 51% and work towards that 58%. I'll just ask Ms. Swenson just to provide a bit of an overview of all the different communication tactics that have been done and that we might, or that we will work towards in 2023 for the citywide rollout.
Thank you. Through the chair, we did do several tactics, many tactics actually. We learned a lot from other jurisdictions in order to roll this out. So there was a guide that was sent to all of the pilot participants, ongoing communication that was emailed out. We were able to go do some kind of back and forth communication with those who chose to sign up for the Be Heard engagement. We learned a lot and we got a lot of feedback as well. So the intent is to roll out specific kind of mailers to and guides to all residents or all households, I should say. An ongoing, a large launch, ongoing communications and education throughout. We always work with a program area to determine trends. So what are we seeing that's being, not properly sorted? How can we do better? How can we educate on those common items that are being misplaced? Or even address common questions. We had some things come up about, I guess, can I use a biodegradable bag or should I go bagless? Can I use a paper bag? What are some of the best tips that I can do to do this effectively? So those are the other types of things that we do. But the other thing I can say is that we're also looking to kind of re-educate around kind of what we call the suite of services. So garbage, recycling, and the food and yard waste. And so it'll be a kind of a combination of all to educate on how to properly sort moving forward. And so I hope that kind of answers the question. There will be many tactics, and I could go through quite a long list for you.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I mean, one one problem, I mean, we can compost and recycle, try to reduce our garbage, but there are certain products that consumers sometimes don't have a choice in terms of how they receive their products. So it could be in styrofoam, it could be excessive packaging. Is there anything the city can do? I mean, sometimes that packaging is outside of city limits, right? But is there anything that we can be doing to trying to shift the kind of packaging options that, you know, stores, restaurants, etc., are using?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I think what I would provide there is residents can choose with their pocketbook, and so they can choose what they're going to buy sometimes based on what they're looking for. And so over time, that will influence obviously what producers are packaging and how they're packaging it. We have obviously implemented the plastic bag ban bylaw. I have practiced saying that a few times, and that is showing great results where, and I talked to the grocery store yesterday when I was there, residents are complying very, very well with that. And so over time, we will see less plastic bags in our community. The federal government has indicated that they are moving forward with the ban of 6 single-use items. And so we're looking forward when that comes forward and to ensure that everything is aligned with our bylaw, and that over time will reduce the amount of plastic in the system.
Okay. And my last question through the chair is regarding the permanent household hazardous waste depot. I think that's going to be located at the landfill, is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we're just starting that project. That would be the most appropriate place for it. We don't have the logistics or the routing quite yet figured out of how the traffic would flow, but long-term, that is our plan to have it at the landfill.
Is there any risk that it being located there might deter people from having to make the trip all the way there, and then they'll just be throwing some of that into our garbage? Well, could it have the opposite effect of diversion?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So it'll be really important through our communications to make sure that residents understand the importance of that. What we found in the yard waste program is that the amount of yard waste actually increased when we had the permanent yard waste site at the landfill compared to the depots around the city. So I think having a permanent site where residents aren't guessing what weekend it's open or where it's going to be, I think over time that will increase the amount of household hazardous waste that is dropped off.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to seeing us develop some really strong programs on waste diversion, and I think the educational program with the schools is really, really critical. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. 2 questions about energy recovery. When it comes to the composting program, does this in the long term have the capacity to turn methane into a form of electricity like we're currently doing with the landfill? And if so, are business models being considered that would allow us to do this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we are about to issue an RFP for the food and yard waste program. We're not going to specify what technology has to happen. And the reason that is because we want to make sure there's a very secure feedstock. What that means is we are looking for behavioral change from residents over time and potentially maybe in the IC&I sector. So whatever entity wins the competition will likely set up and produce an end product, which may be compost or might be renewable energy. That contract is expected to be an 8-year contract, extendable for 2 years. And at that time, we would have a very stable feedstock and be able to look at a much bigger opportunity potentially that might leverage the wastewater treatment plant as an option because biogas is created there. So there's many opportunities as technology changes over the next 8 to 10 years and we have a stable food stock to look at those options.
Great, thank you. This isn't identified in the report. I'm thinking of a different waste energy system, incinerators. At face value, they seem counterintuitive to our sustainability targets. However, with carbon capture and other technology, are incinerators of some kind of viable form of waste to energy if we're really, we've maximized the landfill diversion, but there's still stuff that we would otherwise put in a landfill? What are your thoughts about that in this waste plan?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, getting a little bit beyond my lane, I'm going to ask for some help. I think Mr. Coons is on the line just to give some perspective on kind of any research he's done, any thoughts long term of how incineration may or may not tie into our waste to energy plans or sustainability goals.
Through the chair, what we'd be looking at if we ever were to go that route would not be an incineration, it'd be more of a gasification technology. However, if our waste diversion targets are met, and if we reduce the waste being produced by the city of Regina, we really don't have enough waste to make one of those systems viable at this time. I think the best bet from a waste energy perspective is what Mr. Doney was talking about on a potential anaerobic digester or something like that for organics. And also potentially identifying other uses for the landfill gas coming out of the landfill at this time. But we're just not a big enough center to really support a gasification system at this time.
Through the chair, Greg, your response there leads to another question, and kind of where we started today, an industrial development in the north of the city. We're talking about rail development, connectivity to both CP and CN. Could we become a provincial or regional depot, if you will, for items that could actually be turned into energy? We're an agricultural province. Everything seems to produce methane or waste of some capacity. Where does regionalism fit into our vision for our waste plan, and where the city of Regina could be seen as a hub?
Through the chair, I think that's a great point that you raised there. I think number one, we need to kind of get our own house in order on our organics and our waste production. But once we do that, we could really be looking at other sources of feedstock, as Mr. Doney alluded to. And if we could secure a secure feedstock for that type of thing, it could really augment our ability to produce renewable natural gas and things along that line.
Thank you. Final question. There's a really neat initiative nested in this report. It gets a little bit of attention, and that is the Repair Cafe. I know that people don't want to talk about this, but not buying things is actually important if we're thinking about sustainability targets, and that means repairing and skilling ourselves. Talk a little bit more about this, and who's involved? Is there some kind of social enterprise potential? How big can this Repair Cafe be in terms of all sorts of waste management and reducing consumption goals?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and ask Ms. Aird to provide some more information. So just like you'd mentioned, changing behavior is really what we're looking to achieve for waste reduction. And so whether that's through Repair Cafe or through monetizing, in the future we'll have those conversations about the way we pay for our garbage collection. So I'll ask Ms. Aird just to provide a bit of information on that Repair Cafe and what the approximate plans are for this year.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Repair Cafe was hosted last fall, and we're doing another one April 9th coming up. They are done in conjunction with the Sask Waste Reduction Council that operates out of Saskatoon. Saskatoon also hosts the event on the same weekend, and we recruit volunteers that are good at mechanical things or electric things to help fix things, and they volunteer their time to come help. Residents bring items to the Repair Cafe to be fixed, and the idea is that they watch or get some tips on how to fix. There's people that repair clothing, bikes, electronics like appliances, and if they can't repair it, that's identified at the time as well.
That's exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Fundura, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, I'll center my questions to first the blue bin. I've been part of this in 2013, so we've been having long discussions about this, and most of you heard my comments, right? So, but anyways, first comment would be is 5 years we've only moved up 2% on the diversion rate. I know we need to do something. I know that. But going into a blue bin, you're talking about camera shoots in, tells me, well, I got my little oops notice once or twice. Who I know that we set the criteria parameters of what goes into the bin. Does the recycler tells us, because of the recycling troubles that we have and that we cannot sell or prices going haywire, does the recycler tells us what can go into that blue bin? Madam Chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Eyre to just outline how our current contract is established with our recycler and how we determine what can and can't go into the big blue blue bin.
Through you, Madam Chair, the original list of items that the recycler accepts was part of the RFP process that was done when we chose our recyclers. So there was a list of accepted items and they bid what they could take into their programs. Our list of items has remained fairly constant over the time. The one thing they don't accept is film plastics. However, since the Chinese National Sword, many other recycling programs have taken those items out of the recycling programs. From the studies we've seen, the four most common ones are metals, paper and cardboard, plastics, and glass, and those four are the key components of our recycling program as well. We have added a couple of recyclable items since the inception of the program, the ones being what we call spiral wound containers, which are like your Pringles can where they have the metal and the cardboard combined, as well as we've added espresso pods. So we have added some items over the past few years.
Okay, thank you. So what's our blue bin contract now? We have still a couple of years to go to 2026, am I correct? Or what's our, because what the question I'm asking, it came from Mr. Downey talking about we're going to be looking at different way of costing out who pays for what and how. That's my, so when is the contract up with the recycler that is presently working with us? Madam Chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, just to make sure I'm 100% correct, I'm going to get Ms. Eyre to confirm that. When the recycling contract with Mterra expires.
Through you, Madam Chair, the recycling contract with Mterra expires June 2023, and it was a 10-year contract. We have two options for 1-year extensions, which would take it to 2025, and then we would renew at that point. We plan on extending that contract.
Okay, that brings another question. Because of the success of, or no success of the way we've been doing recycling with the recycler, is that going to come? Because I think the contract came to council. It'll come here if we want to extend, and then we'll have a debate on that as well. Correct, in 2023. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the ability to extend the contract is delegated to the administration. So we will plan to make that decision and inform council for those 2 years. The other thing to be aware of is that the end markets has substantially improved in recent years, partially because of commodities, of course. And so there is a significant revenue that we received in 2021 as part of our cost sharing.
Okay. Now the question with the, I'm going to switch over to.
Council. Mr. Onroyd has an answer to that. He'd like to speak on that.
I can't hear him. Either I'm deaf or I can't hear anyone.
I just got motioned that Mr. Onroyd would like to say something to you.
Okay, he's going to look at me. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So maybe add to Mr. Doney's comments about the 2 1-year extensions. Part of that is lining it up with the organics contract and our current recycling contract. So we're trying to bring all of that together because there is some synergies in between each of these contracts. So the 1 year extension, as Ms. Eyre talked about, would take us through to 2024. We will only do that if we absolutely have to do that, but it's about lining all of these contracts up together. And the discussion, and this goes back a few years ago, We had come to council about concerns from Mterra regarding the Chinese sword and the impact in the global market, and that has changed. So they are able to get rid of their product now, and the city is receiving revenue from our contract piece, which gives us access to revenue that they generate. So we are receiving revenue. There was a year or two where I don't believe we were receiving any.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So then, the question is going to be, Mr. Doney mentioned about you'll be putting all of your things together to making sure that we are costing, that we are charging for the right thing, to making sure that we get buy-in, because like as you see right now with the blue, we're not getting the buy-in. You can see it in 5 years, even before. We were told 65% would have been at 2020. We didn't make it. And so I think the costing, so I'm interested of what comes out of how and who pays and how they pay for that, which is interesting because if you think about, well, that's yesterday country. But anyways, I'm looking forward to seeing the analysis on costing. What's the best way to do? Because someone that we all have to pay to making sure that environment, our garbage, our recycling, all that education is great. But that's an important part of it too. It's the dollar amount. So I'm just going to ask a question. Have we drilled any more gas wells at the landfill? Madam Chair?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we have. We just finished a contract where we added gas wells at the landfill. I'm looking for the number. It's around 20 new wells have been drilled in the last period of time to increase our gas flow, which will increase the runtime of the landfill gas engine.
Okay, and then as for that, so then we are able to resell that or sell that to SaskPower. There's the capability of accepting that, so we're actually doing something about that. Madam Chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes. So the landfill gas is generates electricity, and that is sold to SaskPower.
Okay, and just a comment, Madam Chair, I'm going to toot my own horn now. I've been to schools before the pandemic and educate the children on composting, recycling, using a warmer, I don't know, something about a worm, to using that. So I do believe the education that's going to come through with the classroom. And someone asked me, do you want to volunteer? Absolutely. I've been to 2 schools or 3 schools before. It is a good program. Children, you learn lots from the kids too. When they talk about and what happens to an apple, right? So a teacher had a little worm beside her, and she would put stuff in it, and it's amazing what that works. But anyways, I'm excited as well too. I compost. I have 2 bins in my yard, right? My garbage is this, and my recycling is that. But anyway, so let's get excited about it. But I'd like to find out what Ms. Doney is talking about is what is it going to cost me? It's all the bottom line is what is it going to cost me? And right now, my opinion, Blue Bin is not working because it's costing me too much and it's not giving anything back. So and then I don't throw it into a Blue Bin from a brown bin, but there's contamination going. I know that. So, anyways, that's my rant. I like it. Go recycle.
Thank you, Councillor Bandura. We have a mandatory break at 4:30, but there's no more questions from council, except I'm going to ask one actually. Can we just continue with this and go to vote and then be adjourned? Is that all right with everyone? Yeah? Okay. So I have one question. There's been times when I go over on my blue bins, and I'm okay because I can put it in my car and I can take it to work, and I know we have big blue bins around the city to put it. Have we ever thought about, though, and I know other families, they've reached out to me, they're constantly going over it on their blue, like daycare centers and things like that. From my understanding, we charge people if they want an extra blue bin. Is that correct? And is there any way that people that are constantly going over on their blue bins could get an extra blue bin to their house? Would that be a huge ask? I'm just thinking because then it's more diversion and saving us money. Mr. Downey, would you like to talk
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So even I can speak from personal experience where your blue bin might be full. What I have done and what we encourage others to do, which may or may not work, is to really break down the material in those blue bins. So of course boxes take up a lot of space, but if you can break those down, you can save a lot of space. So that's what our education and our conversation with residents that call in. However, there is the option to have an additional blue bin at your home at a cost.
So my question is then, for our garbage, can we get an extra garbage at our house for a cost? Is that correct? I'm not sure what that is.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, residents can also get an extra garbage can at their residence for a cost.
So because we're saving on our environment, we're saving on, I don't know what, with an extra blue bin, is there any way that we could actually give people that are constantly needing that extra blue bin, an extra blue bin for free, since they're helping the environment and recycling? Is that ever been questioned or thought of?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So that's a great conversation as we talk about the how we're going to fund the garbage, the blue bin, and the food and yard waste bin. If council wanted to have a free extra blue bin, that would be something that could be considered, and we'll take that back for consideration as we bring that report forward this summer.
Can you take that back? Because I would like that. Yeah, that's one for me. I'll take that one. I see no further questions. Who is Councillor Zakiniak? Would you like to close off the debate? No. I will call the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 8-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. We'll now move. Why is it always you, Mr. Hawkins? Okay, thank you, everyone.